still believe that love is worth the wait. Down to the water, down to the deep.
I don't know what's the rule. I've heard that being silent is better than ringing a bell sometime. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this FAIRfest. Welcome to those on site, and welcome to those that are following us online. I'm Sara Pittonet, and on behalf of the entire program committee of this festival, I call on stage Ingrid Dillo from dance, the coordinator of the Fair Impact project, and Tommy Suominen, CSC, the coordinator of the Fair Core for EOSC project, that are bringing this festival to you today.
So, good morning, everyone, colleagues and friends as well, I can say. As a coordinator of the EU-funded Fair Impact project, it is really a great honor to welcome you all here today in the Netherlands, in The Hague, at Madurodam. And it's a true pleasure to see so many of you here today in the room. I see new faces, people who arrived here today for the FAIRfest, but I also see a lot of familiar faces, people who were here already, maybe already from the weekend onward, because before the FAIRfest we had the 19th edition of the International Digital Curation Conference here that was organized by one of our consortium partners, the Digital Curation Centre in the UK. I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to those of you who unfortunately could not be here today in the room, but are joining online. So we hope that this FAIRfest will also for you be a nice and a pleasant experience behind your screens, unfortunately, at home or at work. The FAIRfest is the closing event, as you have seen, of two projects funded by the European Commission, Fair Core for EOSC and Fair Impact. Both of them big projects, both of them projects with large consortia of organizations from all over Europe. Each in their own way, these projects were focused on the implementation of FAIR for the European Open Science Cloud. Fair Impact with the aim to expand FAIR practices and tools and solutions and technical specifications across Europe, and Fair Core for EOSC with the aim to develop and realize technical core components that are focused on the discoverability and the interoperability of research outputs to support, again, a fair European Open Science Cloud. Now, as twin projects with also kind of complementary goals, we kicked the projects off in a combined event almost 3 years ago, and today we kind of close that circle again with a combined event to celebrate with all of you the advancement of FAIR solutions in the European Open Science Cloud. 11 years ago, it was January 2014, and it happened only some, I think, 15 kilometers from where we are in this room. The FAIR principles were kind of conceived, you could say, and I happened to be there, but that was just a coincidence. It was because my boss couldn't make it, but I didn't know that I was at a historic event. But I think in hindsight it kind of was, because it was a Lawrence workshop organized in Leiden. And the title of that workshop was Jointly Designing a Data Fairport. And that was really the place where the FAIR principles took root. And it took another 2 years before they got published, as you know, in a paper in Nature Scientific Data that was in 2016. In her wonderful opening keynote on Monday, my colleague Marta Teperek mentioned the launch and the success of the FAIR brand as one of the major achievements in research data management in the last decades. Now, of course, the FAIR principles did not emerge in a vacuum in an empty landscape. And responsible digital object management and curation and preservation were already on the radar of many in the libraries, in archives, in repositories. But I think the launch of the brand did bring along a huge new wave of interest and development. All of this happened in the years in which another new vision appeared on the horizon, the vision of a European open science cloud. And this EOSC should ultimately develop, as you know, in what we call a web of FAIR data and services for science in Europe. And with that, FAIR became a central theme in the European open science context. The European Commission decided to bring together an expert group on FAIR data. That was in 2018. And that group produced a report called Turning FAIR into Reality. And I think many of you know that report. And I even believe that we have 2 co-authors in the room today, so that is really good. The report offered at the time an analysis of what was needed to implement FAIR and defined a set of 27 very concrete recommendations for the stakeholders involved. And the core message was the following, and I think it will all still sound very familiar to you. FAIR digital objects must be accompanied by persistent identifiers, metadata, and contextual documentation to enable discovery, citation, and reuse. Data should also be accompanied by the code used to process and analyze the data. FAIR digital objects can only exist in a FAIR ecosystem. And interoperability frameworks that define community practices for data sharing, for data formats, metadata standards, tools, infrastructure, play a fundamental role. And FAIR must work not only for humans, but also for machines. And we need skills development for data science and data stewardship and management. And we need recognition and awards as key elements for the cultural change that we also need to go with it. We need metrics for FAIR assessment, and last but not least, adequate funding. So if you see this whole conglomerate that was really, let's say, the heart of this report in 2018, that is, I think, also the work that we focused on in both of these projects. And we can, I think, safely say that on many of these topics, we already come a long way. We have seen a multitude of local, national, international initiatives all around the globe that are all focused on FAIR implementation in some shape or form. And projects like FAIR Call for EOSC and FAIR Impact are providing multiple solutions in many of these areas. But we also know that we're not there yet. We have been able to reap, I think, the lower hanging fruit in the areas of findability and accessibility. But when it comes to aspects like semantic interoperability, FAIR software, machine actionability, that we really need to make FAIR scalable and affordable, we still have a long way to go, although the 2 projects really contribute in these areas. And we also know that almost 40% of the researchers are still unfamiliar with the FAIR principles. And the majority of the researchers worldwide still feel that they do not receive appropriate academic recognition for their work on data, and that also isn't helpful. And a large majority of the researchers still lack the support that they need with the planning and managing and sharing of their data. And of course, there are new challenges on the horizon. Think of the EOSC Federation of Nodes, the European data spaces. And of course, I can't leave the stage without mentioning the AI word. AI projects should be, of course, based on high quality and trusted and transparent data in order to make them reliable. And we know that there is still substantial data quality challenges within disciplines, but certainly also across disciplines. And combining all the heterogeneous data is also still a major issue. The other way around, large language models are changing the way we are carrying out our work in data curation, annotation, also in research. And they will help us deal probably much more efficiently with the massive volumes of data that we are faced with in many disciplines. On Monday, Marta quoted our colleague Joy Davidson from the DCC, saying that AI may be help to tackle some challenges, but also poses risks. Skilled support remains essential, yet justifying resources for people over seemingly cheaper machines might be tough. So that is just one warning in the area of all the support that we are providing now, but that will also for sure be needed into the future. And talking about available resources, in many countries in the world, the political wind is not blowing in the right direction. We can see budget cuts in science and also in our sector where we work in many places, including in my own country, where we saw the open science budget being cut by half by the new government. And then this development is often also accompanied by a diminishing trust in science, which is worrisome. But today we are here to celebrate the advancements that we've made as a community, because we have certainly come a long way and we can be proud of that. We will together take stock of where we are now and look to the future and discuss the challenges ahead. Challenges that will be picked up, I'm sure, again, by new initiatives and by new European projects in the years to come. And of course, we hope that the results of our two projects that we will show you here today in this room and tomorrow, but also very much in the marketplace where you should go, we hope that all of this will be used to build on. And with that, I wish you all a very fruitful, but also an enjoyable conference. Thank you very much.
Hello, also from my side. So I'm Tommi Suominen. I'm the coordinator of the FAIR Core for EOSC project. And the two projects are slightly different in nature. The one that Ingrid represents is a coordination and support action. So they do all the talking and the community interaction. And our project is an RIA, so a research and innovation action. So we focus really on the doing. So this is also the job division between us here in this presentation. So Ingrid gives the beautiful overlay of the landscape, and I go to the nitty-gritty details. So my job today is to give the nitty-gritty details of the program that we have at hand. And the idea that we have had throughout is that we have 4 FAIR sessions, 1 for each letter. And each of them looks first a little bit at the past, then we look at how, in fact, our projects have contributed to the state of the art. And then we try to have a panel and look ahead to see where is this going, where are the FAIR letters evolving towards, and what are the things that we should look at doing next. But this is the structure of the sessions, but it is also a little bit the structure of this conference. So Ingrid started by giving us an overlay of the landscape, and the sessions that we have today and tomorrow will look at the state of the art and the work done on the letters. And then finally, we will have a really interesting closing panel that I really look forward to, chaired by Carol there in beautiful red. And this will try to challenge the actors that we have there to really reflect on where are we going, what is needed next. As Ingrid said, the FAIR letters are not written yet, they're not completely done. So there's still work to be done, but let's try to together reflect on what that work should be. Then indeed we have next coming up a 1-minute madness. So super quick pitches to try to give you an overlay of what there is in the adopters marketplace. And then we have our only parallel sessions later today, where we look at what the disciplinary case studies and the FAIR impact projects actors have done with regard to kind of applying the work that we're doing into the concrete disciplinary work. And then indeed the final panel chaired by Carol with hopefully really trying to dig into the getting out what we want to do next. So this is today's structure. We have already at 1 hour the coffee break. And let's see how the 200 people manage to go up and down the stairs. So it's going to be a good exercise to keep you moving and not get bored and start browsing on your laptop. So hopefully that will activate you a bit. And indeed, we have the F and the A, and then we have, we have the lunch. The lunch is quite long because we have all the time, while the lunch is ongoing, presentations in the marketplace. So you can mingle there and talk to your colleagues and also try to engage with the people at the stands, because at such an event as we have here, we try to keep the plenaries high level, and the details can be found at the stands. So all the services that we're talking about will be represented at the stands, and that is where you go to get more concrete and detailed engagement. Then we have, that's the 3:30 is the 2 parallel slots, and then the I closes the day, and then we will have the dinner afterwards. Let's see. And I wanted to give you an overview of the titles of the presentations taking place at the Market Square. So there's quite a few. Gives you an overview of what kind of content we have in store there. And yeah, this is for tomorrow, and you can of course find the program on the web. Tomorrow we start with R. Have a coffee break, and then we have the final panel, and then the closing of the event. So that at half day you can still all make it home by the end of Friday. So indeed, I've been very positively surprised at the amount of interest that our event has arisen, and indeed we tried to bake it in that way that we are talking about the fair. We're not talking about project deliverables or getting too into the projects, but we try to reflect on what have the projects contributed to the state of the art in fair, and how do we move the state of art forward. So there's a few numbers. We have 333 registered participants, out of which 100 are online, and that means there's maybe 233 people in the room. A lot of countries represented, a lot of institutes represented, so I'm kind of overwhelmed by the fact that it's really nice to see that what we're working on is so appealing. Thanks. I see. Yeah, go ahead.
When we started discussing about this festival with the program committee, there was a kind of a mantra: please not make this boring, not make this boring. So that's why we had such a great committee that worked on sessions that are all different, and with different speakers and different modalities for each of them. But then we also had these great ideas for our Dutch colleagues. So spread around the foyer in the marketplace, you'll find some old typical wooden Dutch games. So you can also have fun while discussing about your fair-related matters. And since people are those that always make things great and are those that are really made these two projects great, we invite you to play around with these puzzles and to build up again our consortia. So you'll find this on the tables below as well. So we really hope that you take the spirit and enjoy the event, and the amusement, the funny part is an increased process. So we start by doing some games and the puzzles, but then later at night we are in a beautiful park. We chose this setting not by chance. So we all invite you to stick on time, because if you're all on time, at 6 when we close, we can have a walk all together in the amazing Maturadam Park with its games and installations. So, and then we'll have our FAIRfest working dinner for those who can join us together here in the Taste of Holland room. So it will be a full day. Then, all along the event, you can ask questions. We have a Menti open, so this is the code. It will be shown at different times during the sessions, if you want to take note of that. We have our colleagues in the backyards over there helping, so your questions will be shown, or you have ways of raise your hands from the room or from online as well. We always remind people online to keep quiet and keep your microphones off. And with that, we thank you, but it's the time really to get into this festival, and we want to do that with this 1 minute madness. So if we can move to the next, yes, great, thanks a lot for these quick changes. So I'll call the 15 adopters of FAIR solutions and FAIR practices and methodologies that we have invited to this festival to give a 1 minute madness and pitch for their longer pitches. So they will give a 10-minute pitch during today's coffee break, during the lunch break, and tomorrow during the morning coffee break as well. So these are the people. And I'll call you one by one. Get ready, you have 1 minute and... Ready? 3, 2, 1. So the first one is Maxence. You have a microphone.
Thank you. All right.
Just use it. It's fine.
A1. Oh yeah, it's working. Hello. Good morning. Okay, so 1 minute is short. So I'm Maxence. I'm working for a software registry for mathematics, and we implemented 4 magic principles to make software sustainable over time. Such software can be reusable in 30 years, in 50 years. So that's just the magic of that. And yes, it's not about the FAIR principle. So you're very welcome. It's a bit about that, but not completely. So you are very welcome to join us for that. Thank you.
Oh, we're very fast. You can see. That's it, I think. Oh, but probably not going to fit. The next one is Carol Gobler, Manchester University.
Hi. So you heard this morning from Ingrid about FAIR digital objects. If you read the EOSC documents, it's all about FAIR digital objects. How do I make FAIR digital objects? And how do I make them really straightforwardly? Use the web technologies. Don't invent something else. The web works. You probably used it today. So how do you do that? Well, you can use FAIR digital objects described by RO crates, and you can use FAIR signposting in order to be able to find the metadata associated with those objects, or just using web technologies. We ran a FAIR Impact open call. 14 organizations picked this up, ran with it, implemented it. Come and hear my talk about how we did it, who we did it with, and why. And you too can have FAIR digital objects tomorrow.
So Carol's speech is at 10:20 and Maxence is at 10:10. And now we have Moran Grumpeter. Her speech will be the first at lunch break.
Hi, everyone. Can you? Yes. So I'm here on my name is Moran Greenpeter, for those who don't know me. I'm from Software Heritage, but I'm on stage, and there are many people involved in the research software stand. I'm here to present the stand, and I would like all these people to stand up. But just a minute, I will say a little bit about this poster, because it's a global and coordinated effort for a community-driven vision to have different infrastructure cater research software, because research software is important alongside articles and data. And come to the stand at 12 midday, and let's have a hand for all these people from SV Math, so Maxence, yes, Open Air, Paolo, please, DataSite, Dagstuhl, Episcience, CERN, Alex, yes, Dance, well, GVDG, and INRIA, if they are here. Yes, please, please.
So 12:20 Moran, and then we have Hilde Hoten. She will be at 12:30.
Hello. We are not big as the others, but we are small and practical. I'll be I'll be giving a presentation from starting from a use case we had in EOSC Future, combining social survey data with data about the environment. And that led to two practical prototype applications, one for the R, reusability, which is a provenance tool that you can see here. And we also, under FAIR Impact and World Fair, developed a small tool for converting proprietary data formats into standard metadata specifications. So the I and R in FAIR, if you'd like to learn more about that from a practical standpoint, come to my session, 12:30 in the marketplace.
Yeah, thanks. I don't think you're going to fit all in there because you're a lot. So. The next one, Elena Brad-Moser. She will pitch at 12:40.
Good morning, everyone. So we had, over the 3 years of FAIR impact of the project, we started with FAIR software metrics to make actually the FAIR for research software principles measurable for the users. We had a look over what automated assessment tools are there, and then most were for data, so for research software was really a new thing. And we decided after our survey to go for Fuji, which is already established for data. We implemented a few of the metrics we came up with, a total of 17 new metrics to make it measurable. We had a workshop with an open action session, and there were 11 participants across Europe from different scientific fields, and they could actually use our Fuji tool for research software in anger. We got lots of really interesting feedback, both on the Fuji tool, on our metrics, and where do we take it from there to make it usable, to bring it forward, and to not stop it after the FAIR Impact project. And if you click, at 12:40 downstairs. Thank you.
Yeah, Robert. Then Robert Huber.
Yeah, thanks. So, yeah, my talk is about practical assessment using Fuji, but don't worry, it's not going to be a hands-on session or a how-to. So actually I wanted, but unfortunately I filled the wrong form, so I ended here. So the talk is going to be then about here more about Fuji in practice, how the tool is used by the community, what the community impact is, and this is really amazing. So I had the opportunity to dig a little bit in these issues I'm going to show you. And if you don't find the time to listen to my talk, which is not going to be about Fuji in practice, then just visit the Fuji homepage at f-uji.net and, well, enter a dataset, URI or whatever, and click on Start FAIR Assessment so you can become one of the FAIR doers. Thanks.
Then Nina Grau.
So, yeah. Do you hear me? No, maybe. So yeah, so this afternoon I will present you the work and the effort done by the Work Package 4 of the FAIR Impact, metadata and ontology, about making collective knowledge into FAIR semantic and machine-readable metadata. So if you're interested in this topic or curious about this fancy classification, I invite you to join this pitch. Thank you.
Then the next one should have been Guillaume Bizet, who is actually sick, but luckily we have Clément with us, and You will replace
Yes, I'm
Guillaume?
just replacing Guillaume, and from Cineres Data Terra, my name is Clément Jonquin from INRAE, and we're going to have a little pitch about the portal that was deployed in the context of Work Package 4 called HERS portal, that is a semantic artifact catalog developed in the domain of earth sciences, and we are building on that on the top of a technology that with who we have partnered in the context of Fair Impact called Ontoportal. So I'm going to also present a little bit that general context that provide and help us to make semantic artifacts great again.
And next one will be Jonas Kisaniemi.
Hello. So if you are working with more than one data model, more than one data structure, more than one schema, please come and join the demo that I'm going to show about the MSCR, so metadata schema and crosswalk registry. There will be complex mappings, there will be functions, there will be filters, there will be all kinds of nice stuff, and I'm going to show how to make a data transformation without single line of code. And please don't pay no attention to the small print there, because in a true sense of a snake oil salesman, MSCR is a solution for everything, but some restrictions may apply. So come and see what those are. Thank you.
I take them. Thanks. Next one is Costantina Galluni.
Hello, I am Constantina Galluni. I'm working for OpenAir, and I will present you the RDGraph portal, the features and capabilities that are available through this portal. You can access and explore the RDGraph, all the entities and all the relationships. You can sort by impact-based indicators. You can also search by natural language, using natural language. You can view community recommendations, and you can also use the metadata resolver to search research products and use them for linking more relationships into the RDGraph. Please join us.
So Costantina will pitch at 1:30. Then the next one would have been Georgia Castroyanis, who also got sick, unfortunately, and I'm not sure if he's online, but unfortunately he couldn't be replaced by anybody else. So that means that if you need a comfortable break during the lunch, that's the moment where to take it, because we are showing his slides online afterwards, but unfortunately we need to skip this pitch. And sorry, George, really. And the last of today's list of pictures is Wim Hugo.
Thanks. I'm Wim Hugo from Dans. For reasons that might be obvious, I've been watching a lot of American news television for the last year or so. And I've discovered that they have wall-to-wall medical advertising on these channels. So in that spirit, if any of the following statements rings a bell, you need professional assistance, you can join us at our stand downstairs. I think the last one before
yes.
the final session at 10 to 2 this afternoon, exactly. Where we can conduct some tests and determine how ill you are. If you're in perfect health, you can elect to have your results published so everybody knows how healthy you are. But no, seriously, I think one of the biggest issues that we face is that compliance assessment is a messy environment. So we're working towards a proper encoding and definition of how assessments work, not only for the EOSC PID policy that was the subject of our work in FAIR Core for EOSC and in FAIR Impact, but also for FAIR assessment, for trustworthy repository or other repository assessments and appraisals and so on. So we've made a lot of progress and we've got a lot to share if you don't mind joining us for more information in our downstairs booth. Thank you.
So Win will close today's Adopters Marketplace pitches, but tomorrow at 10:30 we'll start again with Saadet Bozachi.
Hello everyone, my name is Saadet Bozachi and I'm representing Dagstuhl Publishing. I bring this picture. I hope everyone can relate to it. So when I was a student, I make for one of the workshops 100 simulations. And I was so sad. I mean, I was proud about what I did, but I was so sad because just a few people can see what I did to this paper. So let's see tomorrow how we, as publisher, implement this so we can now we expand our submission system and publication platform for research software. So yeah, let's see that tomorrow, how we did that. Okay.
And then we will have Harish Whitman.
So thank you. I'm Heinrich. Good morning from German Climate Computing Center in Hamburg. And interoperability between data spaces is a big challenge in climate science. And this hinders often researchers. They want to work on data sets across multiple domains and data spaces to work on the data. And they are then already busy with wrangling the data. It's that organizing it. But we have the solution. Just let machines do the repetitive, boring data management work. And so our approach is that we use the FAIRcore for EOS data type registry to specify data type of so-called stack catalogs. And based on this, we will define the stack catalogs as FDOs. So Carol will help us to realize this then. And so apropos machines, so coffee machines, come tomorrow and bring your coffee to my talk on tomorrow at 10:20 to discuss this approach.
10:30, actually, I have it online.
10:30. Oh.
Yeah, I think that was my mistake at the beginning, but it's
changed.
10:30. And
that's the wrong one.
This is the right one. Thanks. Last but not least, Jan Lefranc.
So hello everyone, my name is Jan Lefranc. I'm CEO of eScience Data Factory and a partner in FAIRimpact. In the upcoming world of FAIR digital object that Heinrich and Carol just sold us, right? At some point, we'll have to work with many FAIR different digital objects that are going to be different. And human nature is actually to call things differently. So at some point, if we want to work it with different FDO, we need to connect them together and actually bridge the different namings of in the FAIR digital objects. And for that, we have been talking for 3 years now on mappings. These are important aspects of the work, and they must be fair. So we will discuss how you can make mappings actually in practice. That was one of our interests, and also how you can make them fair at our booth at 10:50. And if you don't mind, go to the next. Just thanks. So come to visit us if you want to talk about cats mappings.
Okay, so just to clarify, so of course the foyer is open. You can bring your coffee, you can take your food. So we have a packed agenda for these pitches, but we are sure that you will enjoy them and you'll find your way to go through the stands. As Tommy highlighted, we have 36 posters hanged on. We have 12 stands. And 230 people here. So enjoy this event and enjoy the first coffee break now. And we look forward for the first speech at 10:10 downstairs in front of the stage. Thank you.
Blindly, and you're trying to hold on. Have a little faith, you see, it's alright. Take a little time to breathe. The tide turns eventually. It comes in, it goes out. If you're ever in doubt, just have a little faith. When you're worried about the future, when you're living in the past, when the present is a hazy daydream, and you find it hard to grasp, have a little faith, you'll see it's alright. Take a little time to breathe. The tide turns eventually. It comes in, it goes out. If you're ever in doubt, just have a little faith. Wherever you are tonight, know that I'll be right here by your side. Wherever you are tonight, if you're lost, then raise your light. It might be hard to find, but there's a spark inside. Just have a little faith, you'll see it's alright. Take a little time to breathe. The tide turns eventually. It comes in, it goes out. If you're ever in doubt, just have a little faith. Just have a little faith.
Yeah.
Just have a little faith. It comes in, it goes out. If you're ever in doubt, just have a little faith. Just have a little faith.
He's slowly gaining confidence, running through his veins as he firmly walks ahead of his time, convinced of his decisions in a straight line, while others try to make him bend, others try to make him bend. He's almost reaching far enough to see that he's capable to let himself be, convinced of his decisions in a straight line, while others try to make him bend, others try to make him bend. Go on, go straight in one line. Don't get yourself distracted, not even by me. He's almost unrecognizable. It's only been weeks since I laid my hands on his cheeks, convinced of my decisions in a straight line, while others try to make me bend, others try to make me bend. Go on, go straight in one line. Don't get yourself distracted. Go on, been given up turn into a greater bond instead. What has been given isn't lost, it stays here. Don't get yourself distracted. Go on, go straight in one line. Don't get yourself distracted, not even by me.
Take the time to notice what you really need. You'll find it's a little more simple than what you thought before. But I can say for certain that I got more than I ever had before. By remembering the little things that make my heart warm. So take my heart and cut it into two. After all, the only thing missing from me was you. You're all I want. You're all I need. You're the air I breathe. 'Cause after all, the only thing missing from me was you. So take my eyes, 'cause after all, they're useless. Oh, I just want to look at you. It's all they ever want to do. And take my time. I no longer need it. After all the time I've had, all I got left is for you. And take my heart and cut it into two. After all, the only thing missing from me was you. Oh, you're all I want. You're all I need. You're the air I breathe. 'Cause after all, the only thing missing from me was you. And I'll stay awake dreaming all the time. people heed the notion I am born again. And I know I'm better now. How do you know it's gonna be okay? I've never felt this good before. At the end of it all, I wanna hear you say, I've never felt this good before. How do you know it's gonna be okay? I've never felt this good before. At the end of it all, I wanna hear you say, I've never felt this good before.
It's cold, the lake is frozen. She floats across at night. No bracing to be broken. I know her heart's not mine. So if you're gonna let me down easy. And if you're gonna let me down, let me know right now. And if you're gonna let me down easy. And if you're gonna let me down, let me know right now. Before the words are spoken, I know what's on your mind. So now it's in the open. Don't wanna know why. 'Cause if you're gonna let me down easy. And if you're gonna let me down, let me know right now. And if you're gonna let me down, then let me down easy. And if you're gonna let me down, let me know. 'Cause I have to know. Because I have to know. Hey! Because I have to know. Because I have to know. Because I have to know. If you're gonna let me down, then let me down easy. And if you're gonna let me down, let me know right now. And if you're gonna let me down, then let me down easy. And if you're gonna let me down, let me know. Let me know right now.
southeast, yeah, it rains a lot. From the southeast, yeah, it really rains a lot. Why? She's looking for blocks to hot box. Leveled up, I'm with Steve, I'll step out the drop top. Yo, we'll pass the cop. I just hope they don't look in my sock and see what I really got. Drugs and things. Stick with me and feel the fire. You ain't feeling nothing, you liar. Stick with me and feel the fire. You're trying to move me. Remember back then, you never knew me. Hey, and to the east side, yeah. I can't let you into my mind, yeah. Can't let you into my mind, yeah. Now you're trying to move me, yeah. Remember back then, you never knew me. But to the east side, yeah. Can't let you into my mind, yeah. Can't let you into my mind, yeah. Now you're trying to, yo. She said I'm leaving, I don't like fun, yeah. They said that they look up to you, ever fools. They said that they look up to you, ever fools from the sky. Yo, and they see that I stack P, the niggas look at me, they see what they can be. I waited for a family, said you'll never rap me, yeah. Say I'm the real dada, nobody can touch me, oh my brother. Never. Nobody can touch me, yeah.
Roll down Silver Lane. Soft top down, wind in your hair, feet up high in the sky, in the neon lights. You're so fly. In for a treat now, golden leaf round, one of a kind, yeah, you are. You're the dream of my time. You took me slowly, almost surprised. State of the art, second to none. Dream of our time. You took me slowly, almost surprised. State of the art, second to none. That smile of 1,000 stars lights the way by the ocean road when driving through the night till the sunrise. Yeah. In for a treat now, golden leaf, wow, one of a kind, yeah, you are. You're the dream of our time. You took me slowly, almost surprised. State of the art, second to none. Dream of our time. You took me slowly, almost surprised. State of the art, second to none. Second to none, girl. Beyond compare. Nobody else out there. Nobody else. You're the dream of my time. Took me slowly, almost surprised. State of the art, second to none. Dream of our time. Took me slowly, almost surprised. State of the art, second to none. Dream of our time. Took me slowly, almost surprised. State of the art, second to none. I can't believe we're through. And they say time's a healer. I'm better without. It's gonna take time, I know I get over you. Well, look at my life, look at my heart, and I've seen them fall apart. But now I'm ready to rise again. Look at my hopes, look at my dreams, build bridges from the seams. Now I'm ready to rise again. Caught up in my thinking, like a prisoner in my mind. You pose so many questions. The truth is hard to find. I better think twice, I know, but I get over you. Well, look at my life, look at my heart, and I've seen them fall apart. But now I'm ready to rise again. Look at my hopes, look at my dreams, build bridges from the seams. Now I'm ready to rise again. Well, look at my life, look at my heart, and I've seen them fall apart. But now I'm ready to rise again. Look at my hopes, look at my dreams, build bridges from the seams. Now I'm ready to rise again. similar tastes, but not enough time.
Told me you loved me in October. You said I made you wanna change. But here we are, another summer's over. It's all the fucking same. This conversation's getting older and older. And I'm not sure that it will ever end. But tell me again, it's not you, it's the situation. Tell me again, it's out of your control. You keep me waiting with the worst of you. Oh yeah, you keep me waiting with the worst of you. And you call that love. You give me nothing, but I still can't get enough. And I call that love. And I call that love. You give me nothing, but I still can't get enough. And I call that love. Baby, you know when I call that love. You give me nothing, but I still can't get enough.
Dear Miss Allegra, Lord, I know you fine. I know I'm not always on call, but I be on time. You heard from your X-Men, I could read your mind. I'm trying to get inside that thing that's in between your eyes. I need a real woman, that's something I had to realize. I'm done with the games, we should burn money in paradise. In a Vetements jacket in a paradox. Make it rain in Southern California, that's a paradox. Say I'm always skating, but I keep you here waiting. Girl, you know I idolize you like I'm Clay Aiken. Girl, you know I fantasize about you laying naked in the villa in the grill, drinking wine as if we Jamaican. So call me Liam Neeson, tell them niggas you taking. You just so advanced, them other bitches is basic. You bad on your own, but we so much better together. Just give me the green light, I'm ready when you ready.
Told me just wait a little longer. How much longer, baby? 'Cause all that gets you through the night is the thought of us together. Oh, baby. So you think that when you hold her, this conversation's getting older and older. And you
the sound of drums. People couldn't believe what I'd become. And revolutionaries wait for my head on a silver plate, just a puppet on a lonely string. Oh, who would ever wanna be king? I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name, never an honest word, but that was when I ruled the world. Hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name, never an honest word, but that was when I ruled the world.
There is one question from each.
Prisoner, prisoner, locked up, can't get you off my mind, off my mind. Lord knows I tried a million times, oh, oh, why can't you just let me go? Strung out on a feeling, my hands are tied, your face on my ceiling, I fantasize, oh, I can't control it, I can't control it. I try to replace it with city lights.
Hello, hello.
Is it on? Maybe not. Yes.
Yeah.
Because it did not start.
Yeah.
So when I launch the Mentimeter with your question,
Yeah. No, not that. Yeah, exactly. That's how we prefer it. Yeah. Yeah.
Why can't you just let me go? Prisoner, prisoner, locked up, can't get you off my mind, Lord knows I tried a million times, oh, oh, why can't you just let me go? Prisoner, prisoner, locked up, can't get you off my mind, Lord knows I tried a million times,
So welcome everyone. We're going to kick off this session. I'm really happy to start off the series of 4 sessions. This is the first one. So each of these 4 sessions, they address one letter of FAIR. So this is the one on findability. So we are going to discuss everything around persistent identifiers and knowledge graphs today. So let's see how this works. So this is the agenda. I think you're probably familiar with the agenda already, so I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritty details of it, but we'll have a keynote speech first to kick off the session, and it will provide like a little bit of context in terms of the past PID developments within EOSC and maybe also a little bit beyond EOSC. Then we will focus on what has been done concretely within the FAIR Impact and FAIR Core for EOSC projects, respectively, in terms of PIDs and also knowledge graphs. So we have one set of session that focuses on the infrastructure for findability. Then we have one on ensuring findability by employing PIDs. And lastly, we have PID-enabled findability in discovery, so focusing on the knowledge graph. And towards the end of the session, we have a panel discussion, and this will set out
slightly maybe into the future, but also presenting the work that we've done currently, but we should also have like a futuristic mindset to sort of try and envision how we're going to bring these outputs, these recommendations, these services into the nearest future. So maybe reflecting a little bit on the sustainability of what we put out from these 2 projects. So I also want to introduce a short Mentimeter question for you. You don't have to take it right away, but as long as you wouldn't mind filling in something during the course of this session, we will return to the results towards the end of this session and see what you have come up with. So it's titled, "It's a Pity It Did Not Work." And the focus of this is not to put in a bad vibe, rather the opposite. So we want to point out that it takes a lot to put into PID systems that are long-lasting and resolvable and reliable in all levels. So hopefully this will also come across during all of the presentations combined, that it takes a village, it takes a lot to maintain PIDs. But some key elements maybe here to keep in mind is that the social infrastructure is key in keeping a PID system running, along with a formal governance, but also keeping an open, honest dialogue towards the end user community, and also having a contingency plan. So really sort of keeping an eye on everything that might fail and might not work in the long run. So having a plan for all of these things is really key, and also preferably not to sort of centralize every responsibility to only one organization. That is maybe harder to do than easier said than done, so to say. So without any further ado, I think we can move along with the session and start with the keynote from Tibor Kalman from DWDG, and he will present on recent persistent identifier developments. So please, Tibor.
Thank you, Josephine. So my role here is to speak a bit about the past and about the more recent developments in the context of persistent identifiers. Speaking about the past, I was asked to deliver a kind of a quiz question to you, and which has something to do with the past and what could have more to do with the past of the persistent identifiers as the first community-endorsed persistent identifier, which is still in operation today. I'm asking you about the date when this was put in place. So there are 4 options. Was this in the 19th century? Was this in the first half of the 20th century? Was this in the second half of the 20th century? Or was this in this century? You have 50 minutes to think about, and at this session, I will give you the answer for this. Well, let's focus on more recent developments and not so far back in the history. This session is about the findability, and the first step to use or reuse something is to find it somehow. And persistent identifiers play here a crucial role to enhance the discoverability of the resources and to enhance the accessibility of research outcomes. The impact on the findability is a kind of a multifaceted framework in the context of persistent identifiers. And basically all involved parties here face a kind of a multi-layered issue. What does it mean? Just to deliver you an example, I will use the context of the European Open Science Cloud, which was mentioned several times today. So where we are with the EOSC, where we are with the EOSC Federation. If you follow the happenings, then now the Federation is being built up. There is a plan to set up a federation with so-called nodes, and at the moment there is one operational node procured by the European Commission. Other nodes are joining in. There is a selection process where, based on a federation handbook, the federation is going to be built up. We expect to have different nodes with different background. As I mentioned, there is a dedicated node for the European Commission. We expect to have kind of nodes with national background, thematic background. Surely some of the e-infrastructures will join in as nodes, and probably quite different other nodes we are not aware about. When it comes to delivering services, when it comes to delivering PID services, then it's a challenge, for example, for my organization, which provides PID services, because my organization is a contracting party in the EOSC node to deliver PID services. My organization delivers PID services for NFDI, which is the German, probably national node somewhere in the near future. There are thematic research infrastructures. I named the Daria ERIC, which is for the digital humanities community. We provide PID services for them, and we are also PID managers in this context. And when it comes everything together in a federation, then is a challenge how to deal with the business models, how to deal with the operational plans, and to somehow harmonize all these things. Kind of policies should be also harmonized. There are national policies, national data management policies. Some countries in Europe have already created their national PID policies, and the different kind of infrastructures and providers and PID authorities also deliver their own policies. So how to deal with all of these kind of things is a challenge, and this was also recognized in the EOSC context. And about 3 years ago, the EOSC Association kicked off, together with 10 plus other task forces, a dedicated task force on persistent identifiers. It started at the beginning of 2021, the work of the PID task force, and after 2 years of mandate, the results have been handed over to a so-called expert group on persistent identifiers, because the EOSC Association, after the 2 years period, reorganized all the task forces. In the past, the task forces had a quite well-focused and well-dedicated structure. The new structure, the opportunity areas and the expert groups of these opportunity areas provide more flexibility to engage with different kind of experts on very specific topics. Both the task force as well as the opportunity expert group on persistent identifiers monitored the landscape and identified some recent trends. For the FAIRfest, I just highlighted 3 of them, 3 examples. And the first one is about the usage of several PID systems in parallel. There are good reasons that we have different PID systems, but we see clear demand for convergence to use those kind of parallel PID words. The second example is about, what I will present is about how basic features, basic data management features became supported not just in repositories, but directly on the PID level. I name the sensitive metadata handling in the PID records, where authorization and data protection plays a crucial role, and the typing workflows directly done in the PIDs, in the persistent identifiers. And the third example is about how to deal with the EOSC PID policies. So the first example is about the multitude, is about the issue of the multitude of different persistent identifier systems which are used to create and maintain and manage persistent identifiers. These different systems are there because there are different requirements. This is not new. What is new and more recent development that the technology is so easy to use that basically and the access to persistent identifiers is so easy that the usage of different systems is everyday practice in different kind of organization. The demand for convergence is there when it comes to understand which system is responsible to resolve a particular type of persistent identifier, or to understand the process and the procedure, how to get the reference metadata in the PID record, or the landing page, or the object itself, then it's becoming challenging. There is a poster down there about the PID meta resolver, which helps to resolve one half of the story, namely the resolution part of the usage of parallel systems. And this is a nice development. This really helps to just have a kind of a one-stop shop to resolve many kind of PIDs, but it also created a new issue. Now we face something, we face a similar demand, somehow similar to that what we had, but in this case people would like to use, or people would like to have a one-stop shop to maintain and manage their PIDs. The second example is about typing and the typing workflows. The example I have here on the figure is about the challenge to verify information about instrument, about scientific instrument, and more precisely about scientific instrument instances. In this case, we tried to deliver a solution to assign persistent identifiers of the instrument and register the metadata of the instrument in a dedicated systems. The challenge here is, which is somehow mappable to different kind of other object types like audio, video materials, or any kind of other types, is that these are not necessarily digital objects. So how to verify non-digital objects and make them discoverable. In the example, we presented a typing workflow using the B2Inst service, which is provided by one of the European e-infrastructures. And the ultimate goal is on the right top of the bottom to make all this kind of information and make the instruments discoverable somehow and help the PID-enabled findability of these instruments. The issue here, or the issues are here, are somehow related to policy challenges, because it is not clear who defines what when it comes to data typing workflows and who is responsible for which kind of policies. On the top left, basically this is where the information modeling is done. This is sourced out to communities because communities understand those kind of types the best. They agree on a dedicated schema or dedicated information model. This is going to be registered in a so-called type registry, which is a result of one of the RDA working groups. And then these kind of schemas can be used, different kind of services. What does it mean for persistent identifiers? This is just a concrete example implemented via the FAIR Digital Objects model. So basically, on the figure, we have 5 different type of persistent identifiers. One is a kind of a master PID record, which somehow links to other PID records and glues everything together independently from the types of the different kind of objects. Coming back to the policies and the EOSC PID policy example, what is happening currently in the EOSC is that a new version of the EOSC PID policy is ready for consideration. Both projects, both the FAIR Impact project as well as the FAIR Core for EOSC project participated in the writing process. It was very, very valuable and important. But other projects, other Horizon Europe projects also have to validate this kind of, or this EOSC PID policy. What is going to happen here is not entirely clear. The policy draft is there, and now we are discussing how the federation, how the association, and how EOSC can consider this policy together with other policies. What might be more important for the community here, that the results of the projects are coming soon and will soon be available. This will help to implement the PID policy requirements, and this will, that's the hope, make EOSC a better place. And coming to what was said more recently at the winter school in January, there were different kind of recommendations regarding the ownership of this PID policy, and the Opportunity Rate Expert Group created suggestions for the governance, how this PID policy should be governed. And what I would also like to mention, that the PID policy is not the only document which should be considered here. There are aspects of the policy that should be seen in a broader context. There are several other documents, the PID architecture document and the Federation Handbook, which somehow also should consider what is defined and what is coming as result from the different kind of projects. I'm asked at the beginning, which was the first PID, which is still in operation, and this is the International Classification of Diseases, which was created in 1893. This is still in operation, now managed by WHO, so the World Health Organization. This example shows that if policies are maintained well and their governance fits for purpose, then PIDs can be in operation for more than a century. Seeing the WHO there and having seen the recent developments in politics, this will surely raise new questions regarding the governance and whether the structure is sustained well. But with this example, I wish that the findability of your resources are secured by well-maintained PID policies and by stable governance structures for the next 100 years or more. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Tibor. So I think since we are running just slightly behind time schedule already, any questions to Tibor can be brought up in the panel because he will be in it as well towards the end of the session. So next we have our next presenter, which will be actually two presenters. So Clifford Tatum and Giacomo Cannizzaro from SURF, presenting on the Research Activity Identifier, the RAID. Welcome.
Okay, yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I think we wanted to recognize the SURF RAID team and generally SURF people that might be here. So can you raise your hand if you're from SURF? Okay, near 10, thank you. I'm going to give a brief introduction to RAID and talk a little bit about findability, and my colleague Giacomo will delve into the RAID itself. Findability, is it even a word? My spell checker doesn't seem to think so. RAID is a PID, it's a registry, and it's a collaborative metadata management system for projects. It links organizations, people, inputs and outputs to projects, and it also stores related project information. It's governed by an ISO standard. I'm not helping out here. There we go. Yep. It's governed by an ISO standard with the Australian Research Data Commons as the global registration authority. In the project, we're in the final stages of establishing a RAID registration agency at SURF here in the Netherlands. We're also in the final stages of implementing the RAID service into the EOSC catalog. And this RAID service will be provided from the SURF registration agency. Okay. Using RAID as a source of truth for project has many benefits. Not only does it support project reporting during the project, but at the conclusion of the project, RAID becomes a information archive for the project. This enables long-term impact analysis for projects, and it also enables impact analysis across a group of projects, say within a particular funding instrument or an institution or a community. RAID creates durable links among organizations, people, inputs and outputs related to the project. Establishing these PID-to-PID relationships, I would argue, enhances findability or perhaps even compounds findability as it creates multiple endpoints from which you can find related information. That's all I have. I want to turn over to Giacomo.
Thank you. I will go forward and probably skip my introduction slides, but I think the one thing that I would like to stress is a bit this idea and ambitious idea that we want for RAID to become a single source of truth for research projects. So to be a place where this information is archived and always made available and findable. As Clifford mentioned, a RAID is an envelope in which you basically put together and link together all information about the research project. But these can be, data sets, people, contributor institutions, funding. Even other RAIDs, this is possible through a control vocabulary that puts in relation different RAIDs. For example, a project can have different sub-projects or a continuation. Our idea is to, of course, have a philosophy or PID first, so these links should be done by incorporating other persistent identifiers within a RAID record, but there is also space to link maybe internal project codes to really ensure findability and accessibility on a granular level. Another important feature of a RAID is that it supports versioning, so every time in two different ways. So on one hand, the information that is registered in a RAID can be captured with dates, so let's say an explicit versioning and a history of project information, but also every time a RAID is updated, there is a sequential number that gets increased. So really this versioning and history of a research project can be accessed at many different levels. We like to think of the RAID operation a bit as a journey throughout the whole research life cycle. And here you can see different stages of a RAID, let's say, life, but also you can see also how different actors will interact with RAID at different stages. So at the beginning, at the inception of a project, you will have a few collaborators that starts adding some descriptive metadata, like a title, start date, some collaborators, and then they will invite a broader range of collaborators in this project. And these people can start adding their own information to the project and extend the metadata with their own expertise, papers, data set, or whatnot. This information can start also to be integrated with local information management systems. Think about a CRIS of an institution. Through this, having all this information in one place, we can also envision how this will facilitate the reporting. We know that can be a pain for researchers and for research administrators, how to put all the information together for cyclical reporting periods. And finally, once the RAID is not completed, but while the RAID is being completed, it also allows for a better understanding of the impact of research, not only in terms of how much output you have, but also in terms of the breadth of the connections made. Because really you can understand, as Clifford was mentioning, an impact of a funding or of an instrument or a data set. And this really would allow for all this information to be findable in a simple way. We can explain this, especially with the stress on how this system will make information findable and accessible, with a couple of use cases. So imagine, as I said, the reporting period. You're a PI, you have multiple research projects going on, and the dreadful reporting period arrives, and you want to do this in the most facilitated way possible. Usually you would have to scour through your emails, talk to your students and to your other collaborators to understand who has done what at what time. But instead, if you use a RAID, you have just one string of code, of text, that's a PID, and you can access all this information that has been, as I said, also versioned. So you can really understand what information was input at what time. Another possible use case is the onboarding of new colleagues. Like imagine you have a research project, you have new collaborators. This can be a new student, but also an expert in the field that needs to bring in some expertise. I was a PhD student myself, and I remember being onboarded on a project in a very chaotic manner. And I think when you can instead transmit to these people, to your collaborators, one single line of text, that is always the same, it's persistent. You can just click it and see all the relevant literature or data set that you have access to, or maybe instruments that you want to use. Of course, in the RAID, bringing the RAID service to life has brought some challenges. First of all, we want to strike a balance between having a system that is standardized so that the information is readily available and accessible, but also that it needs to be a bit flexible because we want to be as much domain agnostic as we can. So, every field, but also not only in terms of field of science, but also in terms of which kind of professionals are going to access the system. So that is a difficult thing to do. Manage expectations. I think the RAID service, this explains how the RAID can really impact points of pain in the research ecosystem, because a lot of people, when we disseminate it, at least especially on the national level, which is the dissemination, the amount of work that we've done the most, really see this and they want to use it as a basis for information or maybe an information system. And on one hand, yes, this can really create a theoretical structure to understand how to better manage your information, but RAID as a PID is going to be public. So of course we need to also understand at what level this information needs to be public. It's also a bit difficult to define certain parts of the policy. We don't know very well when to tell someone to start a RAID. When is a project a project? We need to find a balance between a big grant from the European Commission and maybe just two researchers writing on a napkin during an aperitivo in Italy. We are getting the RAID operational, as Clifford said. FAIRcode for EOSC is ending, and we are now in a phase of piloting the service at the national level, on top of the use cases that come with the project itself. To do this, we are following this operational structure. We have the ERDC, which is the owner of the ISO code and the registration authority. The registration authority will give the code to certain registration agencies, of which SURF is the first one, and then the service will be delivered to the single institution through the establishment of service points. These are going to be virtual or non-virtual locations. Think maybe a university library or just a team of data stewards, where information about the service is going to be available and where the researchers themselves can go and understand how to use the service. Having this service point will also make the access to the service a bit centralized, which will allow for a single institution to have a better information management, which is something we want to leave to the institutions. As of now, we selected a couple of pilots in the Netherlands, and we are starting them for the next couple of months. So stay tuned. Oh, this was surprise slide. Well, you can tell me because I have no idea. Maybe I went a bit too far. Okay, thank you.
So thanks a lot, Clifford and Giacomo. I think we should take a question if there are any in the room or online. So do we have any questions on the raid?
I was very clear, right? It's okay.
Do we have someone?
Yeah, Paolo. Maybe you need a microphone? Yes.
So thank you. You know, I like this project, so I think it's something that is really missing. But you made a point about finding the right balance between flexibility and, let's say, necessity and domain-specific. So if you think that starting by providing a simple identifier with a name, right? So that would be the basic thing. Just give me an identifier, right? Where do you think you can push the amount of context that you want to bring into your service, right? And where is the limit, the border between what is outside that can refer with this identifier to a RAID and what instead you want to bring in, like in ORCID. ORCID has done the same thing, right? So they produced an ID, but then they started asking for metadata to be bring in, because that has a lot of work to do, right? For people to pick it up, and again another interface, and again bringing material in. So finding the right balance is not obvious.
No, not at all.
So
I think this
where do you think you're going to push it?
When or where? Sorry.
Where?
Oof, okay. I think, to be honest, our approach for now is to, because I've hit my head against the wall about the PID policies, defining ownership and defining a lot of things, trying to predict what kind of control vocabulary people will use. And to be honest, I think the best approach as of now is being informed by the pilots. I come from the astronomy world and now I work in data management. It's difficult for me to envision all the needs of, especially fields so different from me, from social sciences. I mean, I'm aware, I read, I like to be aware of what happens in the world, but I cannot understand, and especially without being informed. So I think for now our strategy is to try to build it step by step. Going from the broadest possible idea, with the control vocabulary that either has been provided by the people that work the code, or just something that is available at the European level. And then, we start with the national level. We're doing pilots in the Netherlands. What kind of things these people need, and build it up from there. This is going to be an evolving system.
One quick one.
I think it's just a good clarification brought up by Paolo's comment. ORCID has a user interface where the researcher goes themselves and maintains all the information about the activities. I've seen stickers around here that I will commit to maintaining my ORCID.
Maybe we need a sticker for RAID too.
So for RAID, I think the idea is that the information lives in the CRIS systems of the universities.
Yes.
And you update the RAID record by APIs. So RAID will not come with a place where the project manager can go in and fill visually all the stuff in one RAID entry point.
Absolutely.
So this is a clear differentiation in the mode of operation.
You're right, yes. In the specific context of the ORCID on the comparison, yes. Ideally, we, as I showed in the little journey through RAID, one of our ideas is to try to find the ways to integrate with the CRIS systems of the universities. And actually, one of the pilots we're trying to to capture, is exactly about this, with the pure systems locally. Yeah. Doubtful.
No, I think Josephine is
you can send me an email.
the very last one. We also have a couple of questions from our online speakers, but we'll promise we'll address this on Zoom, okay? We'll respond you there.
Just a quick one. Yeah. So I'm just discovering RED. Thanks for presenting that. And I don't want to promote the next session that I'm going to supervise, by the way, but don't you think that in RED, the notion of ID becomes proeminent or maybe a little more too important in comparison to what I would look for is like a metadata record for describing project and a standard to describe those projects. Yeah. I don't know if you remember that thing's called DOPE, the vocabulary to describe project. That's quite old, but that's a semantic web vocabulary that was made to describe project. And okay, well, that's the question. Do you think the focus might be too much on the fact of identifying the project rather than just semantically describing them?
I don't think the focus is necessarily on identifying the project.
But that's in the ID.
Sorry?
That's in the title.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Yes, but I mean, it's also a persistent identifier, right? It is a PID in the sense that the final objective is to make this information findable and accessible and visible. And to do this, PIDs are the bread and butter, right? I think this is just the basic infrastructure and the concept of the infrastructure that we want to use to make it public and to make it persistent. We want for this information to be, available for as long as possible. But the core of the RAID system, it is the metadata schema. It is the idea of creating this envelope of information connected to each other. So yes, the name is identifier, also because research activity and metadata schema and envelope doesn't sound as cool. But I think definitely like the metadata schema is the core of our work, working on that.
Really great to see such a lot of interest in this topic, but we have a packed agenda, so I'm afraid we have to move forward. The next speaker is Natasha van Lieshout from SURF, and she has a question for you before she starts her presentation. So please go ahead, Natasha.
Thank you. Oh, I have my little clicker. So yeah, to start off, I wanted to start off with a little question just to prime everyone and bring some interactivity. So my question to you is, most PIDs are domain agnostic, but some are not. Can you guess which domains are the most tailor-made, have the most tailor-made PIDs in operation? Ooh, we have astronomy as A, B, earth and environmental science, C, humanities, or D, life science. Please take a moment amongst yourselves, and if you think A is the answer, raise your hand. No one. Oh, one hand. Oh, 2 hands. Okay, 3. I had a 5th one. Well, it's probably not physical sciences. B, earth and environmental science. Raise your hands. Okay, I see a little bit more. What about C, humanities? Okay, again, a little bit more like astronomy, pretty sparse. What about D, life sciences? Yes. Wow, okay. And just because it's in there, maybe there's someone who really believes in the physical sciences. Anyone? Yay, 2 takers, great. But as most of you seem to have actively guessed, it's C, life sciences. Life sciences has over 25 domain-specific PIDs in operation currently that we were able to find. So yeah, there is some preferences among the PID sphere, but we're going to fix that ambitiously. Yeah, he is. So, I'm not sure how my question got up there, but it's a good way to open Renee's presentation as well. So, everyone, please welcome Renee.
Okay, I have to admit, I was quite late with my presentation. I put it in the slide deck, and I have put it inserted that in the wrong place. But now you are awake. So I apologize for that. So my name is René van Horik. Good morning, everybody. I am going to try to cover in 10 minutes what activities Fair Impact and Fair Cover EOSC have done in the field of persistent identifiers. This is, of course, impossible. And therefore, I will focus on a specific actor in the PID landscape, namely the PID manager. But even that becomes a challenge to cover in this short time, if only because there are many dependencies with related initiatives, structures, and organizations that still require some explanation to arrive at a consistent argument. But I'm going to try to do it anyway. I also have put the name of Wim Hugo on this presentation because I use quite some intellectual work he created, but I am 100% responsible for this narrative. So if it gets incomprehensive or we got lost, you can only blame me. And let's again start with a quiz. And the question here is, all digital DOIs are a handle, but not all handles are a DOI. So we come back to this question in my presentation, and I'm curious, who thinks that it is true? Okay, luckily there are also diversity here. Come back to that. Okay, the topic is how can we define an EOSC-compliant pit policy for pit manager? And that was one of the goals of the work in the Fair Impact project. It was to provide guidelines for formulating pit policies. And in compliance with the EOSC pit policy, already covered by Tibor, for pit manager. But in order to achieve this goal, we must first delve into a couple of questions. They are stated here. So the first question is, what is the importance of the already mentioned pit policy? And what can we gain from it? And what is the role of a pit manager in the pit ecosystem? Which services, standards and management tasks play a role in this pit policy? And which guidelines are applicable when formulating an EOSC-compliant pit policy? Maybe some abstract questions now, but I hope to become more clear in the coming minutes. I will briefly address the above questions and pay also attention to related issues stated as a bonus question, namely how to assess the compliance of a formulated pit policy. So here is the pit policy, EOSC pit policy published in 2020. Pits are an essential part of the FAIR principles, and the pit policy of the EOSC is obviously a key foundation of the activities carried out in the FAIR Impact project. The pit policy defines a set of expectations about which pits will be used to support a functioning environment of fair research. And the policy document contains many principles, and an example of it is given in this slide. So it might be good to take a moment to reflect on the example shown, as closer examination will raise many questions, such as, such as who does pay for the cost of the pit resolution, and how robust and reliable is this solution, and that is not covered in the pit policy. There has, of course, been regular contact between the FAIR Impact project with the EOSC pit working group, and ideas and suggestions have been exchanged, as we also already have seen by Tibor, and I also think this will be also reflected in the panel. So that's the first question. So this is the role of the pit policy. The second question is, what actors and roles can we distinguish in the so-called pit ecosystems? And we focus on the pit manager. Who or what are they really? To answer this question, we look at the actors and roles we can distinguish in the functioning of a pit service. The actors are all part of the pit ecosystem, as depicted here on the left figure. That is too complicated to explain, too extended to explain in the short time given. I focus on the pit manager, who is responsible for maintaining the integrity of the relationship between entities and their pits in accordance with a schema defined by an authority. Again, two actors mentioned. Pit managers can be, for example, a data repository, a provider, a data catalog, or a research workflow system. And the pit manager registers the pit on behalf of the owner and ensures that minimal metadata is available and that the pit remains linked to the reference object or concept. That is the task of the pit manager. To the third question, which service and standards mechanisms play a role in the pit policy? We now arrive at the third aspect we need to pay attention to be able to define the EOSC compliant pit policy for pit managers. We introduce here the concept of the pit stack. A pit stack is a specific set of services and actors that results in a unique service for managers. Stacks can reuse services provided by actors. The same schema, for example, can be used by many stacks. So this gives us an answer on the yes-no statement that I started this presentation with. You can see the pits in this pit stack that DOIs are indeed a handle and within a specific range of pit codes, I have to add. So, but I hope this figure makes clear that it's not only the DOI you're looking at, but there below, under the surface, there are quite some other components that determine the strength and the value of this specific pit system. Well, this table only contains a small number of pit stacks. The term is generally associated with a small number of mainstream services like ARC, ORCID, DOI, Handle, and maybe also RAID. but there are many more widely used pit stacks, and many of them are not, and there is currently a knowledge base created, and that has the ambition to cover all these different pit stacks. But that's another topic. We now come to the fourth question. Which guidelines are applicable when formulating an EOS-compliant pit policy? We must cover concerns. This slide illustrates the process. Principles and objects of the pit policy are translated into criteria. Here is a fragment of the pit policy concerning cost issues related to the slide I showed earlier on a fragment of the EOS pit policy. And they are now translated in a more strictly formulated criterion. A total of 35 criteria are extracted from the EOS pit policy and other resources that are connected to one or more of the actors in the pit ecosystem. The table gives an overview of the first 11 criteria, and the other 25 are not visible here. This means a pit manager must maintain the integrity of relationship between entities and their pits in conformance to a pit scheme defined by a pit authority. Okay, so these criteria, based on the assessment of the criteria and other technical aspects, guidance can be created. 16 guidelines are formulated for creating an EOS-compliant pit policy for pit managers. So now I come to the answering of my question. Some of them have all imperative must, have the imperative must and thus are mandatory, while others have the imperative shall and thus are optional. The criteria extracted from the EOS pit policy and other resources are connected to relevant guidelines. And the example criterion extracted from the EOS pit policy, no cost for end users, I again come back to this specific example, as presented in the earlier slide, for example, turns out to be relevant for 4 guidelines, for guidelines 6, 11, 12, and 14. Okay, so what have we done? Based on the assessment of criteria and other technical aspect guidance and best practice, we have guidance created. 16 guidelines are formulated for creating an EOS-compliant pit policy for pit managers. Some of them have the imperative must and thus are mandatory. And I'm reading the wrong slide, I see now. Now, to wrap up, we now have answered the 4 questions that we need to cover in order to be able to define an EOS-compliant policy. We have extracted, let's go back, extracted principles and objectives. We have defined roles and functions for pit managers. We have created pit stacks that define specific sets of services. And we have compiled 16 guidelines to define a pit policy for pit managers. So I hope that with this short presentation, the narrative was answering the question that I stated in the first slide. And then we have the bonus. This brings me to the bonus, how to assess the compliance of a pit policy element applicable to one of the 5 actors in the pit system, of which the pit manager is only one of them. Here you see a screen of the compliance assessment toolkit that shows all the 5 actors. We focus on the pit manager. And the CAT is developed by the FAIRfest for EOS project, and here you can see the opening screen. If you select the role of the pit manager, you will be taken to a list of criteria with the request to indicate the extent to which your policy meets the criteria and what evidence you have for it. The CAT also has the function of collecting and distributing publicly available pit policy assessments from other organizations. And there's also a dashboard with aggregated information on pit policies, which entities have which specific pit and in what numbers are they available. And there will be on the marketplace more attention for this. I hope that in this short time given I was able to inform you on how Fair Impact has worked on the formulation and assessment of pit policies for pit managers. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry.
How does it work? Well,
shall I?
Well, this is better. So, thank you, Renee. I feel we should take a quick question, although we are still running behind, and I would prefer if we could take one from the online participants, if we have one there. If we don't, then, of course, someone in the room can have their question. Okay, so probably not online, so there, yeah, in the back.
Dust.
Hello, Marek Cebecer, EOSC Institute Prague. This mapping you showed for the EOSC PID policy, is it for the original policy, or you also considered the updated version, which is not yet finished?
Well, we started with the PID policy as published in 2020, and of course, it would be great if there was now an updated, fixed version that Tibor told just on the status. And there was a dialogue, because by assessing the 2020 PID policy, using the methodology I explained, we could have a very good dialogue on which suggestions we could make to an improved or new version of the PID policy. But it remains human work. So this is something, we have to see how this will develop. I hope that answers your question. Yeah,
you did.
Thank you. So now we move forward, and now I take Natasha von Lieshout, and she's going to tell us about practical PID guides for national initiative service providers and institutions.
Thanks for allowing me back. I thought I was kicked off forever. But yeah, so now I get to talk to you guys a little bit more about how we can implement PIDs in some more situations. So part of this work, I just want to say, was part of the Fair Impact Project, which, as we heard this morning, is a lot to do about communication and helping to enable fair practices. And one of the things we did was we offered a support program called Creating EOSC-Compliant Persistent Identifier Policies. The goal there was to develop a better PID policy/strategy demonstrated through improved compliance with the EOSC PID policy using the Compliance Assessment Toolkit, which are all words that I'm sure you've heard plenty of this morning and will continue to hear plenty of this afternoon. But the short and the long of it was we ran this program or support offer from May until September in 2024. We had 11 organizations participate, and they were all offered some money for their time, which I think they appreciated. And the whole idea here was that we had them measure compliance with this compliance assessment toolkit that was just mentioned, and we tracked them from at the start, and then we had them do it again at the end. And in the meantime, we had them all work on their PID policies, trying to improve it based on whatever their use case was. The nice thing was these use cases were from all around, as you can see by the little yellow colored countries, and also from a bunch of different perspectives. We had some national level initiatives, we had service providers, we had research performing organizations, and research communities and infrastructures. So we really had a nice set of perspectives. At the end of the support program, we were tasked with creating a practical guide for implementing PIDs in a way that conforms with EOSC policies and core solutions. The words I took from that were practical guide for implementing PIDs, because I think that's really the key word here. Now, what does practical mean? To me, it means easy to read. It means that you have to balance specificity versus applicability. We're trying to do something here for everyone, but we don't want to make it so general that it doesn't work for everyone. It also means don't reinvent the wheel. There is a lot of good work already done in this space, and we want to reference that as much as we can and not conflict with anyone who's already come up with good ideas. It also means maximize the effect. We want to make sure we're reaching as many people as we can here, and we want to make sure it's easy to share, it's easy to do, it's easy to find. Well, look, find came back. It also means that implementation can mean different things for different people. Depending on where you are in the space, implementing a PID might be a very technical task with a lot of development. You might need to look at APIs. It might also just mean writing policy, telling people to do good things. It might mean offering money and leaving the rest up to everyone else. You know, it depends. It also means that these different groups are at different levels. As with the question we had earlier, some spaces of research have a lot more already available than others. And we want to make sure that we're addressing as many of them and as many of their needs as possible. So what did we make? We made infographics. We made 3 infographics for 3 different kind of sets of people. We decided to focus on national initiatives. Does this have a laser? It does. National initiatives, service providers, and institutions. We thought that these were kind of the 3 general groups that, based on the people who were in the support program, that we could really address and give some helpful advice to. Also, we will give a link later on if you want to actually read these, so don't worry about what it says in there. So the first one to address is this national initiatives. This is where you're starting at the top. You are a big national organization, and what you say here will matter for all of the research organizations in your country. You are probably not developing too much. You probably aren't running too many technical services, but what you say needs to work for everyone in your country. So that is reflected in the steps that we came up with. You start here with consider your drivers and capabilities. So, you know, really think about what that is. Like, who is this for? What do you have to use? What matters to your people? And then you need to actually refine that into concrete actions and processes. This is a big scale problem. So you have to make sure that you're not making any mistakes. That means planning, refining, talking to the groups, talking to the people involved, making sure you're capturing everyone, refining again your plans. And once you're all there, then you can start looking at what tools, methods, and approaches you actually want to implement. You can do a survey of what's available in your space, what's already existing, what's working for your local communities, how can that fit into the plans you made previously, and how does that reflect back in the capabilities and drivers that you mapped in the first step. Finally, engage your stakeholders. Yet again, it is so important if you're doing something on this scale to keep talking with your communities. At least that's what we found. And so continuing to involve them in the processes and continuing to get feedback and refine is very essential. Finally, you want to ensure uptake. You're a national initiative. You want to make sure that people are actually doing something with whatever you've published. You want to make sure that it's actually something they can do. And if not, maybe you need to go back and refine some things. So once you have that and people are starting to actually do something with what you've created, you want to monitor and measure compliance. So this means, oh, sorry, looking at my timer there. So that means going back and making sure that people are doing what you expected in a way that complies with all the policies, whether that's the EOSC policies or your own national policies you created, and seeing how it's going. They also, as I said, we didn't want to reinvent the wheel, so as part of this, we included the RDA's National PID Strategies Guide and Checklist, which had a very nice little set of clear things. I'm going to leave those to you to read on your own time. So, and hop on right to service providers. Because with service providers, it's a little bit more technical. It's a little bit more, closer to the ground is maybe the phrase to go with. Here, we start really with more practical considerations, like define what your PIDs will identify in very practically. If you're running a service and you're going to start using PIDs, what are those PIDs pointing to? And how are they pointing to them? Which kind of brings you down to the third step, but we'll start the second step. So you involve your stakeholders and identify their role. If you're making a PID, are your stakeholders going to be noticing much of that? Is it just a link and they just see a redirect and don't care otherwise? Do your stakeholders need to maintain the PIDs? Are the people using your service beholden to other organizations on a national level or on the EOSC level? Do they need to comply with something with PIDs? Involving them at that step and figuring those things out is very important as a service provider. Then you get to step 3, which is identify PID visibility requirements. So there again, will your stakeholders and users even notice that PIDs are being used? Do they need to be machine actionable or do they need to be human readable? Do they need to interact with other services? Are you having to think about integrations? That sort of thing. Then you get to select a PID service. So this is a little later on, but then you have to physically figure out what PIDs you're going to use, what meets your requirements, what reaches your financial requirements. And then you get into integrating said service into your system, which I think is pretty self-explanatory. And then finally, that's when you probably are going to get to your advanced policy development, where you actually figure out tombstoning, contracts, all sorts of fun things like that. But that comes much later in the process than for some of these other groups. And then finally, monitoring the PIDs, and this is more of a physical task here as well, as seeing what actually resolves. Are you meeting your own SLAs? Is the PID service you're using meeting their SLAs? That sort of practical consideration. Finally, we also made a PID guide for institutions. This was based on the work that Renee just presented, because likely if you're an institution, you're talking about PID managers. So a lot of the same steps apply. And for our infographic, we basically distilled it down to the 6 most important steps from the 16 steps in the previous document. And we decided those steps were: select a PID stack that is globally unique and persistently resolvable. Step 2, manage persistence. Step 3, manage versions. Step 4, select an appropriate scale. Step 5, maintain resolution integrity. And step 6, develop and implement sustainability and continuity mechanisms. So again, fairly straightforward and expected. And that kind of brings me to the end of my presentation, where I want to say, if you want research to be findable, employ PIDs across the research landscape. And I want you to know, it's hard work. It's really not easy to do. We've seen it with so many groups that employing these systems wherever you are in that landscape is not easy, but you're not alone. We're making guides. We're here to help you, and we're here to support you. And as a community, we can do it. Thank you very much. There's a link to the actual infographics if you want to read them in more detail and follow the links. And thanks to everyone who contributed to these. It was a lot of fun to do. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, Natasha. Now we have our final presentation before we have a fairly short panel. So Paolo Manghi will explain about the RD graph and how it enhances discoverability of research outputs and data. Please go ahead, Paolo.
Hello, thank you. So I'm Paolo. I know many of you. It's a pleasure to be here. I work for OpenAir. I'm actually the CTO there, but I'm also a computer scientist. I used to be a computer scientist because after OpenAir came in. So I'm going to tell you about the RD graph, which is a development in the context of the FAIRcore for EOS project. I don't have a lot of time, right? So it's like, so this is the question, the first question I wanted to ask you. So a PID from a given PID registry will forever resolve to the same entity or expected type of entity. Think about it. There's only one question. There's only one answer possible, which is the red one. So that's easy. You get high scores in the ranking. So what's a scholarly knowledge graph? I know that many of you know about this. I'll be very quick. So the basic idea is that it's a metadata collection. It's a graph because you have nodes which represent entities like products, data, software, publication, linked to other entities of interest, authors, organizations, rates, for example. And it's built basically by collecting information, so aggregating it somehow. Where possible, deduplicating it, because the duplication is a big issue, and it also has to do with persistent identifiers. We like them so much, but there are so many. And we also enrich it. So there are many ways to enrich this stuff, AAI, full text mining, and so on. Once you define your product at the end, that's what you deliver, and can be consumed for several reasons, for discovery and especially for research assessment. And this is actually where PIDs are also very important, research assessment. Examples are up there, so there are many that you've heard about. You can all consider these collections like graphs. This is the collection, the model of the RD graph that we are building and providing to the Commission. It's also part and integrated with the EOSC European Open Science Cloud. So, as you can see, well, the model is quite intuitive, very high-level view, but you have the research products, so data, software, publications, all other stuff, connections between them, so relationships between them. We can attach several kinds of information, and this is what we did, in fact, in the FAIRcore for this project. So we attach, for example, the notion of community, we attach indicators, and we also introduced this new concept of rate. okay? And all this is possible also thanks to the persistent identifiers, which basically provide the skeleton of what we're doing. So the idea is that we first we start from the open-air graph. We collect the information from the open-air graph that goes into the European Open Science Cloud knowledge graph. And in the project, we enhanced that model and that content coming from the EOSC to build the research discovery graph, okay? And there are many other functionalities that we have added. For example, we introduced these citations, popularity, influence, research activities, communities, and also natural language processing and so on. So what kind of persistent identifiers we have? All of them. We're completely agnostic, right? So we had to create a sort of list, an ontology, which, by the way, is not clear how it is defined, but we had to define our own because there's no ontology or public ontology we're all referring to define the schemas of persistent identifiers. But as you can see, there are many out there. So deciding what is a persistent identifier or not sometimes is not that clear. So Tibor before gave a presentation on that, but in principle, anything that is reliable for an institution or for a community of researchers can be considered a persistent identifier if it's cool enough to be persistent. So what is the degree? And in some cases, we had to take a decision. For example, recently, we're working with the Netherlands to build, to enrich the graph with information about their national level organization identifiers, and we rely on the UUIDs provided by the pure systems because there's no identifiers for those in ROR or wherever else, because ROR doesn't accept them in granularity. So deciding what is in and what's out is not obvious. We have to take them all. So PID registries are very important because a lot of stuff out there does not have a persistent identifier, so just a URL that you can access. But many of the objects out there, the entities, do have it. So we tend to build on top of those. So whatever graph you're going to build will have its own foundations, own persistent identifiers. We'll try to bring them together, actually, to find the commonalities and build a graph that makes sense because it's persistent, it's consistent over time, thanks to PIDs. So this is extremely important. Resolution, for example, of persistent identifiers is another extremely important process for building SKGs because we need the metadata behind an ID. And this metadata may change, so we need from time to time refresh it, we need to clean it up. And when we collect it from different places, because different PIDs are the same, we need to duplicate it. So it's not an obvious solution. So the PID resolver that we built in, not we, but they in FAIRcode for EOSC came up as a very useful solution for that. So these are the kind of things that you may expect from a graph. So you're able to search for objects. For example, in this case, is a paper that we had written in the past. And as you can see, there are many persistent identifiers. So we needed to deduplicate it, different versions of these objects. And we could actually link it to other objects, for example, the software, the data, and from there navigate again to the effective and the actual objects of the data itself, which in turn, of course, should be relinked back. And this is all extremely important and obtained by usage of persistent identifiers. So is everything done? No. No, building an SKG is actually challenging, gives me a job because of that, because this is not working, okay? So, well, apart from retractions are known, and actually when they're well done, they're still persistent. So from a persistent identifier, you reach a point and you're told, this paper was here, is here, but it's not valid, and it's fine. But then, of course, we also have rot links, and that's a side effect of the web. So the project, the PID manager that is supposed to provide this connection between this decoupling between the world of persistent identifiers and the web, for example, has not done his job, their job in the proper way, okay? And this is common, for example, when you move to a different platform and it's really hard to migrate all the identifiers somewhere else, or even because of more stupid things, like a new port that you added to your domain, so it's whatever. So, but in many cases, this is to be handled. Then there's a sort of overuse. Oh, cool, we have all these tools that are so nice. I go to Zenodo, oh, look, in Zenodo I can upload a paper and provide my DOI. And that has a very nice side effect because you have your DOI published in an archive, like, I don't know, your Elsevier paper, and you're using the same DOI in Zenodo, right? And Zenodo, of course, does its job. So, and there's a reason why, because it's a very fancy feature. You can do it, and you can use it in many other scenarios. So Zenodo can serve as a repository for a PID entity. Okay, that's nice. But in this case, what you're doing, you're uploading again, another paper with the same persistent identifier. So SKGs collect information from different graphs with the same DOI, which resolves in one place, but there's a file for this DOI somewhere else, which is strange, is unusual. It's not the way it should be, but it's because of the many opportunities that we can build around open science services and tools. Multiple PIDs for the same object, that's the classic. So if you look at the RD graph, you will find that a paper has multiple persistent identifiers, and that's fine, but somebody has to bring them together. So the unicity about the persistent identifier somehow fails to do its proper job. It would be great when I have a persistent identifier to know which are the other ones that are connecting the same object. Same thing here, Zenodo. In the graph, we have data sources, of course, and they are entities, and we collect them from where? From different registries. So the same data source has different persistent identifiers all across the system. So in this case, we have for Zenodo one for Open Door, one from the EOSC resource sub, one for sharing, one for retrieve data. So, and these are all different persistent identifiers that are used around and effectively used in different contexts. So when you build an SKG, research assessment-wise, monitoring-wise, you need somehow to merge these persistent identifiers and bring them together. Otherwise, you disperse your information. Misuse, that's a very nice one. So that's a classic. So you have a system that is fantastic. You can create your IDs, but it's really hard to keep it under control, especially when it's open, right? So anybody can use it, and this is the case in open science. So that's a very common thing. So somebody uses ORCID IDs to define journals. So enjoy your visit to ORCID. It's great. It's a fantastic service. So we work with them to identify all these anomalies. We wrote a paper where we identified all possible misuses. It's called misuses of ORCID. We could use ORCID better, right? And this is just one example. They use it as a sort of way to gather all the publications in the same place from a journal, because they don't have a site that does that, because they want to have more visibility, because they just misuse a service. And this is a problem, again. So you cannot take for granted that everything is of the same type under the same persistent identifier. So the problem in general is that we need to have more clear policies. So we need to understand what is to be used for what, make this clear, and where possible, ensure quality control. So this is what happens, for example, when you upload a paper somewhere and you want to specify the persistent identifier of a researcher or of an organization, for example, you should be able to double check that this is really the case. Then you're misusing the ORCID IDs, then you're not specifying or referencing the wrong entities using the wrong persistent identifiers. And in the original place, be sure that what you're registering is effectively an entity that deserves that persistent identifier. And this is, in many cases, unfortunately, not the same today. So don't solve it because I need a job, so wait. But this is something that we need to work together on. Thank you.
Thanks, Paolo. So now I believe we need to go to the panel. It'll be something along the lines, as you heard this morning, like a 1-minute madness for these panel presentations, I'm afraid. Sorry to have to rush things along, but I think I don't want to stand between you and your lunch either. So I think the first runner-up is, let's see if I'm right, I think it's Wim Hugo. Yes, please go ahead.
Thanks. So just very briefly, I want to introduce this idea of findability at much finer granularity than the big five is talking about. Those are the ORCIDs, the ARCs, the ANDLs, the DOIs, the ROARs of the world, because in the knowledge base, we've now collected about 130 different persistent identifiers together with all of their characteristics. And what we should appreciate is that the elephant in the room is data interoperability. And for data interoperability to work, we need to reference things like variables and concepts and classifications with high reliability and persistence far into the future. And those identifiers are the ones where we always focus our efforts, because the big five, they're well managed. They're probably going to be there in 20 years from now. But the small identifiers is where the big issue lies, in my opinion. Thanks.
So I'm here to present the work that we've done with 7 integrated use case partners in Fair Impact project and the recommendations that they have defined through within their day-to-day work, but also when engaging with different communities. These use case partners, they represent multiple scientific domains, life sciences, earth and environmental sciences, photon and neutron. We also have a domain agnostic one with the software heritage. And so we were able to formulate altogether close to 40 recommendations across 9 categories. But this report hasn't yet been published, but it's fairly mature at this point in time, so I dare to present the recommendations we have in there, so it will be published later in the end of March. So firstly, around versioning, as you've heard being mentioned already, there goes a lot into versioning of PIDs. So developing a versioning policy of some sort or procedures around PIDs and the referenced objects that should ideally provide quite clear guidance on who is allowed to request changes, who is going to record the changes, and where are these changes going to be recorded. So there needs to be like a clear communication also in terms of the boundaries constituting a minor or a major change. Because obviously it might need some versioning action and generation of a new PID, for example. If we go to data granularity, one needs to make a conscious choice that best serves the potential of reuse. So it's quite obvious that this is the case, so you need to consider it from the reuser point of view, that whatever you sort of the data set or the record or the entities that you assigned a PID for, that it's in a reusable format and it makes sense as an entire entity of itself. Maybe I skip some of these. Sensitive data. Take a life cycle perspective on sensitive metadata issues for PIDs. So this is maybe also one of the more obvious ones. So some of these recommendations are quite straightforward, but still I hope that they will be, in the end, quite useful for the end users in terms of how to think about these things that are sometimes even quite complex. So we try to sort of keep it on a level that can serve across the different scientific domains so that it increases the usage and the impact as well in doing so. Jumping maybe to complex data citation, only to assign one PID of the same type for each unique digital object for consistency reasons. And then maybe lastly, I could mention as well that evaluating any pre-existing provenance history of custody and change, and there you should consider changing and considering how the pre-deposit provenance and history will be retained or kept and communicated. In all of these that runs through these recommendations, the provenance is obviously something that is really crucial to keep in mind, and so to recognize all the authors, because in some cases there might be hundreds or even thousands of contributors. So that is a really important note to remember. That's all for me, thanks.
So I think next is Gabriela Mejias. Is Gabriela here from DataSite?
Mike Bennett.
So it's Mike Bennett? Oh, right. You told me also. Yes, please, Mike. Oh, Sven. Okay. Lucky shot. Sven Bingert, GWDG. No, but it's not DataSite, so let's not confuse teams.
Okay, Sven Bingert, GWG, also FAIRcall for yours, of course. I would like to make a point here that findability, or to find something, you have to search first. So there's something it's a gap we don't solve yet. I think OpenAI Graph is one step to go forward, so we have a place to find. And anyway, so in order to talk about the meta-resolver, I think it was promoted quite heavily already in the earlier speeches, but let's take a workflow, an idea. So you have found a paper. Yeah? However you found it, doesn't matter. You have found a paper referenced by PID, DOI, or any other kind of. And now you have a system, or you have a machine which you can ask, please reproduce the results. So reproducibility is a concern in science. So maybe we can have a tool where you press a button before you enter a PID pointing to a publication. So the process would then start, would go downloading the paper, looking into finding other PIDs, maybe going to the graph or somewhere else, will collecting identifiers from a web page where you can find other identifiers. Then you figure out, okay, I need to have an operation which is expressed as a software, maybe found in software heritage or in SVMAS. And you have the operation, then you need identifier for a service provider where you can run this operation, and so on. So you have a multitude of different perspectives of linking things. Yeah? So we have a world of machines and humans working with linked information, not in the classical way of references in web pages, but now we have identifiers or persistent identifiers. And if you think of this service, which you put in initial one identifier, and you will have a bunch of those, you need a kind of a meta-resolver, because you will stumble over different identifier systems. Yeah? There might be an ARC in there, EUR, and there might be an ISNI or ISBN. And you should be able to say, not to interact too much with the human interface. Yeah? So it should be a machine, should be able to get all this necessary information. And this is the promise of the meta-resolver, that we are able to link and to retrieve the information which is necessary to build such kind of workflows. And reproducibility of a paper is one possible workflow. You can think of any other kind of workflows, like an AI working to analyze data and so on and so forth. So there is multiple ideas where you can actually implement or make use of a meta-resolver in a workflow system. Yeah, it is based on open source software, scalable, and so on and so forth. And the rest, I think, is given on the slide. And if any question, there's a poster up down there where you can find us, and we can discuss more in detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Let's do the next lucky one. Tibor Kalman. I'm sorry. GWC again. Very involved and very much involved in PET stuff like epics and so on. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So, looking into the future, after the past, looking into the future, I would just highlight the last points of each block. So basically, you can build up the best federation. You can build up the best web of fair data. If you don't find things in that federation, it won't fly. So that's why the PID policy is fundamental, and the future of the PID policy is fundamental for the EOSC Federation. Regarding recommendations, I would like to highlight that the governance, what was recommended, that EOSC as such adopts the PID policy exactly on the same way like many other EOSC-related policies are considered. And I would like to also highlight that when it comes to implementation, quite some help, quite some support has been already presented today and will be presented in the next session. So rely on those results because they will be available soon. From the policy point of view, we need to understand the bi-directional relation, how the policy is considered in these results, and what the policy can learn from all those results. The last point I would like to mention that there are quite some advanced technologies. From the technological point of view, they are quite advanced, but when it comes to governance and their policies, there are some homework to do. Thanks.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mike Bennett, super data site ICT guru. Yes, yes.
But we'll see. Okay. Oh, the timer says -1 minute. Okay. I will embrace the 30-second challenge and tell you very quickly about the work we've done on the EOSC PID graph during the life cycle of the FAIR Call for EOSC project. The goal of the PID graph is to increase the discoverability of research outputs by leveraging the fact that when you have PIDs, you don't have to bother with disambiguation, mostly. We'll get back to this. But what we've done in an effort to increase this is we've brought in as many new objects linking PIDs as we can. So during the life cycle of FAIRcall for EOSC, the PID graph has brought in 50 million new DOIs. This is DOIs registered with DataCite and DOIs registered with other registration agencies that have links into the existing content in the graph. But we also have linked out 400 million new vertices in the PID graph. So this is PID-to-PID links from all sorts of research outputs, including also then to authors, to institutions via RAW. I've been working with, I'd like to highlight the fantastic work of Maxence and Shiraz from the ZB Math team that we're bringing in now also starting very soon. Links to the persistence identifiers used in the mathematics domain. And all of these now become available through data dumps and APIs. The data dumps are there now so you can meet many use cases, including bootstrapping whole systems. So some of Paolo's team at OpenAir are using these to bring in all of the metadata from DataCite DOIs and other stuff into the OpenAir systems, including into the research discovery graph, and also for targeted analysis and data enhancement. So the research.fi team have been using some of the PID graph outputs to improve the metadata in their national systems. There we go. There's a 30-second overview of what we've been doing. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So now I would ideally see a lot of input into the Mentimeter that was presented in the beginning of the session. Can we please take a look at the results? Let's see. Oh, that doesn't look. Oh. Really? Okay, let's not do that. But I have one additional request for you. As you can see, I have this green sticker on my badge. It says, I will keep my ORCID up to date. So if you promise to do that. Okay, now we have it. All right, that's great. Let's see. Those are questions, yeah. So I think due to the interest of time, I mean, we should maybe offline try to respond to these questions in one way or the other. I don't think we can do it now and here. But great to see questions, if nothing else. But if you promise to update your ORCID ID within the near future, if it's not in great shape now, then you can also take a sticker. It doesn't have to be in perfect shape currently. So that's my message. I think those stickers are found downstairs. So thank you a lot for your attention and yeah, enjoy.
Before you leave, I call back the speakers of the session. We're going to have a picture all together with you all. And while the others can slowly approach the Taste of Holland room downstairs for lunch, and then for the marketplace pictures again.
love you, I could be anything you want of me. And in the darkness of the night, baby, let me be your light. I could love you, I could be anything you want of me. And in the darkness of the night, baby, let me be your light. I could love you, I could be anything you want of me. And in the darkness of the night, baby, let me be your light. I could love you, I could be anything you want of me. And in the darkness of the night, baby, let me be your light, be your light, be your light. Oh, I could be your light.
Your sunshine, your sunshine, your sunshine, shining down on me. Your sunshine, your sunshine, your sunshine, shining down on me. Your sunshine, your sunshine, your sunshine, shining down on me. Yes, your love is so high, you fill my heart with a joy. You are everything now that I've found you. I just want you to know there's nothing I wouldn't do. You are everything now that I've found you. My precious remedy, take all my pain away. I built this chemistry, loving on you. You switch my world around, I feel this way. My feet don't touch the ground, loving on you. Yes, your love is so high, you fill my heart with a joy. You are everything now that I've found you. I just want you to know there's nothing I wouldn't do. You are everything now that I've found you. Sunshine, your sunshine, your sunshine, shining down on me. Oh, your sunshine, oh, your sunshine, oh, your sunshine, shining down on me. I just feel this way. Go around hoping that you feel the same. Feels so good to be the one who's holding you, holding my sunshine. Yeah, your sunshine, your sunshine, your sunshine, shining down on me. Oh, your sunshine, oh, your sunshine, oh, your sunshine, shining down on me. Your sunshine, your sunshine, your sunshine, shining down on me. Oh, your sunshine, oh, your sunshine, your sunshine, shining down on me. Yes, your love is so high, you fill my heart with a joy. You are everything now that I've found
Baby, go low, go down, bust it. Baby, jij bent sexy, mommy, fucking amazing. Baby, go low, go down, bust it. Baby, jij bent sexy, mommy, fucking amazing. Don't mind wat ze zeggen, shawty, they don't know. Don't mind, live life, shawty, they don't know. The club back from the front to the back. Shawty, hoe jij move, mama gek. Ik zeg je baby. Spend my money on you. All my money on you. Oh baby. Shawty, my eyes on you. Tell me what you want to do. Baby, go low, go down, bust it. Baby, jij bent sexy. Mommy, fucking amazing. Baby, go low, go down, bust it. Baby, jij bent sexy. Mommy, fucking amazing. Shawty, I don't care, ja, ze praten shit. Shawty, mind your step, kom we gaan voor dit. Ik hoor wat jij zegt, ook al vraag je niks. Ik wil dat je bij me bent, dat je aan me zit. Life is better with your girls, I know. Life forever, ja, ik wil dit ook. Wij gaan lekker, dit is heel die mo. Wil go low, come and wine slow, yeah. Life het zeggen, je zit in me hoofd. Wij gaan verder, yeah, we still on road. Kijk eens met een girl, chill, ik blow. Wil go low, come and wine slow, baby, go low, go down, bust it. Baby, jij bent sexy. Mommy, fucking amazing. Baby, go low, go down, bust it. Baby, jij bent sexy. Mommy, fucking amazing. I don't know what you've been told, but time is running out, no need to take it slow. I'm stepping to you toe to toe. I should be scared, honey, maybe so, but I ain't worried about it right now. Keeping dreams alive, 1999 heroes. I ain't worried about it right now. Swimming in the floods, dancing on the clouds below. I ain't worried about it. I don't know what you've been told, but time is running out, so spend it like it's gold. I'm living like I'm not zeros. Got no regrets even when I'm broke. Yeah, I'm at my best when I got something I'm wanting to steal. They're too busy for them problems and problems to feel. Yeah, yeah, no stressing, just obsessing with sealing the deal. I take it in and let it go, but I ain't worried about it right now. Keeping dreams alive, 1999 heroes. I ain't worried about it right now. Swimming in the floods, dancing on the clouds below. I ain't worried about it. I ain't worried about it right now. Keeping dreams alive, 1999 heroes. I ain't worried about it right now. Swimming in the floods, dancing on the clouds below. I ain't worried about it. I ain't worried about it. I ain't worried about it.
Feel buried alive. This city is at tight. Suffocating, lonely in the crowd. I'm surrounded by all the screens of their lives, screaming into space to drown them out. I fell down so low, found nowhere to go. down tonight. Yeah, it's taken time to realize, but I'm coming home, I'm coming back down tonight. I'm coming home, I'm coming back down tonight. I'm coming home, I'm coming back down tonight.
I'm on my knees, I'm begging you, don't break the heart that's loving you. I'm sitting here in this lonely room. No, there's nothing left, it's only me and you. Holding on to heaven, but the heavens closed down on me. Nothing lasts forever, nothing goes to plan. Don't you lose your grip, be letting go of my hand. 'Cause every single second is a second that we can't get back. Here we go, going cold in the silence. Never know till you hear all the sirens. I should go, but if this is the end of the line, then hold me close, and we can lay here one last time. Don't slip away, leave me behind. I'm on my knees, I'm begging you, don't break the heart that's loving you. Try my best, not being brave, but this is more than I can take. I'm on my knees, I'm begging you, don't break the heart that's loving you. 1 minute you're here, then you're gone the next. Turning into strangers like we never met. Counting every blessing like a lesson that you told me. Here we go, going cold in the silence. Never know till you hear all the sirens. I should go, but if this is the end of the line, then hold me close, and we can lay here one last time. Don't slip away, leave me behind. I'm on my knees, I'm begging you, don't break the heart that's loving you. Try my best, not being brave, but this is more than I can take. I'm on my knees, I'm begging you, don't break the heart that's loving you. It's loving you. It's loving you. It's loving you. Don't break the heart that's loving you. Here we go, going cold in the silence. Never know till you hear all the sirens. I should go, but if this is the end of the line, then hold me close, and we can lay here one last time. Don't slip away, leave me behind. I'm on my knees, I'm begging you, don't break the heart that's loving you. Try my best, not being brave, but this is more than I can take. I'm on my knees, I'm begging you, don't break the heart that's loving you. I'm sitting here in this lonely room. No, there's nothing left, it's only me and you. Holding on to heaven, but the heavens closed down on me.
Another banger, baby, calm down, calm down. Yo, this your body, it puts in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, downside, say make her rest more. As me I wake up, now she did my mind don't walk. Day one, day two, one of you focus. Now so me I go down, say make we link go walk. As I start to the tell her, you know my heart it is. Baby girl, if you leave me, I don't go love again. Because you get many girls we put my heart for bed. Baby, you feel my pain. Baby, calm down. Yo, this your body, it puts in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom. If I tell you, say I love you, you know they for me, young girl, oh young girl. No, tell me no, oh, baby, come give me your lo. You got me like whoa. Shawty, come give me your lo.
We could tonight from a dream, black and white, to a life in multicolor. Polarized lights flashing open my eyes to a world that's undiscovered. I see you, I see me like a lost memory that's appearing out of the blue. All is new that I see, now I truly perceive there is more than I ever best, maar je vriendje is vervelend. Het maakt je boos, maar het lijkt hem niks te schelen. Nee. Waarom blijf je toch bij deze gozer? Was jij bij mij, dan had ik alles voor je over. Het maakt me boos, kan mijn ogen niet geloven. Kom maar met mij mee, ik maak je blij, babe. Hij is maar doorsnee, daar ben ik klaar mee. Wit of een roze, we nemen een off day. Ik ga jou vertellen dat het anders kan. Ga met me mee naar Amsterdam. We boeken een suite aan de overkant. Vanavond is van jou. Ik ga jou vertellen dat het anders moet. Kom maar bij mij, dan zit het altijd goed. Je vriendje die weet niet hoe die zaken doet. Vanavond is van jou. Oh baby, ja, vanavond is van jou. Ik kijk je aan, je lijkt me te begrijpen. Ik loop langs en zeg sorry, pik, het spijt me. Je pakt mijn hand en we rennen snel die trein in, die andere trein in. Kom maar met mij mee, ik maak je blij, babe. Hij is maar doorsnee, daar ben je klaar mee. Wit of een roze, we nemen een off day. Ik ga jou vertellen dat het anders kan. Ga met me mee naar Amsterdam. We boeken een suite aan de overkant. Vanavond is van jou. Ik ga jou vertellen dat het anders moet. Kom maar bij mij, dan zit het altijd goed. Je vriendje die weet niet hoe die zaken doet. Vanavond is van jou. Oh baby, ja, vanavond is van jou. Neem je mee naar, neem je mee naar, neem je mee naar Amsterdam. Ik neem je mee naar Amsterdam. Ik neem je mee naar, neem je mee naar, neem je mee naar Amsterdam. Ik neem je mee naar Amsterdam. Ik ga jou vertellen dat het anders kan. Ga met me mee naar Amsterdam. We boeken een suite aan de overkant. Vanavond is van jou. Ik ga jou vertellen dat het anders kan. Ga met me mee naar Amsterdam. We boeken een suite aan de overkant. Vanavond is van jou. Ik ga jou vertellen dat het anders kan. Kom maar bij mij, dan zit het altijd goed. Je vriendje die weet niet hoe die zaken doet. Vanavond is van jou. Oh baby, ja, vanavond is van jou.
Hey, how are you? Did you see the news today? It's been getting crazy, but it's always been that way. Are you holding up? And do you turn off your TV when it makes you worry before you fall asleep? Don't let it bring you down. Don't let it bring you down. Just see what tomorrow brings. Don't let it bring you down. Don't let it bring you down. Make it a memory. Make it a memory.
I know it's quiet and the days are dragging on. Do you go outside? Life is lighter in the sun. And just live it up. Buy yourself a new guitar. A couple melodies will get you pretty far.
Don't let it bring you down. Don't let it bring you down. You see what tomorrow brings. Don't let it bring you down. Don't let it bring you down. Make it a memory. Make it a memory.
Make it brighter than it's ever
see what tomorrow brings. Don't let it bring you down. Don't let it bring you down. Make it a memory. Make it a memory.
Make it a memory.
You know what? Lucas and Steve, Black Street, no diggity, no doubt. Sure to get down, good lord. Baby got 'em open all over town. Strictly bitch, you don't play around. Cover much ground, got game by the pound. Getting paid is a forte, each and every day. True play away, I can't get her out of my mind. I think about the girl all the time. East side to the west side, pushing back rise, but no surprise. She got tricks in the stash, stacking up the cash, fast when it comes to the gas. By no means average, she's on when she's got the habit. Baby, you're a perfect 10, I wanna get in. Can I get down so I can win? I like the way you work it, 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 work it. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. Bag it up. Yeah. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. Hey yo, that girl looks good. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Hey yo, that girl looks good. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Play yo. She's got class and style, street knowledge by the pound. But baby never act wild, very low key on the profile. Catching feelings is a no. Let me tell you how it goes. Herbs the word, spins the verb. Levels it curves so frequent to her. Rolling with the fatness, you don't even know what the half is. You've gotta pay to play, just to show the bank man to look your way. I like the way you work it, Trump tight all day, every day. You're blowing my mind, maybe in time, baby I'll get you in my ride.
Girl, you got it going on.
I like the way you work it, work it, work it, work it, work it. I like the way you work it, work it, work it, work it, work it, work it, work it. I like the way you work. I like the way you work it, work it, work it. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it.
didn't change my name for good luck, it just happened to be mine. Didn't ask for any reason or any of your time. I don't need your advertising, I don't seek for diamond eyes. I don't fit in your perfection, I don't fit into your life. But to you, my darling, for you I would truly sing. For you, my crazy babe, I would do just anything just to get close to you. The other night you made me dance, but now I act insane. I try to find a reason, and I try not to be strange. And I think that is funny, 'cause I'm nowhere near like you. You made of me a villain, oh, but maybe that's more true. And I'm searching for my pride again, as I'm hunting for your eyes again. But you're nowhere to be found tonight. Still I wait in every morning light. So until that day is mine, so is it me, the one who's out of sight? Am I running out of time? Do you want to see me present, yet they guide you through the night? Is your vision to be safe and told that everything's alright? And the whole goddamn world knows about the danger of this tide. Well then I will come back for you. Yes, I will come back to you, knowing you would walk away, knowing you would walk away. So until that day is mine, and then you might not will remember me or act like you're surprised when everyone's surrounding you. But darling, that don't mind. Just turn around and look at me. When you pass me in the aisle, I still hold 1,000 doors for you, just to talk to you so I could get close to you. And why won't you see me through, knowing I would never leave, knowing I would never leave. So until that day is mine, darling, I would wait for you, I would wait for you, I would wait for you. And why won't you see me through? I would wait for you, darling, I would wait for you, my love. My love, why won't you see me through? Darling, I would wait for you.
a telescope, I have it pointed at the moon. We watch the shadows turn, we see them drifting out of view. In slow motion we move. We have nothing to prove. There is a fire burning, I have to go and put it out. The bad guy is escaping, won't you come and help me out? In slow motion we move. We have nothing to prove. And all we know will dissolve. Like smoke, it rises up into the dark. My mind is opened up, my heart is ready to explode. The dull and dusty strings on my guitar are ready to ring out. I'm ready to breathe in and breathe out.
Waking up by the phone, counting seconds till you come home. And our love is aging, still in all the right places. Can't fight this feeling that we're heading somewhere. Don't stop believing. We're enough to believe in. So hold on. When you go through, hold on. What we've been through, hold on. Take a look at how we grew, hold on. We'll never break, hold on. Whatever we do, hold on. We got nothing to prove, hold on. Might sound crazy, but hold on. In the end, we'll be fine if we hold on. then nothing can break us, gripping tight to the bonds that make us. Keep the faith that nothing can break us. Don't stop. Hold on. Whatever we do, we got nothing to prove. Nights sound crazy, we'll be fine. Get what you give. Get what you give. In the end, we'll be fine if we hold on.
Wasn't gonna go out, I was gonna stay in. Another Friday night on my own. Then I started drinking, my phone it started ringing. I got my shit and walked out the door. Oh, every time you cross my mind, I get stupid. Whoa, yeah. Don't overthink it, just finish up your drink and surround me, surround me.
it's you, yeah, it's you. Came on with the force of life, that's what you did. You opened my eyes, and I'll never be the same again. You opened my eyes. You're like a big wave coming on strong. Ain't never seen nothing like you in all so long. I wanna thank you for letting me know what it feels like to have love from the head down to my toes. A big wave coming on strong. Oh, love, love.
second someone mentioned you were all alone, I could feel the trouble coursing through your veins. Now I know it's got a hold. Just a phone call left unanswered had me sparking now. These cigarettes won't stop me wondering where you are. Don't let go, keep a hold. If you look into the distance, there's a house upon the hill, guiding like a lighthouse. It's a place where you'll be safe to feel our grace, 'cause we've all made mistakes. If you've lost your way, yeah, I will leave the light on. Tell me what's been happening, what's been on your mind. Lately you've been searching for a darker place to hide. That's alright, but if you carry on abusing, you'll be robbed from us. I refuse to lose another friend to drugs. Just come home, don't let go. If you look into the distance, there's a house upon the hill, guiding like a lighthouse. It's a place where you'll be safe to feel our grace, 'cause we've all made mistakes. If you've lost your way, I will leave the light on. I will leave the light on, 'cause I will leave the light on.
Life's like a dance, there's no second chance when you drop and fall down on your ass. The judge, of course, has no remorse. Turns out you are not the best, but you almost made it. You almost got out alright, almost made it. You almost got out alive. Nothing's supposed to be like those old days. Our memories must suffice. One day we die, most days we don't. Let's drag life by the hair, and we almost made it. We almost got out alright, almost made it. We almost got out alive. One thing is true, if it's not for you, then I'd care for nothing at all. You can't go wrong if you stay headstrong, do things you want. Oh, you've almost made it, and you almost got out alright, almost made it.
was singing about September when you walked across the boardwalk to that smoky bar. And I'd been singing for the last 6 nights, and I couldn't barely talk to tell you just how pretty you were. But you were as pretty as a preacher's wife on Sunday. I was useless like a church bell on a Friday night. And I felt like a tragedy, all dressed in dirty clothes, when you walked out before I could say how. When you stopped in and the world stopped spinning, I gotta let you know just how I've become an artist and how things fall apart. It's the only thing I know. Would you just stay? We can just stay. We can just stay. Would you just stay? Spent the whole next night on the telephone. We were both alone, just waiting on a change. And I remember I felt as suave as a prom date, 15 minutes late in a rented suit in his mother's car. The next night was a Monday and you came over to my house. We ought to talked about anything, but it never got quiet till we kissed our first mini, and the clock hands took a reprieve from the round-the-clock labor of their day-to-day. 'Cause when you stopped in and the world stopped spinning, I gotta let you know that I know it will. I don't know when, and time will matter again, but I don't wanna let you go. Won't you just stay? Would you just stay? We can just lay. We can just lay. I was thinking I'd swing by sometime around midnight, turn my headlights off and I get near. And let's say you and me, we get the hell out of this town, 'cause we're the only thing to ever happen here. And I got $50 if we ride when the winter's down, and I'll screen my smokes, I think we'll make it into Georgia. We'll improvise from there, and everybody knows from here that you can't go to hell without passing through Atlanta first. I'll find a dead-end job, I'll try to write a dead-end song, just thoughtless enough to make the radio. And we'll drink wine like water as if we had a sorrow to drown. If that don't work, it's alright, baby, we can just stay. We can just stay. 'Cause when you stopped in and the world stopped spinning, I gotta let you know just how I've become an artist and how things fall apart. It's the only thing I know. Won't you just stay? We can just stay. We can just lay. We can just lay. We can just stay. We can just stay. Singing about September when you walked across the boardwalk to that smoky bar.
I wasn't looking for you when we met, but you caught my eye and then you took my breath away. That summer dress and your auburn hair, but we don't see much of your kind around here. You started walking in my direction, never looking down, never breaking the eye connection. Pulled me on the floor, you hid my full attention, and we moved our feet to the sound of the music, babe. Come on, come on. You don't dance the same as everyone does. You're the drug that I can't get enough of. it's not the same as it ever was. No, oh baby, come on, you don't dance the same as everyone. When Cupid shoots his arrows, oh, he doesn't always aim. People on the straight and narrow seem to wander now and then. Does your God really give a damn? Does your God really give a damn? Does it make me less of a man being who I am? You can't fight how the heart is. I'd rather make it on my own. From the mouth of my own mama, she said, you can never come back home. Does your God have me on the run? Does he not take everyone? Does it make me less see a son loving who I love? We've explored the darkest oceans. We can count the galaxies. When I act on my emotions, will the sky rain down on me? When the sun comes up tomorrow on our side of history, will the higher love that we know hold a light to those beliefs? Does your God really give a damn? Does your God really give a damn? Does it make her less of a woman? Does it make him less of a man? Does your God really give a damn? Does your God really give a damn? Does it make her less of a woman? Does it make him less of a man? Does your God really give a damn? Does your God really give a damn? Does it make her less of a woman? Does it make him less of a man? Does your God really give a damn? Does your God really give a damn? Does it make me less of a man being who I am? Being who I am. I see your face on every corner of the street. You look so friendly, so very sweet. On TV and in every magazine, I know so much about you, but you don't know nothing about me. If there was a possibility to sit down for a while, enjoy each other's company, would you listen, would you try to understand?
you mean the world to me. And I could love you forever if you would only let me in. And we would be perfect together. But you don't even know my name. First time I can feel my heartbeat. You're all I need. But to you I'm just a face in the crowd. I hope one day I got my feet back on the ground. And I could love you forever if you would only let me in. I could love you forever if you would only let me in. We would be perfect together. But you don't even know my name.
Princess, young and wise you are, getting ready to be a star. But you already are to me. Keep you safe, guard the door for you. I'll protect you from the fools and the crazy things you one day might do. All in good time. All in good time. All in good time. If it turns out you're just like me, count to 10, baby, 1, 2, 3. But if you're stronger, then you'll run. Help the weak when they need a save. Stay safe when the wind is weak. Without you, I'm nothing, I am no one. All in good time. All in good time. Yeah, all in good time.
princess, young and wise you are, getting ready to be a star. You'll always be a star to me. Daydreamer, I shine my shoes.
It was right there in front of me, screaming loud. I didn't wanna see. He scooped his eyes, crashed down on me, trying to use me up, but I never had a Midas touch. You wanna chew me up, but I never gonna lose the love. So I cut loose violently. But when you name your price, it only heightens. I never believed what you sold to me. It's wrong, I know it's wrong, I know it's wrong. But if I you all, you're only frightened. You wanna chew me up, but I'm never gonna lose the Maybe you don't have the right to define me, and maybe you don't have the dime to entice me. Might is what we do. We play the game by different rules. Maybe you should waste your life instead of mine, instead of mine, instead of mine. You wanna chew me up, but I'm never gonna lose the love. But if I you all, you're only frightened.
Speak your piece, man, but you make it quick. Why can't we just all run and hide from all of this? 'Cause for all my planning, I'ma stay within. Why can't you open up and try to let me in? 'Cause I'm feeling like I'm out of hell. Then you come complicate things when I'm doing well. 'Cause it only the finest for you, girl. No, you never used to mind us like before. Oh no, I can't say anything. You're keeping me under wraps. Am I really bad? That embarrassing that you're keeping me under wraps.
you come complicate things when I'm doing well. Cause it only the finest for you, girl. No, you never used to mind us like before. I can't say anything. You're keeping me under wraps. Am I really bad? Embarrassing. Cause you're keeping me under wraps.
You shut me down, you lack the control. You speak to me like I'm a child. Try to hold it down, I know the answer. No, I can shake it off and you feel threatened by me. I try to play it nice, but don't kill my vibe. Don't break my stride. You think you're so important to me, don't you? But I want you to know that I don't belong here. You think you're so important to me, don't you? Don't kill my vibe. You love to tear me down, you pick me apart, then build me up like I depend on you. No, but I throw myself from heights that used to scare me. Guess you're surprised I'm the puzzle you can't figure out. I try to play it nice, but don't kill my vibe. Don't break my stride. I try to play it nice, but think you're so important to me, don't you? But I want you to know that I don't belong here. Think you're so important to me, don't you? Don't kill my vibe. Say I'm young, I don't care, I won't quit, no, no, no. Say I'm young, I don't care, I won't quit, no, no, no. No, you're acting like you heard me, but I'm not even listening. Hey, now, acting like you heard me, but I'm not even listening. Don't kill my vibe, no. Don't kill my vibe, no. I try to play it nice, but don't kill my vibe. Don't break my stride. I try to play it nice, but think you're so important to me, don't you? Hey, but I want you to know that I don't belong here. Think you're so important to me, don't you? Don't kill my vibe.
Can I get love? Can I get love? Can I get love? Can I get love from you? Can I get love? Can I get love? Can I get love? Can I get love from you? There'll always be a deeper connection between us. And I don't wanna ever lose touch of that. Are we deep enough? Are we strong enough? Do we love enough? Do we feel enough? Have we both had enough? Have we always been enough? You've been heating up while I've been cooling down. The only way is up. To turn our love around. Can I get love? Can I get love? Can I get love? Can I get love from you? Can I get love? Can I get love? Can I get love? Can I get love from you? Are you ready to make a move like that? Everything you want and you throw it right back.
This was never the way I planned, not my intention. I got so brave, drink in hand, lost my discretion. It's not what I'm used to. Just wanna try you on. I'm curious for you. Caught my attention. I kissed a girl and I liked it. The taste of her cherry chapstick. I kissed a girl just to try it. I hope my boyfriend don't mind it. It felt so wrong, it felt so right. Don't mean I'm in love tonight. I kissed a girl and I liked it. I liked it. No, I don't even know your name. It doesn't matter. You're my experimental game. Just human nature. It's not what good girls do. Not how they should behave. My head gets so confused. Hard to obey. I kissed a girl and I liked it. The taste of her cherry chapstick. I kissed a girl just to try it. I hope my boyfriend don't mind it. It felt so wrong, it felt so right. Don't mean I'm in love tonight. I kissed a girl and I liked it. I liked it.
We'll see, thanks.
We're 1,000 miles from comfort. We have traveled
It's right there.
land and sea. But as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would away forever, exalted in the sea. As long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. Knowing the little heart, you can't shame me. When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. No, 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 no place I'd rather be. We stay down.
Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. Ah, maybe we're gonna start in advance.
We could. It's settling down.
Well, I think we have enough people in the room maybe to get things starting. It's okay, I'll manage. Yeah. You know, tall people always need the mic to be. Okay, how you guys feel good after coffee, all those talks in the marketplace, and good food? Okay. Well, I'm just
I'm just saving a couple of minutes while we are waiting for Hervé, of course. Here he is. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for being back. My name is Clement. I have introduced myself already a couple of times. My colleague Jonas is with me. I'm representing Fair Impact, Jonas representing FAIRcore for EOSC. So our two projects are here on the table to drive the next session that we have called A for accessibility. So we are moving on into the acronym. And we're going to talk about the use of semantics, semantic artifact, a term that we have used a few minutes ago in the marketplace. But overall, the topic is to focus on the use of semantics, ontologies, metadata, and all of that already relates to EOSC. So I got that to move on the slides. So this is our agenda. We have Carl Goebel giving us a little keynote on putting us our letter into perspective today. Then we're going to have results presented by the project, 10 minutes short talk. Let's try to make them 10 minutes. I'm giving one of them, so I'm particularly worried about this one. But then we'll keep the question on those talks toward the end, ask the people to sit down with us, and we have this panel where I have prepared a few questions. I'll take a few questions from the crowd. We'll take a few questions from the crowd and also from people online. So this is a good reminder that for all of the sessions, including ours, and the panel will include some of the people that have talked and others that haven't. That the idea was also, so if you have questions for the ones that are not in the panel, I mean, we have breaks, you manage. Huh? So yes, just a reminder on the fact that we can also engage with people online using Menti. Should be the same code, I think. I just put it in my computer again. So people online, please use that. People in the room, if you're shy, also use that. We'll try to get to the question there as much as we can. Well, I just have a couple of introduction slides just to say that the work we are doing. I mean, I have two slides. Jonas will say a word also on that, but the goal of the session was really, so that's the same slide. But the goal of the session was, transformative contribution of Fair Impact and FAIRcore for EOSC project to advancing the FAIR principle in the domain of semantics, metadata, ontologies, mapping, the use of semantics for research software also, and that was our goal for our session today. So to address this goal, we are building on top and presenting you some of the results we have done in the context of Work Package 4 in Fair Impact, on which I'm going to say a word. Not necessarily on this slide, that if you've been really in the marketplace, that's the third time you see. But indeed, we were concerned into building a framework for dealing with different aspects of semantic artifacts. Semantic artifact being taken as a term, overarching term for ontologies, thesaurus, vocabularies, terminologies. Depending on communities, the terms are different, but what we want is to capture a word, to capture that expression, the fact that people are building those artifacts to capture the knowledge that they want to put in their domain, in their data. And we have studied in Fair Impact multiple aspects of semantic artifacts, their governance, the fact of building them, fair by design, the fact of assessing their level of fairness, so if they were not designed fair, how fair they are actually. We're also working with mappings, you're going to see results about that, working on their governance at the community level, and with the vision of taking something that works in a community and then bring that to another community. That was very Fair Impact's vision. So well, I hope the presentation of this slide was actually better now. And our focus on doing that job of taking those fair enabling practice and taking them across communities and taking those objects and the things that work on a research object, make it work on another research object. Or objects where semantic artifact, their mappings at crosswalks, and research software that we also use as a laboratory to actually implement metadata for research software. And our driving use cases were also those ones. Jonas, you want to say just a word on related to... Yeah, a couple of words from the FAIRcore for EOSC project. So this session will focus on what we've been doing related to mappings, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to say that the tools, the 9+1 tools being developed in the FAIRcore for EOSC are essential part of availability, accessibility, and stability of those services are either directly or indirectly related to the accessibility of the research data. So that was a comment. And now we can start. We are only 5 seconds. Yeah, we're good. So are you calling Carol or are you doing it? Let's call Carol. Carol Goebel has accepted to give us a keynote there. She's of the University of Manchester. You may have known her, and you may have seen her already on the stage today. And Carol was very much involved in Fair Impact and also in FAIRcore for EOSC, so that's why she's kind of doing that connection role. And before all of that, in the realm of semantics and all of that experience. So I think she will do a great role in putting in perspective our dimension. So thanks, Carol, for being there. And I should be able to move the slides a little bit up to bring them to your talk now. That was not mine. You guys saw? Yeah, that's Carol, and I'll come back to mine after that. Carol, the button is yours.
Okay,
and
thank you very much. Thank you. So, oh, crikey, your tool. Yeah. There we are. Okay, so I'm going to talk about I've got the wrong glasses. I'm old, so I can't see the glasses with my glasses, the screen or whatever. So I'll make it up. Anyway, so this is A is for access, which is, by the way, not just about protocols. So I was asked to give this talk to introduce this session, and the reason is because nobody else wanted to do it. And that's because access, people said to me, oh, that's really boring. That's just protocols, and that's the boring one. That's a hard one to talk about. Well, they're wrong, because accessibility is the most important part of FAIR. Because without access to the object, does the object even exist? If there's no object archives, what do we even have to access? F, which we heard about earlier, serves A, because if you found it, but you can't access it, well, what's the point? You need to know how to access something, and you need to know, can you access it? I and R depend upon access. There's reuse is in the R section of the FAIR principles. It's fairly arbitrary, to be honest. I was one of the authors of the FAIR principles, so I know they were done over a drink in the pub, which is why some of it's a bit weird. But anyway, but less than 50% of their researchers that we've recently surveyed in a PhD student survey actually license their software or their data. So even if you found it, you couldn't use it, and it's moot whether you could access it. So no license, no access. So what I wanted to do, first of all, is talk a little bit about A. Then I'm going to talk about 3 areas about access using metadata, access to metadata, and accessing software semantic artifacts. So the refresher is access is to the object and the metadata of the object. Retrieve, not resolve by PID. So if you actually read the principles, it's not about resolution giving a PID, it's about retrieving giving a PID. That's a subtly different thing that Mark Wilkinson really wanted me to tell you. So it's always, metadata always, object maybe, but the metadata always. The protocols are all open and free and implementable and standardized, and that means programmatic, not programmatic. It means you can't just click on it and then download it. It means you have to be able to programmatically access it, and that means that with standard APIs and HTTP and so on. And then restrictions, because FAIR is not the same as open. We need authentication and authorization because there may be areas where the object is in fact shielded. And so that's the first one I want to talk about, is access using metadata. So gatekeeping is really important. So I'm actually involved in a lot of health data in the UK, and there we're using metadata in order to be able to ask, can you access this object, using things like the data use ontology, the open digital rights language, the 5 safes RO crates, which 5 safes is a mechanism of thinking about who is allowed to see what and when and for what reason in health data in the UK. And so this is metadata describing the user and the object, metadata for tracking and monitoring the provenance and accessing the audit, and for disclosure control. So if something is leaving a database, then are you allowed to see it? And the formatting's still gone bizarre in this, never mind. The next is access to metadata. So it's remarkably difficult to actually find metadata in order to be able to test FAIR metrics, for example. Fair assessment can only happen if you can actually access the metadata to do the assessment. And that means looking up an object's metadata using, for example, web protocols. And that's what signposting does. And in Fair Impact, we ran a call where an open call where people could contribute to be able to be paid to participate in adding fair signposting to their databases. And there were around 14 organizations that participated in that, including Dataverse and all these nice, fine icons. So this is how do I actually programmatically navigate to get to the metadata. There's also access to the metadata by services and forever. I mentioned that the metadata has to be accessible forever. So in this particular scenario, we're using FAIR, Webby FAIR digital objects. You may have heard me talk about that a bit earlier. And we want to move metadata that's pointing to other objects in other repositories between services. So we have something like Workflow Hub, which is a workflow registry that points to workflows in GitHub. We can use a FAIR digital object to migrate the metadata, but not the actual code, to Zenodo. Zenodo can still point to those things in GitHub, because it's a metadata object that's moving. It's not a data object that's moving. And we can also move those metadata objects between Zenodo and Dataverse. So this is an example of metadata being moved around services in a systematic kind of way. So that's another kind of access. This is also important for things like rescue. So this is a lifeboat. Who would get on a boat that didn't have a lifeboat on it? Nobody, right? But you're all putting data into your databases, and what happens when that database goes? So you need a lifeboat. And so this is also a mechanism for lifeboats. You can rescue and access the metadata by depositing it somewhere else, even if you can't get the object itself. So everything we do has to think about, we have to think about lifeboats. And then this third area is accessing semantic artifacts, which is the particular focus of today's talk. So what is a semantic artifact? And Clement said to me, you can't go into details about this because we'll be here all day. So here's my take. So it's concepts for which we define what we mean. So this is an example from AgriPortal of the chemical role. It has it's an ontology of terms. They're called vocabularies or terminologies or code lists and so on. And it has a URL at the top, as you can see, about what the chemical role is and the description. Then there's the metadata schema. So this is what you're describing about, in this case, the actual ontology as an artifact, as a data artifact, as it were. But it could be a database, or it could be any kind of, or it could be software record. And this is what the properties are that use those defined terms in order to be able to describe the object. And these are standardized descriptions. And then the third one is mappings. And this is mapping a different ontology term, like chemical role here, in one ontology to another ontology. So these are the three big concepts that we really have in a semantic world. In fair sharing, if you look at the terminologies, there are 812 terminologies and 950 schemas. So that gives you some sort of idea of the scale. And I mentioned there ontology mappings, but this is also important around schema crosswalks and concept mappings. So here, this is a call out to Moran, who will be speaking later on. In the Code Meta project that she's really one of the leaders in, we're describing software using metadata, but then there's a ton of different crosswalks to other metadata schemas that also describe software. This is because you're not living in a greenfield site. There's a whole bunch of different schemas. So these crosswalks are really fundamental to what we're doing. And we heard a little bit by Jonas, actually gave a great demo of crosswalking activity. So the key thing here is that an EOSC FAIR Federation is actually an exercise in adaptable metadata crosswalking. That's what it is. Because without all this crosswalking, you're not going to get anywhere. because we have so many different metadata descriptions and so many interactions. I'm working on the fact I'm doing a 15-minute talk, by the way, just to not panic, Clement. Yeah, sorry. So the semantic artifacts also have to be fair, and that includes, of course, access, because the A in fair is access. So already Clement has mentioned the OFAIR Ontology Fairness Evaluator. No doubt by the end of the day, it will be mentioned at least 4 more times, just to make sure that you all know about it. But here, the FAIR principles apply equally to all the vocabularies, and they apply to the schemas as well, and they apply to the mappings as well. So it's kind of almost fractal. If you're a computer person, this is called turtles all the way down. If you're a Terry Pratchett reader, you'll know what that means. Who reads Terry Pratchett? Good people. Right, there you go. We're amongst geeks. Excellent. So the metadata here has to always be retrievable, always and forever, even if the object isn't. I've said that. So does that mean that semantic artifacts and all their versions used in the metadata also have to be retrievable forever? It kind of might do, or it kind of might not. But it's an important point, because actually what we're building is a complex set of layered semantic artifact web that is a dynamic living thing. So we have concepts, which have the terms that are used in the schemas, which are used to describe the objects, right? So that's the object annotation. And we have mappings between all of these. We have mappings between the ontologies. We have ontologies using other ontologies in themselves. We have schema mappings, as I've just shown there for code meta. And then all of these are used to then annotate actual data, to actually curate data, to curate software, to create different kinds of data sets and objects. Because these semantics that I've mentioned, they are just servants. They are servants of curation. You don't build an ontology for the sake of building ontologies. Believe me, I'm an ontologist from my old days, and that's the last thing you want to do, is build one just for the sheer theory of it. I know there are some people who like to do that, and God bless them. They can go off and do something, publish in the paper, in the journal that nobody will ever read, because actually ontologies are only useful if they're associated with some data or associated with something else. So these are servants, okay? And they're servants to things that are external infrastructure, external governance, external methodologies. So we may be developing in FAIR Impact and in future projects the governance around the semantic artifacts, but how they're used is outside that governance, which is kind of interesting. Plus, they all version, and they all have dependencies. They have a lot of dependencies to each other, a lot of links to each other, and they're constantly changing. They're evolving as knowledge changes. So they're not really like FAIR data. They're more like FAIR software. Software versions, software has different levels of granularity in its FAIR specification of the principles. So we need access by identifier for different versions forever and at different levels of granularity. And that was mentioned earlier by Wim, and he was spot on about that. So that makes it a very volatile environment. So what have we done in these projects? Accessing semantic artifacts, we have to build capability and capacity. That means infrastructure, methodologies, governance, services. And you've already seen these several times, various different catalogs, and also artifacts about the artifacts. So metadata ontologies for describing ontologies, and APIs for describing the access to that metadata for the ontologies. So it's a whole layering. So in the last bit, I want to talk about impact in my last 2 minutes and 3 seconds, which is you have to make all of this accessible to developers of the EOSC infrastructure. So semantic artifacts need access protocols, though remember I said it's not just about protocols. Well, here it is about protocols. Protocols to enable smart services to be built, that developer-friendly toolboxes, so you could build highly reliable, high-quality services built on highly reliable, high-quality services. And that means things like using web protocols, I think, HTTP and HTML and so on, The reason the web took off is people could build browsers on simple protocols. And so we need to make all of this semantic infrastructure that I've just highlighted actually accessible. Otherwise, what will happen if you can't use it? Well, everybody will just use Elasticsearch, LLMs, and roll their own tags. So that's why it's important to do this. A few things I'm worried about is, and also excited about, is FAIR for AI. Not AI for FAIR, but FAIR for, well, FAIR for AI and AI being used for FAIR. So we need metadata auto-assistance. So we've got a complicated setup here of various different knowledge artifacts, all mapped to these knowledge objects. And building that mapping to the actual annotating the real databases, to annotate the software and so on, that's time and effort. How are we going to get some auto-assistance? So semantic artifacts themselves can be developed using AI. Metadata annotation curation is being developed and used through LLMs and AI. And we even have AI for figuring out whether you have disclosure control or not. So the things that I wanted to highlight here is this is actually already happening. So we're using LLMs in order to do curation. We're using LLMs in order to be able to do mappings. And there's this very interesting paper that says there's a danger that Gen AI shifts the nature of critical thinking from knowledge workers towards information verification, response integration, and task stewardship. And it's affecting people's actual critical thinking from original thinking. So here's a question. Will LLMs and Elasticsearch replace or complement semantic artifacts and metadata? Finally, access for all. So controlled access, inclusive access, participation, equitable participation in all knowledge, development, schema specification, metadata curation. Ontologies and schema management seems to be very much a Western, northern view. And that's not the only view in the world. Equitable access to the infrastructures of semantic artifacts, that's needed. We need also equitable access to infrastructure training and specialists in knowledge too. So FAIR is also combined with CARE, and we can no longer just think about FAIR as just implementing principles. It has to be set within this access for all framing. So this is my final slide. So access is not just protocols. Semantics matter everywhere. It requires infrastructure and capacity and equitable access for developers as well as everybody else in order to be able to progress, sustain, build on what we have already, make that web work, that web of FAIR digital objects work. And AI is a potential game changer. And this circle here of FAIR, equitable, and AI is what we're currently working on in the G7 Open Science Working Group as part of our policy recommendations to government and science ministers, because I sit in that committee, and this is the picture that now is representing FAIR. I'd like to thank all of these lovely people who helped me with my presentation, and I hope it was a good start.
Carol, stay with us. You can stay if you want. If you don't mind looking at the other presentation. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carol. It was indeed a very good introduction. Thank you. Yeah, we'll take questions during the panel. Carol will have a chance to come back on the scene for us. Now we want to welcome our first speaker talking about the results of our project. So Mohan from Software Heritage at INRIA is going to talk us about the research software metadata guidelines.
Thank you, Clément. Okay. Hi, everyone. Yes, thanks. I have my timer set, 10 minutes. I know that in 10 minutes, I can't tell you everything about the research software metadata guidelines, the code meta standard, and the EOSC services. So that's a lot for 10 minutes. But let's try, okay? So first, software is a pillar of open science. We need to consider it alongside data and publications. And we have a definition from the FAIR for Research Software principles saying that research software created during the research process or for a research purpose, which is different from software in research, which is used for research. Because you know, you use a lot of software, but maybe this software is not research software. Now, software has multiple facets. It can be a tool, it can be a research outcome or result, which is the research software, and it can be an object of research, so there's research on software. Now, we're trying in both projects to implement a EOSC vision for software metadata, because we need metadata to find the software, to access the software, to interoperate between the different artifacts and to reuse as well. And in this presentation, I will share a little bit about CodeMeta, because we have contributed a lot to CodeMeta. First, with a new governance model, with a project management committee, and also with some refactoring of the CodeMeta vocabulary, of the mappings, and something that I will show later, well, very briefly, which is the CodeMeta generator. Now, how do we describe software? Well, we need metadata, and we talked about semantic artifacts, but a little bit, for software, there's a lot of places where you can find metadata. You can find metadata on the forgers with the software. You can find the metadata on package managers, on catalogs and registries. Then you can find, and that's the best metadata, on scholarly repositories. Well, it depends on the scholarly repository, but some have some creation mechanisms. And there's also the metadata found with scholarly publishers. So we have some publishers here, and you can come to the stand, the Research Software stand, and get some more information about that. But something very crucial is to have metadata in the software. This is something I like to call intrinsic metadata, because this metadata you can then ingest in different infrastructures. And for example, software heritage is indexing the metadata that is in the code itself. So the CodeMeta.json file is not just laying there, it is reused and helps access the software. Now, CodeMeta, with a show of hands to wake you up, who knows about CodeMeta? Who knows the term CodeMeta? CodeMeta? Okay, that's good, thank you. That's actually excellent, but for those of you who do not know CodeMeta, that's a good way to start with this presentation, but discover more by looking into this initiative. It's an academic community, a subset of schema.org, and we do have what we call the crosswalk table. So thank you, Carol, for introducing the crosswalking. I really like the walking. Yes, it's really nice, because this is actually the reason we chose CodeMeta as the vocabulary used in software heritage, because it is possible to translate metadata properties through this initiative. And I discovered later on the other efforts done with semantic artifacts and mappings, and we might do more so we can be more compliant with all the things that are here in this landscape. Now, with CodeMeta, during the project, we have released a version 3. It was blocked because nobody maintained CodeMeta, but now we have a version 3 of the vocabulary. I would like to take this moment also to thank Daniel Garrijo, who's here with us, and we'll thank him as well for I think in the next slide, because maintaining this vocabulary and the crosswalk takes a lot of time from people that are volunteering and contributing to that effort. Now, the CodeMeta generator is a web page. Well, it's a tool that is also hosted in the CodeMeta website, where you can create a CodeMeta.json file to put in your code repository. So it can streamline this description of software, where you have you use this tool, you get the CodeMeta.json, you put it in the code repository, then it's ingested in software heritage, but also in other infrastructure. For example, HAL, the French National Archive, uses the file also to get the properties into the metadata record of your of your research object that you deposited. And I do hope, and you will see at the end, that creating this interoperability between the different infrastructures gets you going further. Now, another thing that we've done, and I will say thanks to Daniel too for that, is that we have changed the the identifier for the CodeMeta v3 with a W3 ID. And I think this is also a way for accessibility, to getting directly with this community-driven and community-based identifier. Now, I do have time, so I'm good. I question how to crosswalk. How do we move from here? So this is also an effort that we are doing in Fair Impact to get the mappings more fair for once. So the crosswalk table, having it fair, and also to get it machine actionable. So we want two things, and we have high standards. So it's quite difficult to get to that. But I hope that in the last few months we will get there. We want to keep it as a community-based effort, continuing the contribution to this repository CodeMeta that you've seen here, using a ticket system and pull request into this repository, and making these mappings maybe describe, so not maybe, but it's an ongoing work, so I'm not going to share it more about that, but if you're interested, come and join the effort on the code repository. It's important to keep it a community-based effort. Now, I do have 3 minutes for the end of that, so that's good. Research software metadata guidelines. Now, I shared about CodeMeta, a lot of information, well, some. But researchers don't know what to do. They now have the CodeMeta generator, so yes, okay, I will do a CodeMeta file. They need guidance, and we have created guidelines to help researchers know what to do. Now, institutions should push this effort, and we are trying in different institutions to get the guidelines adopted. Now, the guidelines have 7 aspects from accessibility and preservation point, reference and identification, description and classification, attribution and credit. It's much more than just FAIR. As you can see, some of these aspects are mapped with FAIR for research software, and some with the Sears report pillars that you might have heard at the foyer, but you weren't allowed to hear about that. Archive, reference, describe, and cite. And these guidelines, alongside the EOSC, which is research software APIs and connectors, are ways for us to move this vision forward and interoperability. So I know we are in an access panel, but still, metadata is one of the key items to have this as a global and coordinated effort with these components, creating the connections between scholarly repositories, publishers, aggregators, and the software heritage universal source code archive. We can work together, and we did that through the FAIR Code for EOSC project, using CodeMeta, using the SWID, the software hash ID, and if you don't know about it, come to the stand and you will hear more. And there's a QR code for metadata curation, curation report that we have released in FAIR Code for EOSC. And with that, join the effort to describe software, and thank you for your engagement.
Thank you very much, Mohan. Research software was really a point of connection between FAIR Code for EOSC and FAIR Impact. I mean, we did the metadata work in FAIR Impact with Mohan, and all of another part of the work was literally done in FAIR Code for EOSC. And so it was also for us like a case study to say, look, we need CodeMeta, we need a semantic artifact for research software, so it brings us that use case in the context of Work Package 4. Now, next slide. Jan, you're already on the scene with me. Jan Lefranc is going to talk us about the FAIR mappings, and then maybe Jonas will complete on the MRCR service.
Thank you, Clément. So, well, you already saw me. I was the last 1 minute pitch, so I'm going to try to explain you in 5 minutes what we have done. So that's going to be a challenge, and then share the floor with my colleague Jonas. We've been working together for 2 years on these mapping issues on the different aspects. So let's first with a simple, or what we try to come up with is a definition of mappings. I'm an ontologist, I need definitions. And so basically, we published a paper in which we try to come up with a definition that fits a lot of the purpose. So mapping defines connections or relationship between different information elements by identifying similarities, correspondence, and alignment. Mappings includes different types of connections depending on the level of the elements that are being mapped. And that highlights a thing that we uncovered during the 3 years of work in FAIR Impact, with discussing with many different communities. Mappings mean so many different things for people. There are mappings for ontologies that are different from mapping from metadata people, which are different from mappings in the software, different from people doing data integration, because they're also data mapping. We have people that talks about API mappings. So basically mapping is an overloaded term, right? And we define also crosswalk, like Carol already gave a good definition, which is just a mapping set, right? It's an ensemble of mappings that will connect two metadata schemas together, right? Or two ontologies together and allow you to go one way or the other. So why making mapping fair? Well, Carol already said it all. I mean, the mappings are extremely important if we want to build a web of semantics, right? And basically, mappings are the way to knit information systems together. And right now, they're hardly findable, they're hardly accessible, they're definitively not interoperable because they come in various shapes and forms, and they are barely reusable. It's really hard to reuse. Well, so the idea is we apply the FAIR principle, therefore we can start automating things and all the processes around the mapping so that we can make them useful, because actually it's extremely costly to do this mapping. As Moran was saying, it takes a lot of time to do them, maintain them, update them over time. So if we share them and share them across the community, it makes things easier. So what do we do with FAIR mappings? Well, Carol said it all again this morning. You need a PID, you need metadata. Metadata should contain things about license for access, provenance to know who did what and when and how and for what purpose with explanations. And these goes for both the mappings themselves, the individual mappings, but also for the crosswalks of the mapping sets. So in the FAIR Impact project, we've been looking at two aspects of the mappings, right? The first question is, how do you make mapping in practice? I mean, there's a lot of communities doing mappings. They have different ways of doing things, different ways of publishing them or sharing them. The most common one is an Excel spreadsheet, basically a table with 2 columns, it's correspondence table. But then that's a good way, that works, and that's helpful, but then sometimes it's a bit shaky, right? And the other aspect is, if we want to make them fair, what should be the technical recommendations we want to make to help people to make them fair? So PIDs, where do you put PIDs and what kind of PIDs, the metadata, and so on and so forth. So for the practical part, we've been working with Nick Juti from University of Manchester and Carol as well to start building up what we call the practical mapping framework, which is a sort of process or workflow that you need to follow with different stakeholders and questions that help you to guide the mapping process. It doesn't help you to do the mappings, that's the job of the domain experts, but it helps you to guide and structure the process so that you get structured outcomes. And then we looked at the mapping recommendations, how we can make the mappings fair. There's 15 FAIR principles, so we could have gone one by one, but then there would be recommendations that applies to many of them. So we started working on grouping them into 4 main topics: model and format, metadata, PID, and service and API. Service and API feeding then to Jonas so that you get some requirements for the mapping repository. The idea is that we help each other. So along the time in the meetings, we have established right now 14 recommendations that are covering the different categories. The first version of the recommendations are going to come up soon. Like, we're trying to get it done by the end of the month so that we have time to collect more feedback. toward the end of the project. Now, we've been thinking that's a lot of work and we want it to be sustained. So the way we figured out with UNAS a path of sustainability for this work and continuation of the work and engagement with more communities is to actually work with the RDA organization, and we created the RDA Fair Mapping Working Group that we co-chair with UNAS. That was endorsed actually very recently, like 13th of February, right? And we also have now Toshi, right? Yeah. Toshi Hiroaki as well. And so basically the idea is that through RDA we talk to communities and we collect use cases. These use cases are going to enable start doing a classification of mappings so that we don't end up being in the conversation we had where we don't talk about the same thing, therefore we disagree, right? And then we'll start looking at how can we build models, machine readable, machine actionable serialization so that we can come up with a common exchange model so that you can easily share and publish. And then we want to also evaluate the recommendations and the practical framework with the communities. And now, floor is to Eunice.
Thank you, Jan. It's always nice to present after Jan because he goes on about this, what you should do and how you should do it. Then I can come and say that we are doing it the way it should be done, hopefully. So you already saw a glimpse of what the metadata schema and crosswalk registry is. So this is an overview picture of that. So the idea is that you have existing schemas and existing crosswalks that you can register into the MSCR. And then with that data, you can also create new crosswalks. So there are a couple of UIs for that, and you can search for those. You can browse them, and you can try to understand how they work. And then finally, there are these generated transformers that you can generate from the content that you have created. From those crosswalks, you can get an output that you can use in your data transformation pipelines in your own environments. And I tried to think about how the accessibility angle of the metadata schema and crosswalk registry. So it is a semantic artifact repository, but it's more. So the goal is to implement those fair mappings recommendations, and there have been these two development tracks, so to speak. So there is the registry repository functionality that brings you the basics that you need. You have access to the registered content. And then there is this crosswalk definition and operationalization aspect, which then comes to how you actually, once you have the mappings, how do you put them to work? And they both, I think, contribute to the big A, so the accessibility. So we host the metadata, we host the content, and we also make if you think about it from understandability point of view, it's the crosswalk that is defined in MSCR is maybe more easily understandable by bigger group of people than the thing that is expressed in XSLT or in Python code or in Rust or in some obscure programming language. So that's the thing that I came up with. And the features, the class A features of MSCR is everything gets a PID, and a crosswalk is a set of mappings. So the crosswalk has a PID, and the mappings have PIDs, so they're part identifiers with handles. And there's versioning, so there's always a way to point to a specific version of the crosswalk, specific version of the schema. And so you don't end up with a situation where you just have the latest and somebody overrides that version. You have every version of the content that is published has its own PID. And also the idea is that the metadata and content is always available, pending, of course, that the service is available. So as I said, published content is immutable. So you can always change the metadata, but you can't, once you've published the content, the schema or the crosswalk, you can't change it. If you want to change it, you create a new version. And there is tombstoning, so even though you go from published to invalid and then removed, invalid and removed, the metadata stays there, so you can access that later. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, again. Well, mapping was also another important topic of interaction between FAIRcore for EOSC and Fair Impact, and that was not an easy exercise. I'm just saying that because we had in Fair Impact to specify, discuss, and we did it. I mean, with 80 people in our workshops, and in parallel, FAIRcore for EOSC was already developing a service and a product, and so we should tell the Commission for next time. No, it was not super easy to do that. But that topic was was very advanced, I think, in the context of FAIR Core for EOSC and FAIR Impact. So who's doing the next? I'm doing the next. So guys, you're gonna have me on the scene for 10-minute slots. Well, I'm congratulating the team there because we're doing good on time with the big TV giving us the timing there. Okay, so well, I just want to focus on the contribution that I've been leading in myself in the task 4.2 in the context of the Work Package for FAIR Impact, where we've been working on semantic artifact catalog. I had the chance to talk about Earth Portal before in the lobby, and I'll give you a little bit more of the context about this work here. So that was my presentation introduction slide here. Well, I said, Carol, don't spend too much time on that. We're going to kill the whole meeting if we start defining things. But no, I'm not. I'm not. What I say it's not an absolute definition, but it's adopted in the context of EOSC. And that's the step we have taken to move forward. Otherwise, I mean, Jan did the branding of the word in the interoperability framework, and FAIR is fair. So otherwise, we continue looping and again. So let's take those definitions in the context of this work. We know they are not perfect, but at least semantic artifact is a broader term for those aspects. Ontologies, I think, and catalogs is also a broader term for people talk about ontology repositories, registries, vocabulary of terminology service, metadata, schema catalog sometimes also. We are going to focus on that. And crosswalks and mapping as it was presented before. And I just wanted to recall that, I mean, we did that for what reason? Because at the very beginning of the project, we had that document that tells us, look, guys, you need to work on those components because that's what we call the EOSC interoperability framework, and we need to progress on implementing those components. So we did it. I mean, I think we work on the metadata catalog, on the semantic artifact catalog, on mapping repository at the level of a different project. So here I'm focusing on semantic artifact catalogs. And in parallel, the task forces were also studying those subjects, you know, in the EOSC context, so semantic artifact catalog and the mapping repository. I mean, that was two topics that were clearly identified by the semantic interoperability task force, and which we have a recommendation that have been produced last year on this topic. So we were like in the topic. And so one of the slides I'm using and I'm presenting quite often when I do a presentation, Jan and I were also concerned about the fact of applying the FAIR principle to semantic artifact ontologies a long time ago. And then I produced these slides about maybe 5-6 years ago now, trying to say that, well, the fact of building those ontology repositories, that was the term I used at the time, now we'll call them semantic artifact catalog, was helping us to make those objects fair. You will find them, you will make them accessible, interoperable, and reusable, and all of the screenshots that you see here are screenshots from AgroPortal, the ontology repository that we are developing in my team, showing you that they are concretely made available, accessible, findable, described with metadata, connected one another, also with relationships between them, things like that. And so that was the motivation. How are we going to make ontologies and semantic artifact fair? And then eventually we present some results on that. So this slide was about like the Work Package for context. I've presented a couple of times already, so I move on this one. And those are the big results that you're going to hear about today or in different presentation or in our workshop today. But you see on the right side the 3 objects that we were working on. I'll pass also on this one because I'm describing some of these results after that. So I reused this slide that I presented in the lobby. Well, because I did the last minute yesterday night after Guillaume not coming. But so basically what I wanted to say on this one is that we were building on semantic artifact catalog before the project. The key idea of FAIR Impact was like, let's put people together to transfer what a community knows how to do and transfer that to another one and then learn from the use cases from one community to the other. And that's at the beginning of the project, we had AgroPortal and EcoPortal, so 2 semantic artifact catalog in the ecology domain done by LifeWatch and AgroPortal done by my group at INRAE. And then we work with other communities to set up on other portals. So Earth Portal that I've presented in the lobby, we are now working with Baptiste, who's going to come on stage after that on another portal called OntoPortal Astro for astronomy people. We have been working also with an FDI outside of the project, etc., with different communities. And the impact in terms of what Work Package 4 was bringing to the community as a service to support people in setting up their semantic artifact catalogs, I think was quite impactful, we can say. I mean, for us, we felt the difference, you know, in terms of numbers of email we reply. And we partner from the very beginning with the OntoPortal Alliance with the idea that well, if something goes wrong, at least we have a couple of already running software and a technology that we can reuse, and we can always demonstrate, that transfer from one community to the other. So Ontoportal was for me a backup plan. I mean, I was leading the work package, so I had to take a backup plan. And so that partnership was actually very useful because it allowed us to go from one community to another one because they were providing a technology. We are providing in this community a technology that can be reused. And so when I say we have supported other groups, we have actually supported other groups to adopt this technology. But we knew that everything was not closed or focused on that technology, that there was a bunch of other technologies and approach to do semantic artifact catalogs. So we have also opened our mind to other tools, our software, and other communities that are running something else. I had a chance to say a word about that. I'm not going to talk about this one because Carol and I already did it, but our focus was fairness assessment, fair enabling. And so we wanted to measure that first slide that I show you about the fairness, the fair of semantic artifact. I wanted to explicitly measure that, and others wanted to measure it also. So we did fair for that. And well, at the core of fair evaluation or fairness evaluation, there is the notion of metadata to describe an object. Our object were semantic artifacts, so we were building on top of something called MOD, an ontology for ontology, let's call it, where we were there using a DCAT-based approach to describe ontologies and pick up properties, metadata properties from a bunch of semantic web vocabularies that would be appropriate to describe semantic artifact. It turns into a deliverable in Fair Impact. And then it turns into a specification for an API. So once we have a way of describing semantic artifacts, a DCAT-based one, and DCAT is for catalog, so it helps you describe dataset and dataset catalogs. So for us, it was the same. We could say, now we have an API that we can implement, so it's a specification of an API that we can talk to people outside and say, if you implement that API, then that will facilitate the fact of being interoperable. And those were also ideas we had in the past, but Fair Impact helped us to materialize them. And so we had an open call. We had 16, we started last week with 16 semantic artifact catalog providers around the table with their own technology and own software, committing, some being paid, others not, whatever, but committing to implement that share API, saying that if this is done, then someone can write a code, can write a software that'll talk to all those semantic artifact catalogs seamlessly. As the backup plan, we wanted also to illustrate the kind of vision we could do once with this API will be available. But we're still developing that API and implementing it. So in parallel with the context of Ontoportal, what we did is that we already share an API in Ontoportal because this is the same technology. So we said, well, let's move on to the next layer. What kind of things we'll be able to do if we had the same API? And so we implemented that things called the Federation of Ontoportal, where 4 portals, AgroPortal, EcoPortal, Earth Portal, and BioDiff Portal came together and enabled new services where you can actually get data from one portal to the others. Like you can fire a search on AgroPortal and then get the results on EcoPortal and move there to see the results. You can find something like a bunch of ontologies and terminologies that are asked by different portals. We have harmonized the way we describe the terminologies and ontologies also using the UNESCO thesaurus for. And well, we did quite a work on that, and I think that was also an important motivation for us. So that's an illustration of the federated search where you start on a portal and you finish on another one. And result are merged, sorted, the original portal if the result is, yeah, and we had to deal with the duplication of the data because, semantic artifacts are being hosted on different portals and catalogs. So one of my last slides is kind of showing the 3 approaches. So I've already illustrated or mentioned the MOD API and the Ontoportal Federation. But once again, our goal was to make those semantic artifact catalogs more interoperable. And so either we've taken an approach where you implement, we pay you, we implement an API, or taking an approach, we have the same API and we can do the federation, or taking the third approach, and that's the one we are not doing in Fair Impact. We are collaborating with an FDI for that in a project that they call Terminology Service for an FDI, in which they are doing themselves wrappers to connect to different APIs. And well, that's the list of our deliverable. I mean, if you want to see some more, in the context of Fair Impact, we call all of those deliverables Samantha, so you can say hi to Samantha. And of course, we are talking about sustainability of this outputs and recommendation, and in the process of doing this, we are looking for adopters and we are looking for structure to actually continue this work. Milestone, deliver, I think I'm almost good there. In conclusion, I would say that, well, I think it's been shown, I mean, with the interoperability framework diagram that semantic artifact catalogs are a key component of EOSC, that we need to build on things there now. In Fair Impact, we really strongly rely on Autoportal to demonstrate things, and I think it was useful. What I really like in this project is that every community will actually bring in new ideas, new use cases, new situations. So I will literally say continue. Fair Impact was a very good catalyzer for that, and I really like that context, multidisciplinary, where communities will come up with their example. And there are even more dimensions to semantic artifact than catalogs that I've presented right now. You've seen some of the on the scene today. Well, question and summary come after. Hans, you're the next. Thank you. Well.
Yes, hi everybody, I'm Hans from the GWDG in Germany. I work on the FAIRfest EOS project, and the title of my little presentation is called the Data Type Registry on the Roadmap of Implementing Fair Digital Objects. Now, if you have listened to Carol's talk downstairs before, you will find that we took a slightly different approach of implementing FDOs with a slightly different focus, but when it comes to FDOs, I think there are many roads that lead to Rome. And I know we are already a little over time, so I'll try to be quick. Starting with a few introductory slides about FDOs. So an FDO, as defined by the Fair Digital Objects Forum, is an object that binds all critical information about an entity in one place and creates a new kind of actionable, meaningful, and technology-independent object. And I really like this phrase. It's a technical essence of a thing in cyberspace. And they are important because FDOs provide a conceptual and implementation framework to develop scalable and cross-disciplinary capabilities for increasing data volumes by increasing the trust in data and promote data interoperability. And now I want to paraphrase the great George Strawn, who said it best that fair digital objects combine data spaces as the internet combined computer networks, which I also find really nice, and that the web was designed to enable humans to access media data, and the global interoperable data space with FDOs is designed to enable access to all data by humans and machines. And here we're going to focus on the access part, especially the accessibility for machines. Here's a little graphic of how these the global interoperable data space could look like a bunch of data repositories connected to it, some by nature and some by use of an adapter. Now, this graphic is also similar to the one Carol used before. The structure of fair digital objects in the center, the core, is a bit sequence, some data stored somewhere in some repository, surrounded by a set of metadata describing lots of things and a bunch of operations that can be conducted on and by the FDO. And on the outside, we have a lot of persistent identifiers. So not only the FDO itself has an PID, but all the references to the outside as well. Now, we used handle persistent identifiers for our FDOs. And when you resolve a handle identifier via the internet and a resolver service, it returns a set of metadata. For the FDO, there's a set of metadata like who created it, what it's about, a general set of metadata, and it's important for FDOs that these take a specific structure, that these are well defined. So now we slowly come from theory to practice here, and laser pointer, yeah, nice. So a PID resolves to an FDO record. This is what we call the metadata record after resolving the PID. So the FDO record, this is a protected set of attributes. And an FDO profile defines a set of attributes in this record. As you can see here, this is an FDO record, basically, that's defined by a profile. And it has a bunch of attribute value pairs describing metadata, and also references to the data repositories where the actual data is stored. Now we're going to zoom in a little bit closer on one of those example records, where we, for example, describe an MP4 that is stored in some external repository. And also we have a profile reference leading to an FDO profile. So the actual profile defining the structure of the record itself is stored somewhere else and referenced by the record. Now, would it be great if there was a place where we could create those profiles, build them up from reusable components, and have a persistent identifier assigned to them? We're going to take first a quick look at an actual FDO record that is created and live. So we can see that we have all those fields from the profile here, and we can also see that the values in the key value pairs are actual persistent identifiers. So we actually are able to reference the profile by a PID. And we do that by using the EOS data type registry, which we established in the FAIRfest EOS project. Now, just a few introductory words about the DTR. We consider a data type to be a grouping of data values based on a set of possible values. We use persistent identifiers to ensure the accessibility and interoperability of these data types. And the DTR promotes the reuse of existing assets and the compliance with data standards, which increases the machine actionability of data types and metadata by being able to validate the conformity of data with data types. Now, I won't go into the technical specifications of the DTR. This is out of scope here, but I'm going to take a little look on how the data is structured there. So I like to consider types registered in the DTR as little building blocks. Each of these building blocks is assigned a set of metadata, like an identifier, conversion rate, provenance information, and type-specific properties that define this set of possible values a data type can have. For these simple atomic building blocks, we consider those to be primitive data types like strings or numbers and so on. But using those primitive data types, you can construct arbitrarily large or complex structures reusing those components. And each of these larger structures also gets an identifier, a version, and the type-specific properties are then dependent on the individual building blocks, the smaller data types. And now one of those larger structures can be considered an FDO profile. And those profiles are already registered in the DTR. We can look at a very small live example. This is basically the DTR UI, where we registered an FDO profile, a lot of metadata, and also these are basically the individual building blocks that make up the schema, the profile. As you can see, we can reference the individual building blocks. So we can deconstruct the hierarchical structure of this profile, get to the individual building blocks, and in the end we see that this property is just a string that is somehow restricted by a regular expression. So I think this is one of my last slides here. Here we again see the handle record, the FDO record that we saw earlier. And on the right here we have our FDO profile. So registered data types in the registry can be resolved and then deconstructed into a universally known JSON schema, which can then be used to validate the FDO record itself. And as you can see, the FDO profile reference here references the profile registered in the DTR. And now we've gone basically full circle, and the FDO record has a reference to the profile it can use to validate itself. And I think that's it from me. And I think the marketplace is over, but the poster is still downstairs if you want to take a look at it. Thank you.
Well, the marketplace actually continues also tomorrow with a different presentation. And okay, well, you know what? We are very good on time, so I'm not going to lose too much effort to prepare and time to do the transition. So the idea was that we will organize a panel there. So some of the speakers will come back and we'll engage also a little bit with people online and also with people in the room also for sure. We have half hour, so we're good in terms of time. Please, Jonas, come with me. Moran, Jan, please come back also. Carol, I've invited also here Baptiste and Sophie that you haven't seen. Just to say a word, Sophie is from INRAE and she was working in Fair Impact in the context of War Package 4 also, and she's the one leading the team, the task where we were doing connection between data repositories and semantic artifact catalogs. And Baptiste from Observatoire de Paris was also in Fair Impact, looking at what we were doing originally in the War Package also around semantic artifact, and then engage into doing a semantic artifact catalog also for his community, which is astronomy.
And maybe this could be a good time to, if you have any questions from the presentations earlier, because we've been running for an hour, so now we can take a breath.
Yes,
and
yes, that's the plan. Okay, so let's start like that. I'll resume my question for the panel and things, but our speakers are here, others not. I mean, no big deal. So let's do that. Let's continue and be brief with your question. The more you brief, the more response you get.
Jonas, so my question is for you regarding the metadata crosswalk. So have you already considered the matter of scalability? Meaning, it occurs to me that considering what it is, and it's great, we would like the uptake of the amounts of metadata schemas and the metadata crosswalk. So have you made any estimates how large the ecosystem might become in the end, considering the number of meta schemas, ontologies, etc.?
So the short answer is no, we haven't. But I'm hoping that, and this is my personal view now, that there would not be just one of these services, but different implementations or replicas of the same implementation should be placed in different places. Some of them could be just backups, or some of them could be domain-specific or something like that. But unfortunately, that has not been part of the work yet. We still have a couple of days. But the potential is huge. So when it comes to the governance model of the MSCR, it's currently implemented so that anyone can basically register and start working on their personal content and add 1 or 10,000 schemas and crosswalks. And then you have these groups that are more kind of authoritative sources of these schemas and crosswalks. So basically you might have the same kind of schemas, the same kind of crosswalks coming from different sources, and you might want to trust the one coming from a reputable organization group than the one that comes from a random user.
Okay, my question is linked to this one and to Carol and also Jan, because you've been working on this model for crosswalk. So in different slides, you mentioned this thing already. So you mentioned the granularity of a mapping. So a mapping is in fact a set of mappings, but from the models that you've shown, this wasn't really clear. So the granularity to me wasn't clear. And I'll give you an example, for example. So in the context of OpenAIRE, we often have metadata to metadata mapping, of course, but they have different flavors in 2 ways. The first flavor is that the actual metadata structure is used in different ways. And I'm not talking about vocabulary. So they use a field to say some things, and in another context, they use the same field to say other things. And it's the same schema, though, okay? And then there's another flavor, which is the one of the vocabularies that you use. So same schema, but different vocabularies. So the problem that we have is the multiplicity of this. So structurally speaking, it's not easy to say a schema to a schema, basically, because schema to schema means nothing. So there's structure, but there's also the way you use structure, so the intent and semantics and the vocabulary. So I was wondering how you are kind of modeling this for both Jonas, because he has to implement that, and in your model, how you actually represent this thing. Then there's other questions, but probably if there's room at the end.
Do you want to go?
No, you go first.
Just 1 minute, guys. When I came back from the room, just count myself, I realized Tommy was not on the scene with us. Please come over, Tommy. We counted you for the panel. So you were, I mean, you know Tommy from
So we simplified the representation of mappings, that it just links 2 entities, whether it's the data that is associated with the same metadata element, because the first example you gave is that they use the same name, but they add some additional information that's not the same, right? And there's a huge variety in mappings. In the end, a mapping is just a connection between 2 elements. And then now what we're trying to do in the Fair Mapping Working Group in RDA is to establish through use cases all this variability of mappings at the different levels of granularity, right? There is a model. So the first recommendations we make is use SESUM. When you have a simple mapping, 1-to-1, entity to entity, keep it simple, as SESUM is perfect. it contains all the metadata you need. The structure is easy, it's a table, so people can easily work with it. Then we want to analyze the complex ones. So you have also the 1 to n, so one field in a metadata schema corresponds to several fields. There's all this complexity that we haven't had the chance to uncover in the FAIR impact that we want to do in the mapping working group. So we don't have a solution yet. The idea is to work with you on identifying this. So we have in the FAIR mapping working group, we're collecting these use cases as a GitHub issue. So we have a GitHub repo. You can go and start putting up these use cases with the diversity of problems you faced or the different types of mappings, and then we can start working on how we can model that so that you can really propose a common model for this. But it's a hard problem.
I would also say that I don't know if you saw Janss's really nice demonstration where you had complex mappings. So it was doing structural mappings, different names, different complex mappings as well, regular expression-based mappings. So I think it goes towards it. You can, I taught this mapping stuff 30 years ago. It's not new. The thing that I found was, in my experience, is people get really tied up in knots about this. And the older I've got, the more I thought, keep it simple. If you get somewhere simple, like these code meta mappings that we have, they're relatively straightforward. They're not perfect, but they're useful. So for me, there is also the issue of not getting too bogged down in trying in perfection being the enemy of the good. So I think this is one of the things we have to be very careful about. Now that means that maybe the mapping's not perfect, but maybe you can report that the mapping's not perfect. So I think there is something here to be walked on. First of all, can you keep it simple? Secondly, can you have a sort of series of degrees of richness in the mappings? And I think that's what we've done very nicely in the registry. So I think we have to divide and conquer this particular problem because it's not been generally solved.
And I could actually continue from that because the way the MSCR handles that is that the MSCR considers each of the mapping or crosswalk in a context. So basically the kind of thing that the idea is that you can have, actually even the schemas might have different meaning in different contexts. So you can, so there might be a reason why you are registering exactly the same schema, in the same exact structure as someone else has already registered, but you add comments to it that, okay, so we are using the title field in different ways, so it includes both the subtitle and the main title, where the original semantics was that there is a subtitle and a title element. So you have so they just ignore one of the fields, and that's the reason why you sometimes should deposit multiple versions of the schema, but you should have the metadata describing why you're doing what you're doing, and the same with the crosswalks. So you might have exactly the same source and target schema. You might have exactly the same mappings, but you have different parameters in those mappings. So it becomes a different mapping.
Yeah. So it's a mess, as you say.
It's a mess that needs to be managed, yes.
But that's why you need to make them fair. You need to give them an identifier and the proper metadata so you contextualize the mappings and the crosswalk so that you publish them into a repository, right? So that you can access them through API, you can make queries, you can assess the things. Mappings are practical things, right? And people are doing them as a hack most of the time, right? So we don't look for perfection, we look to tools to help us reuse or improve or change the things that we don't have yet.
One conclusion word, and then we go back to the room on the map.
Yeah, so if the flavor of using the schema doesn't influence the mapping, then it doesn't matter. But if it does affect the mapping or the crosswalk, then we have provenance management of the crosswalks. So you can have a variant or a version of the crosswalk for different purposes, and you can express that this is a variant of this crosswalk. So, and then in the metadata that you describe in free form, you can describe the use case to which this crosswalk applies. So you give a kind of a verbal description that this is just like this other crosswalk, but it is specific to this use case.
But this makes it complicated for Paolo and his knowledge graph, because somehow he has to take into account all of this metadata that provides the context, has to also be machine actionable in order for him to be able to interpret that in his knowledge graph. Good luck.
One final comment about that. So when it comes to the complex transformations, the MSCR is describing those functions with the function ontology. So you have separation between the description of the function and what it does, the inputs and outputs, and then the actual implementation. So that's something that you could use maybe.
And if I may just one thing.
I don't say anything
No.
about mapping.
Just give me a sec. That's why in our RDA working group, we are identifying the use cases. We want to create a knowledge base so that you can document. And without the use case and the purpose, you don't understand the mapping. And that is becoming very important. So,
Guys, sounds good. I'd like to go back to the room. If you're riding a ground, then you see that the topic of mapping is still very hot.
The panel is very
Please, let's go back to the room. Is there any question to the panelists or that were related to the talks before or to the work done in FAIRcore for EOSC or FAIR Impact on semantics? Please go ahead, raise your hand. Or Bim, can you get access to a mic? Or then we go online after that, maybe for a couple of questions if there is any. There are any?
Yeah, so on this question of scalability, let's say there's 1,000 schemata, never know what the correct plural
Semantic
is.
artifact.
Yeah. And each one has a mapping to each other one. Then we have almost 500,000 crosswalks to register. So it occurs to me that there's a little bit of thinking needed, maybe not in FAIR Impact, maybe in RDA, about how to cluster these crosswalks, to chain them, and to maybe gather metadata about the efficiency of the transformation so that you can map a chain that does the best possible job using existing schema instead of creating yet another bilateral crosswalk between two schema.
that's a good idea. And we also identified, I'm going to give a talk tomorrow, I'm sorry for the 10-minute speech downstairs, but also one thing we identified. If you want to make mapping fairs, you need a lot of PIDs. So there's also, as you increase the number of crosswalks, if you have 500,000 crosswalks with 10,000 mapping each, you start having a huge number of PID that you need to resolve to actually get the metadata. So how do you scale that? And that's a technical issue we haven't yet resolved and we're working on. Because there are different ways of different types of PIDs, so which technology would be the best to actually scale this kind of thing, so yeah.
Daniel,
yeah,
please.
One quick question. So do you have an estimation on, talking about complexity, how many of this percentage of mappings are really complex versus how many are actually solved with simple stuff, right? Because maybe we are wasting, in quotes, a lot of time in 5% of the mappings versus 85. I don't know what is this percentage. So I was wondering whether you have an estimation of this. And the other question I have is that sometimes the mappings seem simple, but you look at the mapping itself, and it's not that simple because broader than. What does that mean? Is that machine actionable, really?
No, that's a good question. So it's hard to give you a percentage. That's also why we do collect the use cases so that we can give you that kind of numbers, because we will identify the complex mapping versus the simple one. I think for now, simple is the most common ones, at least for ontologies, entity mappings. That's why SESOM emerged, right? It's just for simple mappings. That means there was a need. Now, SESOM is also confronted to the needs of having complex mapping, especially if you start getting into the realm of metadata schemas, because that's where you get these N-to-1, 1-to-N connections and N-to-M, whatever. And that's going to be extremely messy, and I think that will increase as people are going to use the framework. And SESOM was not done for that. It's done for ontologist mapping vocabularies and concepts. And already there, you will have some issues because there are some patterns in ontologies that you need to map that are not that simple. But the most common case must be simple.
Just to rephrase the question, from the use cases that you guys have gathered, would you say it's like 50-50, 60-40, or you don't know even?
It's hard to say. We are just starting the process of collecting the use cases in a structured way.
Thank
but
you.
I can comment on the kind of like, I mean, the assumption of the implementation of the MSCR was that most of the mappings are relatively simple. That's why we didn't want to make the internal model or the UI extend like too complicated. It's still complicated, but it doesn't aim to solve all the problems. So it's not the snake oil. But based on so it has been developed based on the case studies that we have in the project. And I'd say it's about maybe 50-50. So there are really tricky cases, and it's in the details. So it looks, when you look at it, this is straightforward, and then there is this one if-else. And then that breaks the bank. So that's my experience in the project.
Guys, just to quote someone from the bioportal team that was doing development on the mapping repository there, they used to say, you don't want to mess with the beast that mapping represents. I mean, this is literally the Cartesian product between semantic artifacts that are sometimes several thousands of objects inside. So this is really a beast and an object we need to manipulate with precaution. And also encourage maybe semantic artifact developers to reuse more rather than actually map at the end, maybe reuse. And I've been having this conversation times and times, even internally. I'm looking at Sophie also, who has worked on mapping. Do we have any question in the Mentimeter, or do anyone wants to raise a hand there? Or
no questions online.
Okay.
Well, then can I say something, Clément? Well,
my proposition will be for the 10-12 minutes that we have left, also to take a little step. I mean, not a. Consider our presentation and our reflection on fair impact a little bit higher now. I prepare a few questions. Thank you, Jonas. Maybe we can use them as a starter. You guys will have them in front of you. I mean, well, we've been working in this project, and we could ask things like, what's your perspective before fair impact and fair core for your work, and how do you think that perspective, I mean, your personal perspective in terms of how doing semantics has evolved in the last 5 years, or another alternative way or taking aspect could be like, what are the element that you see where the milestone and for the future of semantics that we have addressed with fair core for EOSC and fair impact? I mean, can we have some kind of a reflection around that if you guys want? Who wants to start? Maybe Mohan or across the project?
I can start. I will be quick. Because I will start to say that fair core for EOSC and fair impact were a big contribution for my personal perspective on building something together, on creating contacts with people. Before the projects, we didn't have a hand in Code Meta. We were volunteering and contributing a little bit, but these projects really took a step forward, giving the funding to do this effort, to take the governance, to start a process that we haven't ended yet because it's still midway, to improve the fairness of the mappings that we have in Code Meta, and to do the work we have already deployed for the connectors and describing software better. So that's my take.
So in other words, you say the project has given us the legitimacy and not the authority, but the representation of taking the lead or doing this work on the...
yeah, absolutely.
No, okay. Well, I can share that also in the context of the work done on semantic artifact catalogs. I can also say that the project has given us a representation or legitimacy on working on those topics and showing that we can provide some results. Yeah. Baptiste, you want to complete?
Yes, I can say a few words. So when I started Fair Impact, I was a newcomer in the field of semantics, and although I already worked on it, but I am coming from a community which is well known as a mature community for FAIR, which is astronomy. And so I could do it. I could have done it the bold way, saying I know what I do, so I don't care, or the humble way, and this is the way I tried. And actually, it really initiated a process to be more open to other communities. We already started that with in our respective project in the sub-communities of astronomy. But what we started to build in Fair Impact is really to try to bridge between those communities. And even the semantic artifacts that we had in celestial astronomy, which is the most known, the heliophysics, the planetary science, those were really siloed. And with what we built in Fair Impact, we are putting all these things in the same pot, and we are starting to work together. And it's not only Fair Impact, actually. It's really a global move. I'm working with US colleagues, which are doing the same thing now. So we are really, it was really timely. It was really at the right time that we started this effort.
Tommy, you want to add something? Oh.
Well,
well, this is a question for you at the end.
Yeah, yeah. 5 years ago, I was working a lot in ingesting data from various different sources into the National Research Information System we have in Finland. And every time you go and get your data from an API, behind which is its own information model. And if you need to ingest data from 30 different sources, you have to familiarize yourself with what data format that source is providing, and then you have to create your ingestion or your ETL pipelines to actually map it to your own information model. I find this idea of the MSCR really revolutionary, because what that allows you to do is create the crosswalk from one information model to your own information model. If you run that conversion, you just need one ingestion pipeline in your own data model. Mm-hmm. So you get from 30 different sources the information in one loading pipeline. That saves you really a lot of work.
Did you see the fine print?
Yeah. Let's not talk about the fine print. It's more theoretically in that sense. But this is a real transformation in the way that you think about things. And then you can curate those crosswalks with a web user interface, and you don't need a programmer to do it. So that is a radical leap in efficiency.
Okay, so that really demonstrates that we really had a huge amount of work on that topic of connecting metadata models, doing mappings, because that's actually the one we've been talking a lot, and that's the one you say the landscape has changed so much now with MSCR and things like that. So that's really probably something that is a good sign. I mean, we've been progressing a lot on a subject that was super hot, and that still need to be addressed. One of you, yeah, I've seen the.
I can say something. So I think 5 years ago there was this kind of philosophy of we should have a universal ontologies, and somehow if we just had one model that described everything, everything would be fantastic. And this was, of course, nonsense. But what we see here is a recognition. Has it been a big shift in the last 5 years? No. You'll never, that's not actually, not even desirable, even if it was feasible. What we have is reality. And reality is many different ontologies, many different schemas. And yes, there's a lot of them, but we have to be practical. And that means mapping. And in reality, as I said in my talk, the whole of EOSC is effectively an exercise in mapping, really. So I think the big step for me is even just recognizing that and putting it on the agenda. Creating RDA working groups, building infrastructure, worrying about it, as Paolo is worrying about it. That's the big step forward. And now then we have to do exactly what Danny said about what are the use cases, what is the scope of the problem, this kind of thing. 5 years ago, it really was like you were fighting against people about this. And now I think we have, okay, this is the direction of travel. That's, for me, a long-lasting impact.
Tommy, go ahead.
Just a quick comment on what you said. Though I realize while I'm saying this that I'm talking about interoperability, not A. I have found a classification, I don't know if I invented it or if I learned it from somewhere, but proactive interoperability and retroactive interoperability. And the ideal world case was there's a Finnish interoperability platform that tries for different governmental sectors, define the vocabularies, the information models, and then it prays that the people implementing information systems will use that reference model so that everything ends up being interoperability within that sector. So generating interoperability kind of proactively. But just like you said, we're dealing with a messy world that is already out there, that is not interoperable. And that's why we need MSCR to actually implement retroactive interoperability to crosswalk the different ways of thinking that actually exists out there, all the heterogeneity.
Yeah, we call this sometimes in computing just enough, just in time, not just in case. So before we were trying to do just in case, which is the universal everything, and now we're trying to do just enough, just in time. It's quite a shift.
Jonas, you want to do a transition to another? Yeah. Yeah, we are. Yeah. So, is there any other question from the room? Again, it's important we get those. Daniel, you already talked. You're not allowed to do. Sophie? I mean, just grab the mic. Slava, give me 1 minute. We hear Sophie on the topic, and then.
Yes, just as we are in the A session and talking about semantic artifacts, maybe an output of the project that I would like to highlight and is the MOD, the metadata schema for ontologies and the API that goes with it. Because I think that it allows the semantic artifacts to engage a larger community, including computer scientists that are not experts in semantics, that are not talking RDF or Sparkle and whatever, and really it offers solutions to integrate semantics into information systems and repositories and so on. So I want to highlight this output.
And that's typically something we have worked on, Fair Impact, the connectors also to data repository. Slava, I'm pretty sure you're going to transition us to the next slide. I'm almost sure about that. Just doing the question and then I give you the floor. I mean, just wanted to say, we focus a lot on fair impacts and semantics. Semantics bring us also a lot in the world of symbolic AI, for those of you who makes a difference between the different AIs. Well, during the time of rapid advancement in data science and statistical AI. And so I like to see also a little bit about this approach completing one another. This is like coming up at the corner now, the fact of how we're going to bringing semantics into AI. At the end of Carol's talk, it was mentioned. Maybe we can connect or reflect a little bit on that. Don't look at the number. We still have 2 minutes. Huh? Slava, please, maybe you will be able to ask a question or make a remark with respect to those aspects.
Okay, so I'm hearing about this idea to create semantic mappings probably for 10 years, and it sounds like it's a lot of human work. And do you see some potential for artificial intelligence to do this work?
Yes.
Who's taking this?
Yes.
That's a response I like. Another one?
We have talked about this in the context of MSCR again, and what it could do, it could save a lot of work. It could create a proposal for a crosswalk between two schemas, but it needs the human to curate it and validate it because it will work for 90% of the cases. It can guess correctly, maybe, but for 10% of the cases, it's wrong, and you need to go and correct it. So it could shorten the amount of work that it is taking to make a crosswalk, but it won't be the definitive answer.
And this could also work with the complex mappings and structure, like schema mappings, because, for example, if you have that function definition information that the models could use, it could actually pick the right functions and pick the right parameters for those. So I think there's a lot of potential in that, for example, in upcoming projects at some point in the future.
So in general, you don't believe that it's possible to do automatically? Something like reinforcement learning, this human in the loop, can probably solve?
I think it's possible, but I think you shouldn't do it a million times a day. You should do it once, say that this is perfect, store it as a performant configuration, then run it a million times. So use the models to create the mapping, store it, define it in a performant way, in a way that you can run in a performant way, and then use that. And then when things change, use the models again to create another version, and then continue.
Thank you.
Jan, yeah.
If I may. So one of the things we need to be careful is what we call intelligence. The current AI is completely dumb. It does not understand semantics. It's already complicated between humans to agree on semantics. That requires a lot of interactions, so we cannot expect computers to do that automatically for us. So you cannot remove the human in the loop. You can optimize with the human, and I agree with reinforcement learning and these kind of things. You will increase the the quality of the results, but you will never reach 100%.
They
So
can
you
get
will
lucky.
have to have the human.
You can get lucky.
Okay, guys, I don't want to be accused of being super late. So the last question: where do we go next? We go next to the next session. I want to say thanks to the panelists. We see that we have a margin for future project to engage with other discussions. We see that we have also space for coffee breaks. Thanks to our speakers and thanks for having us on that session. On this, I want to close the moment, and thanks again for those moments. Yeah.
Thanks, Clément. Thanks, all our speakers. Stay here. You're going to take a picture. So just take. For the others, so now you're going to split into 2 sessions. So for those who wants to follow the FAIR call for EOSC use cases, you can stay here. While the FAIR impact adoption stories, you can move to the Bonvader Starpzaal room. Apologies for the pronunciations, which is downstairs. Pass by the foyer, and then you'll see there. We'll reconvene here at 4:40, okay? Back. And you have 10 minutes in between to just grab a coffee after the parallel sessions.
Wherever you go, you know I'd follow you, 'cause I'd go anywhere, anywhere, anywhere with you. Just say let's go, I'd run away with you. Yeah, I'd go anywhere, 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 anywhere with you. Anywhere with you. Anywhere with you. Anywhere with you. Just say let's go, I'd run away with you. Yeah, I'd go anywhere, 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 anywhere with you. Just so you know, I got your back, that's true. And I'd do anything, anything, anything for you. Just say let's go, I'd run away with you. Yeah, I'd go anywhere, 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 anywhere with you. Anywhere with you. Wherever you go, you know I'd follow you, 'cause I'd go anywhere, anywhere, anywhere with you. Just say let's go, I'd run away with you. Yeah, I'd go anywhere, 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 anywhere with you. Just say let's go, I'd run away with you. I'd go anywhere,
Can you?
I mean, literally, I would all be excited. Literally 30 years ago, I was still teaching this Yeah, I mean, many of these ontologies that we have been building are quite old. So they've been going for a long time. We heard about one started on the so many of the ones that have actually come which has been very processing now there's also a lot more around
And see, yeah. Oh no, okay, because people just talk. Okay, good. And then we because I mean, no, because I really need to activate the slide all later. Is it working? Yeah. So all back in the room. We're gonna start now. We are gonna start now. So this is the session to be. We have a quiz. We have very nice present for you. So please come here and sit. I think people understood that there's a coffee break, but there is no coffee break. I think Sarah is going to ask people to go back in the room. Yeah. Can you also ask the people to, because I think there was a bit of a misunderstanding whether there's a coffee break or not. I'm just waiting. Huh? Can't remember. Yeah, I think Maxence, okay.
He thought there was a break.
Are they coming? Oh, okay. Did not get it. We are starting here now. Please come here.
I grab a water. You're always so colourful. Yeah. I love this.
I went downstairs, but you're actually better than me.
Yeah, we need our first speaker, so he's not here. You take 5 minutes from us, Clément. You did. You did. You owe me a beer. Yeah. Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, anyway. So what do? We just start. But Maxence is not there. Yeah. Yeah, I think Maxence. We are missing Maxence on. Yeah.
He will become as quick as possible. He will go to the toilet.
Okay. I think it's more like the people got to do.
Confusion.
Come here. No discussion outside. Here, come.
I think he's coming.
No umbrellas, not chocolate for those waiting outside. You're going to miss something. I know that Roxy just came for the chocolate. And for this. Whatever this is. Okay, so yeah, maybe we just start, no? I mean, otherwise.
Maxence is there.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, we can start.
Yeah, please, so the case study, let's just sit in front so we don't waste too much time. So, yeah, hi. Nice to have you here. So I'm Fanny Adler from the DKZ.
I'm Willem Elbers from Clara and Eric.
So we are representing the case study from FAIRcor for EOS. So you've heard a lot from the different FAIRcor for EOS components, so what they are doing and so, but here we will show you how really useful they are from a community perspectives. So you will hear different of user stories. And so, yeah. We will show you how these people integrated these different
components together and how it benefits for real their workflow. So you will hear from RDGraph, so that improves findability and reuse of research outputs and software. And then the DTR that allows machine actionable standardization of metadata, helpful for several things. MSCR providing machine actionable metadata transformation jobs and findability of metadata scheme and crosswalks, rates improving visibility and allowing connectivity of research project data and related entities. PIDgraph that offers discoverability of data collection and makes research object connection visible. PDMR resolving a large amount of PID types, and EOSC, a component that enhances research software discoverability and long-term preservation. So we try here to capture a bit of, in a nutshell, the benefits from our case study. And so now you will hear from it. Don't leave the room until the end, because we will have a quiz to see whether you heard well what all has been said, and also if you've been to the posters. And you have very nice prize to win. So they're just there. I can show you. You have chocolate, like FAIRfest branded. I'm sorry for this online, and it's only for on-site participants. And then you have nice umbrellas sponsored by the DKZ. So please stay in the room. And I'm calling the first Maxence for the mathematics. So you have 8 minutes. I know you tend to talk a lot. I will cut you after that.
I know that. I'm aware. Thank you for the stress. All right. Okay. I hope you're not too tired. So I'm about to expose in 8 minutes what we did in 3 years regarding how we use all these components developed in the context of FAIRC or for EOSC for the community of mathematicians, because we at ZBMath and SGMath we represent the mathematician writing articles and software. So to make it short, I already presented a bit this morning. So the EOSC sorry, I'm going a bit fast. We are exposing software and collecting metadata on software for mathematicians. We collect we give them identifiers. We curate metadata by hand on research software. And so in this context, for the mathematician, we want them to be able to use proper identifier for the source code, and also to have the source code in a source code that they can find in a very safe place, which is named software heritage. So in this context, we have archived 15,000 software that are mostly used by mathematicians. I'm confusing. Yeah. Also regarding software, we are also exposing our metadata in standard for the community that is called Meta, and this software are exposed in a framework we call the deposit workflow, and we deposit this metadata at software heritage. And also the last part of this work is to expose the software in a citable manner, and so mathematicians can use the citation features we have built in the context of the EOSC work. So that's certainly one of the most interesting parts of this work we achieved these last years, is the integration with the PIDgraph and the RDGraph. So you already know these components since today. And what we are doing is that we want us, ZBMath and SGMath, as an aggregator for mathematicians. We aggregate metadata for articles and software. We want this metadata to be findable in other services, like the site, like OpenAir. And in this context, we work to expose these entities in other services. So we produced 2 different work. One with DataCite to expose the authors we have that have a ZBMath identifier. We have that for authors. And to match it with the ORCIDs, we could find a DataCite. We did the same with the DOIs. We collect a lot of DOIs, and we found a common matching with DataCite. And so this is mostly what we will expose in DataCite, more than 2.5 million of articles metadata in the domain of math. And on the side of the RDGraph, we also we have more freedom, if I can say, because we can expose our own identifier into the RD graph. So we will expose more than 4 million of articles metadata in the RD graph. Also, we also plan to expose software metadata. So what we do with code meta to expose them, to deposit them at software heritage, we mostly do the same work with the RD graph. So that's what I wanted to talk. And now the PDMR integration. So the PDMR, now you know what it is because all of you were very attentive to the previous presentation of what is a PDMR. So this is a component to resolve persistent identifiers. And us, and the BMAT, we have our own identifiers for authors, for software, for articles, and we want this identifier to be considered as PIDs. And so this is how we partners with GVDG to expose our identifier into the PDMR. So typically a mathematician that is finding a software, he will find a suite typically, and the suite, which is this identifier of software heritage, it can be resolved with the PDMR, and it is exactly the same for the article identifier. So here, typically, you have an identifier which starts with ZBL, which is the root, the prefix of our identifier, and when we click on that, we can copy it and pass it into the PDMR, and we can resolve it. So that's how I wanted to expose to you the benefits of, I mean, not everything, but the main aspect of our progress. Also, our work covered also the DTR, because in the mathematics we have our own knowledge graph for mathematicians. We call it the mathematics subject classification. It is a classification we are currently exposing into the DTR. So, and the last element I didn't talk about, but I will further talk about is the next panel discussion on interoperability is the MSCR. All the mapping we built for the PID graph, for the RD graph, for EOSC, all these mappings will be available into the MSCR. So that was, and I'm pretty much in time.
So I'm calling, thank you, Maxence, Jonas, for the next case study.
Thank you. Good afternoon all. My name is Jonas Nikkanen. I work at CSC, leading the group on research information. So what we do here at CSC manage, for example, the researcher.fi, which is the national quiz. And that's basically also the starting point for our case study within FAIRcall for EOSC. So it has a long name, but basically we have to do with quiz systems more or less in the European landscape. These quiz systems, I know you are familiar with these to some extent. They come in many forms, be it organizational, regional, national. There are plenty of them. But what they usually have in common is that they are quite close to the, let's say, the local sources for data in a way that usually researchers themselves or then people in the organizations do curation for that kind of things that are maintained in quiz systems. These might be activities on research, etc. Basically, for the case study that we started within the project, this is somewhat described over there. So these kind of quiz systems that we have, many are really invaluable sources for information, especially for research assessment, policy making, and highlighting, for example, EOSC-related activities or contributions, if there would be interoperability between them that has been somewhat lacking, especially before. In our case study, what then we tried to tackle, just highlighting a few in the upcoming slides, not all of them. We tried to implement or we're implementing many of the components that have been presented today. But this is just to get an overview on what kind of domain we are talking about. So we have within the case study open air with the RD graph being aggregating this kind of CRIS information on European or global level, more or less. Then on the middle, which I'm representing as well, is the research.fi. So we have a national service providers who provide more or less national services in that country or region itself. And then what's, I feel at least, really valuable also is the source systems and local services that are provided. These are, for example, funder systems, local CRIS systems. There might be repositories, etc. And these are something that we need to take along in uptaking these kind of components. They really bring the value for making, let's say, global or European components or the EOS components here matter in the long run. So also disseminating information to that end is really important. And this is something that we've tried to do in the case study. So basically taking the idea of the workflows. So what kind of workflows there might be relating the component usage, for example. And then obviously one big part of the case study also was about the idea of exchanging CRIS information between systems. So basically moving on the vertical level here. So what could, for example, MSCR provide for this kind of data exchange and how to operationalize it in a meaningful manner. But to highlight a few, so in the three slides, I will be walking through some of the components that we've been trying to make happen in the case study and make use of them to the best extent we could. First is really about RAID. So this is something that we've been discussing today quite a lot, and there is poster session also downstairs on this. So the case study that we've built on research.fi regarding the RAID usage. This is all I guess familiar for you. So the idea that what RAID is and how it would really help with handling this kind of interlinking entities or objects, and that's really the starting point for this. And what we've been trying to do in the case study really is try out, first of all, the RAID, the European registry for that, maintained by SURF. And then, I guess more importantly, and this has been talked with the local organizations, for example, universities, is that how do we actually move forward from, let's say, the technical part of minting RAID, so the governance model, how to maintain it so that all of the players in the domain are in it together and make it feasible. Because when we talk about RAIDs, we really talk about things that get quite close to the researchers, and in that the universities need to be abroad as well. And for example, the CRIS systems that they are running. Next is really about the bit graph and the RD graph components, and this is somewhat what we've been trying to do on that end. So looking for ways to actually enrich information on the actual linkage between, for example, a researcher and a data set, and for example, citations on articles and how they move forward. We've been really active on the data side of things, so looking at bit graph and moving forward with making use of that information via the API layer and the data dump that they provide. This might be of use for many stakeholders in this domain, and discussing this with the community. What it means for the researchers really is about making their work more visible. So looking at the collaboration between collaboration around datasets, for example. So that's really important to make it happen, let's say, under the hood between the various systems. And then lastly, briefly on the MSCR side, this has been discussed further today already, for example, by my colleague Jonas.
for the CRIS community, what this means and what we try to do really is achieve some kind of crosswalks for the data exchange purposes. So this means between OpenAir, for example, but also between the CRIS systems, be they local or national. In this MSCR usage, we've been also looking at the serif standard, which is something that's maintained by the EuroCRIS Association currently, and has been somewhat a standard for this kind of conceptual level of handling CRIS-like information. And that's one part of this, and we are looking ways to make it happen in the MSCR component. But I guess that sums up our case study more or less, and also in time. So thank you.
I mean, so far, for EOSC, best project in timekeeping, huh? You've seen. Okay, Chris.
Thank you. Moving forward.
The green.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Chris Arroyo. I am the service owner for EU.B2Share. And this place I'm going to be representing our case study. Yeah, we are going to be representing our case study. So I will tell you a story. It's just a story. So once upon a time, there was a research scientist, data manager, and a scientific community manager. They came to us. What do they want? Questions, questions, and questions. How can I store and share my data? How can I make it extensive, clear the description of the metadata? I want a set of rules that I can give to my community so that it's easier for them when they want to publish their data. It makes it easy for them to continue. Okay, what about related projects? How do I know our project is related to another one? Then comes in our saver, FAIRcall for EOSC. Components and services coming to our rescue. MSCR, DTR, research activity RAID, RD graph, PD graph, and CAT. But before I go further, I would like to show you these are the connections. The connections between them. If you want more information, please be at our booth downstairs. You have enough information from all these, how they are connected to B2Share. You can see the blue cubes all over the place. Is EU.services connected to all of them. Okay, here comes our SPDR DM. SPR DM, which is the service providers and research data management. So we are an EOSC SPR DM, which is basically based on the EU dat. We are using EU.B2Share to demonstrate that. We have made available, because for us, the question is that how can I do easy works to make it easier, because researchers are concentrating on their research. They are not too much interested in how am I going to write complex, intricate metadata into before I publish it. So we have made available some of our metadata, EU.core metadata, to MSCR, DTR, so that in the future, it's not possible yet, but in the future, the aim is that if anybody comes in to B2Share and say, I want to publish my data, I want a community, I want a metadata, what we do is that we give them opportunity to be able to select from one of the available communities a metadata that are available in MSCR or DTR for typing. We have also integrated necessary metadata handles in B2Share so that RD graph, PID graph, and RAID can access B2Share and knows, okay, this is the relationship of this by RAID ID or by DOI or the PIDs that, all the PIDs that we need. And of course, while we are at this, we even succeeded to make a cut, you know, to look into our system and see how well we have done. This is an example of a core metadata that is in MSCR. You can see with the pointer there, you can see DOI, RAID. These are the handles, metadata handles we have in B2Share that can be pulled out by RAID, by PID graph, or by RD graph. Thank you. Compliance.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, Willem, it's you.
Yeah, so my name is Willem Elbers. I'm representing the Social Sciences and Humanities case study. I will briefly start with a little bit of context into the relevant services for our infrastructure that we've used in this case study. So there's the virtual collection registry. This is a service where we create virtual collections, bookmarks to resources in repositories, across repositories. And we try to make these collections citable. So we assign a DOI to this collection to promote its reusability. Another service important to this case study is the switchboard, or the language resource switchboard, which basically is a broker between data and tools. This service, you upload data or you provided a link to some data. It will do some analysis, check the data type, the language used in that data, and based on those properties, it will make a suggestion as to what tools are available in our infrastructure that can operate on that data. So this really is an explorative tool for our users. And finally, we have the Digital Object Gateway. This is an API that we use within our infrastructure to interface with all kinds of PID systems and repository systems. And the aim is that it should provide like a single API into these various systems. To highlight the benefit of using the components in our case study, I will discuss two user scenarios. So a typical workflow for us is a teacher that is preparing a lecture, and in this lecture requires some resources to be used. That teacher will create a virtual collection, add all the links to the collection, and in the lecture itself, then use this collection for the students to get access to all the materials. This works well, but there's some limitations to this workflow. So adding these links to the collections is all manual work, and we will require some metadata that has to be provided for each link in the collection. And especially if the amount of links grows, this is quite a bit of work. So ways to optimize this workflow would really benefit our users. So what we did, we integrated the virtual collection registry with the PID meta resolver. Originally, we only supported handles and DOIs in the virtual collection registry. So you can add a URL to a resource, or you can provide a PID or DOI. By integrating with the PID meta resolver, we basically expanded the amount of supported PID systems with quite a bit. The table is not extensive, but it shows a little bit what we supported initially. That's the DOG or Digital Object Gateway column, and the other column, the PID-MR column, shows basically all the systems that have been added by this integration. We have also integrated with the data type registry, and in the data type registry we've defined an extended data type, which allows to also provide some links that are relevant for the data type. Can be RFCs, can be schemas hosted in the metadata schema crosswalk registry, or even direct links to crosswalks. And we basically use this. If a user adds a link, we analyze the link, and we try to map that to a type, to an extended type in the DTR, and then use the information there to directly find the schema or the crosswalk in the MSCR. And if we have this crosswalk, we can actually run it on the link that was provided by the user, and basically convert the metadata to a schema that we understand, and extract useful information like the title, the description, and the author, and pre-fill all of this information into the link added to the virtual collection. So there's a screenshot of a technical overview, but what you can see is that based on some link added, we found a data type in the DTR, and we found the crosswalk, and we basically use that to extract some relevant information automatically. Another use case is for where like a technical, a more technical skilled researcher is interested. It has a collection of resources and is interested to know what kind of tools can do something useful with these resources. Basically, they have to script this. Unfortunately, the switchboard doesn't allow the processing of collections yet, so you have to program this yourself. But this workflow can also be extended or be improved a little bit by integrating with the FAIRcore for EOSC components. So again, via the digital object gateway, there was the integration with the PID meta resolver. So by extension, we can support more PID systems. But what was the most interesting is that this extended data type that we've defined in the data type registry also has support for taxonomies. So that basically means that you can create a taxonomy of data types, and that will allow the user, for example, in this case where the data type recognized is TEI XML. If there's only a limited set of tools available for this data type, we can use the associated taxonomy information to figure out that TEI XML actually is XML, and use the XML data type to find more generic tools that might be able to do something useful. So the added value of all the integration work with the FAIRcore for EOSC components is all the improvements I've mentioned to our virtual collection creation workflow, basically by collecting information and filling it in automatically. We've extended the digital object gateway to support the resolution of more PID systems by integrating with the PID meta resolver. And what I didn't mention in detail is that the work that we did to integrate with the PID graph and also a little bit the RD graph, that basically improved the discoverability of our collections, because we originally we didn't collect, for example, ORCID information for our authors in the virtual collection registry, and this is now information that we publish into the PID graph. So yeah, that has improved the discoverability. So thank you.
Thanks, Willem. Beate? I think it's you. Yeah. So you are all below the 8 minutes. That's great.
Yeah. And may I put the microphone there?
Too afraid to go over it.
Because I need backup. Thank you. So I hope you are still, yeah. So I hope you are still interested in hearing the story about our case study. My name is Beate Kröß, and I'm from the German Climate Computing Center in Hamburg. And I'm part of the team that developed this climate change case study. This slide I will skip because I think everybody knows what FAIRcore is and why we have case studies. So the first decision we had to make was which part of our infrastructure we want to use as suitable test bed in our case study. And here we decided to use ENIS. And why? So it's widely used from national and international projects. It has different funding streams. It sums up tens of petabytes of climate research data. It has 2 user portals in it, both with its own data access client, and it has already a provenance plugin. So how to make ENIS more fair and how to integrate ENIS and FAIRcore. To do that, we had to think about user stories. A typical one could be the creation of downstream data products that are useful for a large interdisciplinary user community. And one practical example could be a researcher wants to analyze the windstorm risk in specific areas of Europe. And ENIS is already going fair. It supports users to find their data, offers related data, but not only the access concerning authorization or credential. It's also important you could access these data in the possibility to retrieve large amounts of data. Interoperable data should be offered in different file formats, and reusable data should have a relation to origin, citation, credits, and so on. Means our users have a strong interest in provenance information about the data they use. This includes unique persistent identifiers of the input data, the processing steps applied to the data sets prior to delivery to the user, the citation information, and also information about the research activities and projects to which this particular data is related. The ENIS data service already provides this. Its form is in provenance record. Unfortunately, there are gaps concerning related objects, such as, for example, citation, DOIs, research activities such as funder information, project links, and so on. And these gaps have to be filled manually and require a lot of additional work. And this is where we want to improve our workflow. And how to do? Just use new FAIRcore services. And this slide shows on the left side the as-is situation, and on the right the to-be, or the status we have using some of the new components. ENIS provides data and provenance information, as I said, for a given dataset PID. The lowest level of ENIS data are data files associated with handle PIDs, and these data associated PIDs are linked to higher granularity data collection to which DOIs are assigned then. And DOIs are referenced in the scientific literature. DOIs are also harvested and available as part of the FAIRcore PID graph and RD graph. This means that PID graph and RD graph extends our FAIRfind, and DOIs are also associated with specific research activities registered as rate identifiers. This includes national and institutional projects as well as international scientific and infrastructure projects. This means that RAID also enhances our FAIR find by providing more and more references or related identifiers to given DOIs. The PIT metadata definition of INESPITs is registered as part of the data type registry and provides machine parsing methods in this kind of use. Also important for processing large data volumes. It associated also handle PITs with DOIs and also RAIDs. And using the MSCR, it's possible to analyze now for us different PIT metadata definitions by synchronizing them into one template and making them easier to compare. In addition, this analysis could be made machine actionable, enabling work on large volumes of data. And conclusion, the integration of FAIRcore services provides a broader view of the data used, and this is due to the additional RAID information as well as the machine-aided evaluation options using PITgraph, EGR, and also the MSCR. This slide shows the summary of us, means the PITgraph offers our researchers related identifiers, for example, for output data sets, publications, measuring instruments, and so on, for any given data site DOI. The RD-Graph enhances findability and reuse of climate data, especially for other communities. RAIDs provide a convenient overview of climate research activities by offering an aggregation of the different entities, linked data sets, and software and people involved. The DTR ensures a machine actionable standardization of metadata for our climate data sets. This is important for analyzing and comparing large data volumes. And the MSCR provides machine actionable metadata transformation jobs that makes data management easier and extends the service life of, for example, our maintenance software. So that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Beate. Okay, so I hope you are all looking forward to using our great FAIRcore for Years components. So here, again, just a summary of the benefits. I mean, I'm sure there are much more, but in the meanwhile, you should see, except for the first row, there's a QR code just in the back of some chairs. Maybe I can... Here, please do scan it right now. Again, prizes to win. You want to take one? Scan it, log into it. I'm gonna activate it. Just think. Yeah, so. Are you all in? Okay. Please, can you? Yeah, perfect. Thanks. Okay, so this is not the quiz. This is just a very short screening to see, yeah, whether you would be interested in using our components. So which one? You can pick several one, just for us. So yeah, we'll leave you like maybe 15 more seconds to answer, and then we'll.
You already started.
Yeah, no, but it's not the quiz. It's just, you know, the, yeah.
Yeah, I don't get them. I don't understand.
Okay.
I mean, I can...
You know, yeah, we can.
We can share it.
Yeah. Wow, MSCR.
As a revolutionary.
Yeah.
So will there be a prize? I mean...
The participants.
Answer something about a prize.
Yeah, this is for the participants, not for the components.
Yeah. Good. Okay, good. So, yeah, I think we can. Do you have a, no, maybe I should move it from here. Yeah. So now, join the quiz, please. yeah, we'll leave you a bit of time to get in the room. You all want chocolate, don't you?
We have plenty.
Yeah. Rocks, cocks. Okay, I'm really sorry I'm really glad that we have a lot of online participants. I mean, I guess there are. You need to eat the chocolate virtually, but yeah, okay. So we're gonna start.
First question is
Yeah.
Okay, first question coming up. So, Kat, how many persistent identifier services are available to researchers?
10 more seconds.
5 seconds. Okay. Do we see what is the correct answer? Yeah, okay. So more than 100 apparently. Okay, how can the DTR be used to support fair digital objects? Okay, 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Okay, nice spread again. Okay, most of you had this one correct. Nice. Which of the following schemas is not supported by the MSCR? Five seconds.
I answered incorrectly.
The negative, the negated thing is always, yeah.
No, that was the wrong answer. The right answer was the second. I actually
Okay, so next question. What is the added value of using the PID graph?
This is what you ticked.
Okay, 10 seconds. Five seconds, almost done. Okay, most of you have it correct.
Some of you are not paying much attention.
Yeah. What does the PIT-MR stand for?
Tricky one, huh?
It's a tricky one. Five seconds.
Looking forward to know this answer.
Almost all correct.
Sorry, I was a bit quick.
Okay, people can store, update, share, and link research project information, including details like activities, contributors, funding, and outputs in a research activity identifier. How many times? Once, 10 times, or throughout the research life cycle? 10 seconds. 5. Nice one. What does the RD graph stand for? Again. Okay, 5 seconds. Okay, this is a perfect score. Nice.
First time.
First time. So, what is a SWHID, SWIT?
Read carefully.
Yeah, 10 seconds. 5.
Sorry, I was too quick.
Okay, what are...
This one was the right one.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, what are the goals of the case study climate change? They might have failed this morning. 10 seconds. 5. Well, if there's multiple people at the first spot, it will be based on time, I think. Interesting.
So I'm not there.
So, what is the SPRDM? Seconds. 5. And the correct answer is research.fi service. Oh.
I'm sorry.
The research.fi service provides researchers. One of the options. That's a 10 seconds. 5. Nice. Last question. What is one of the impacts of the social sciences and humanities case study? Ten seconds. 5. And we're done.
Oh.
And you can announce the winner.
So wait, this one, this was tight, huh? You had a good one.
This was a tight one. Yeah.
Yeah. And the winner is? You know, I was really about to add a last question. What is the nickname of Tommy Sominen? So this is Project Daddy. Yeah.
Sorry?
Why is the second place results also 12? Oh,
It's based on time.
Yeah.
So if there's a tie in score, then the quickest one wins.
Yeah. Yeah, but we can have two big. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we did.
The answer to my question or the MCR-related question was wrong. So everybody who answered the schema report, bonus point for you guys. That was correct.
Okay, so I'm calling. So yeah, we say Joyce. You are Joyce. Please come in. Yeah, congratulations, big applause. So Project Daddy, you'll get your goodie later. And then we have Till. Annalena, ich überlege, ob wir nicht auch noch eine Tasche geben. Then Matti. Yeah, so wait, oh no. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, we will have an issue. So, and then Hannah. But I need Sarah. Sarah, I need your help. How can I see the next? I only have the 5 first. Do you know how do I do this to see the other? Sorry, it's my first Slido.
This is not connected to that, right?
No, but maybe I can see this.
But we can see our position, so maybe.
Ah, that's good. So who is number 6? Who is number 6?
That's a good thing.
Number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Please go to Annalena. So up to 10, come on. Up to the stage. Okay, in 11, 12, please, come. And we have like 2 more?
Yeah, no, 3 more.
3 more. So up to 15, to the stage. Well done. Yeah. And then the one who... Yeah. Yeah. And then I'll say, we can just skip this one for later. Yeah, and then all the others, please come on and get an extra goodies. But do not leave. Do not leave. We have. Can we go back to the slide, please? Yeah. So no, you don't need to do another quiz, but yeah. So we like one of you who are interested in maybe taking one of the components. If you would be happy to give a short video statement out in just telling, yeah, I'd like to maybe use this because I think this would bring this to our community. Please come here next to this board, and we have a special great goodies for you. So there's a very nice umbrella. It's just a short statement because we'd like to see how external communities would be interested in using our components developed in the project. So we are really looking forward very much to hearing from you. Please come here next to the board. And yeah, and the others just take, Annalena is distributing the chocolate. You know, they're all so jealous. They're just standing at the door. Oh, I didn't get my chocolate. It's too late, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you all. We are done with the session.
Well, sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water and I think was lost, so lost. Now I found myself, I'm never gonna stop. I'm ready to love myself. I'm ready to love myself. I'm ready to go. No, I don't need nobody else. I'm ready to love myself. I'm ready to love myself. I'm ready to go. No, I don't need nobody. I don't need nobody. That's the middle. Throw back with no chaser, with no trouble. In that moment, baby, let's make some bubbles. Puffing on that gelato. Wanna be seeing double. Gotta do what you gotta believe it. We ain't got no plans to leave it. Tell all of your friends to be here. We ain't gonna sleep all weekend. Oh, you know, it's the middle.
At least it was.
Pop a few pills and pop a few champagne bottles. On that money like you just won the lotto. We've been up all damn summer, making that bread and butter. Tell me, did I just stutter? It's the motto. Pop a few pills and pop a few champagne bottles. Throwing that money like you just won the lotto. We've been up all damn summer, making that bread and butter. Tell me, did I just stutter?
3 minutes. Okay. It's right here. Now. Okay. Okay, everyone. Okay, everyone. Please sit down. Then we can start the final session. This is the final session of today. It is already a long day, and we are between now and the visit to Maduro Dam and also the dinner. So. Okay, thank you. As you probably have noticed, I'm not Anne-Sophie. I'm Mark van der Zande, I'm from SURF, and Anne-Sophie and I will chair the final session. And the final session is about the I of interoperability within FAIR. And I think that is probably one of the biggest challenges to achieve, interoperability. Certainly if you want to achieve interoperability across domains, across infrastructures, across science domains. Therefore, I think interoperability is very challenging, also if you look at the different layers of interoperability, not only on the technical part, but also on the semantic, organizational level, but also on the legal level. And we try to address all these interoperability within this session. This is the agenda of this session. As we see, we start with a keynote, then we have 2 presentations, and also we want to finalize with a panel session. So if you have any answers, please provide or wait for your answers and have those answers in the last part of the panel. We start with the first keynote speech that will be done by Javier. And Javier is a practicing lawyer, is also a doctor in psychology, and he's also a lecturer and a researcher, and he has been advocating the use of free software for the last 25 years, and he's also in FAIR Impact, one of the EOSC FAIR champions. And he will talk about interoperability and bridging between technical interoperability until the legal interoperability. Javier.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Anne-Sophie, you are too tall for me. Okay, so I don't know how slides work because I never use slides. It's something that I really... Oh, you click it and it goes. Okay, so back to the basics. I'm going to try to fit into 15 minutes because my plane will not wait, so I will try to be very synthetic. And I like to go always to the basics, and the basics, because sometimes what we do is we enter into so much of the detail that we forget what we are speaking about. And there are three principal main things that we have to take into account when we want to share information. And the barriers are always three, are the technical, are the economic, and are the legal. Okay, the technical, we know what they are. The economic, it's absolutely evident what they are. But the legal are not so evident, and perhaps they are one of the biggest enemies that we do have when we come to interoperability and to share information. Okay, the Budapest Initiative already said so 22 years ago, that we have all the libraries that are full with wisdom, with knowledge, and we cannot share it due to legal aspects. So it's not technical, and it's not semantical, and it's not money. It's just a matter of intellectual property. We cannot do that. So open access, open data, open science depends on one key cornerstone, which is legal interoperability. And when we arrive to information regulation, there are two main fields, two main parts, two main structures. The first one is the one related to freedom of information. And freedom of information, there are a lot of laws related to freedom of information. They have the same quality, all of them, or the same characteristic, all of them, and it's the rule of maximum disclosure. If I go to my government and ask for some information, the government should, unless there is certain exceptions, should disclose that information and provide it to me. Exactly the same happens when we arrive to freedom of expression. I can say absolutely everything except certain things that should be punishable depending on social values, for example, national security or religious aspects, etc., but also depending on private values that could be privacy or intimacy of the people. But when we arrive to science and when we arrive to this other part of information, the rule is totally the opposite. Everything is forbidden except. So we do have those two main pillars, or two main systems. The first one is everything is allowed except, and the second one, which is everything is forbidden except. So what happens when we arrive to scientific information? When we arrive to scientific information, and I speak about information because there is where we put data, is where we put papers, is where we put essays, is where we put databases, is where we put absolutely all related to notebooks, etc., to science. Well, we had this mandate from the European Commission to write a report related to the problems that we face between intellectual property rights and open science, and there's a huge problem there. And that huge problem, well, it does have certain solutions. So the main four activities that are forbidden and are the ones that we should be aware of are the activities of to copy something, to copy a work, to copy a database, to transform it, to transform a work, or to transform a database, to merge a database, to extract some parts of a database, to distribute tangible copies, books, papers, printed, or to communicate to the public intangible works. And those four activities are, by default, forbidden. They are always forbidden. And the only way to do something with them is, well, some solutions to the rescue. And there are only three ways that we can use in order to avoid that problem. The first is to obtain consent from the right holders. And I do not say authors, and I do not say creators. I say right holders. One example, the other day, a colleague from University of Surrey said, well, you know, they want me to obtain the consent from an author, even though this is, I think, in public domain. And they would not obtain that book published, they would not obtain that agreement to publish a book because, well, the publisher said, I don't want any, I want to shield my position, therefore ask for permission. Well, how can I ask for permission for that? Doesn't matter, that's your problem. So, well, we have there, first of all, you have to obtain permission, and of course, in most cases, the author and the creator is not the right holder. The second is to use an exception, but here comes always the discussion. Is this an exception or is it not an exception? Oh yeah, but I am quoting, yeah, but you are quoting too much, so therefore that is not an exception, that is a copy, therefore you need the permission. And the third one is to use a work under public domain. Okay, so here we go to science. Science is a stream of contributions. There's not one isolated work in science. Science has two parts. When we are just in the middle of a scientific production, we do have the upstream, where we receive information, data, science, we receive databases, we receive absolutely everything. And then what we do is we produce something in order to, well, to give it to the downstream. We cannot understand COVID cases, databases related to COVID, if we don't watch, we don't see the evolution from the databases up until now, and if we don't see from now on that those databases. So you cannot see it as a static work masterpiece. Science is always dynamic. It's just this stream of different contributions. So we have to do, and we have to enable two different conditions. The first one is we have to check if the upstream that we are using, we are doing it under legal conditions, under permissible conditions. And the second one is we must guarantee for the future, for the people who are going to use our work, we have to guarantee that our permission is there, so they would be able to work with it. So, what is the challenge of interoperability, legal interoperability? Well, the first one that comes to our mind when we speak about legal interoperability is all the problems that come from the technical interoperability. So all of them, we bring it to us, and then we have the problems of how to make it machine actionable, how to make a machine actionable what comes from the upstream, and how can we make machine actionable what we put into the downstream. There are certain solutions, for example, the development of Linux kernel or certain software they do have with tags, you can guarantee that further you're going to see that the license that is included in that source code is the one that could suit your needs. But always there could be a license incompatibility, but at least it's machine actionable, okay? Or machine, you can test it. And you have then another problem, and this is mainly legal. Is the hermeneutics problem, is the jurisdiction problem. And the best example ever is the GDPR. We do have a regulation in Europe, but every different country has different interpretations. And another thing that happened, for example, for the licenses Creative Commons, when the Creative Commons non-commercial license appeared, there was a question, what does non-commercial mean in your jurisdiction? And depending on the jurisdiction, it could mean that you could not sell the piece, and in other jurisdictions could mean that you could not make profit using the piece, not even, for example, just making in a museum an exhibition of those pieces. That would be also a commercial activity, even though you do not sell the piece. So we do not have the same interpretation. How can we semantically make all those different interpretations happen? There's no possibility. And there's another one, which is we don't know what something means until in 15 years' time there is a case and the European Court of Justice does not make the interpretation for us. Therefore, it's, again, temporary. So the semantics of one sort of interpretation can be not only varied across Europe and across the world, but also can be different depending on the moment when you're going to implement it. Okay, what are the future challenges that we do have? So we do have then the technical challenges, we do have then the hermeneutics challenges, which are mostly legal, but there's another challenge that we haven't yet realized, and it is that legal norms, they were made in natural languages. We wrote them in natural languages, but from now on, legal norms are not written in natural languages. They are written in source code, because there's a lot of applications that are used by governments in order to give us, or to, well, to decide if we receive certain rights. If we do have the right to whatever, it doesn't matter. And I bring here a case that we are following in Spain, which is now in the Supreme Court, the 29th of January, and that is why I wasn't able to go to Seville. There was a deadline, and you know that court deadlines have no mercy. It's not like in the academics, okay, but you can say, well, please, 1 or 2 more days. Well, Supreme Court says, I'm merciless. Okay, if you did it, you did it. If not, you lose your right. And what we did is we filed Spanish Foundation, in our Supreme Court, an appeal using the Freedom of Information Act, asking for the source code of a program that gives the right to obtain certain amounts of discount, certain discounts from the invoice for energy prices. This is now being held under our Constitutional Court. We will have, in 2 years' time, I think we'll have a response. But this brings us a problem for the interoperability that we do have between different scientific projects. If the funding, if any sort of requirements is going to be implemented, and this implementation is going to be done through an automatic proceeding, that is to say an application, then we need to see the source code. And that source code, therefore, should be there. Furthermore, if today we would have to write a constitution, who would be the territory who would be competent to standardize something? The lender, to speak about Germany, for example, or would it be the national, the country? Is it something that we have to give to the European Union, or the countries are going to be the ones who would be, the sovereignty would be from the countries? How would the constitutions would have been written if we wrote them today? Would they include something related to source code or standards? We have to think about that, because in that way what we are doing is we are distributing the power. It is not acceptable that the nets that are from the judiciary are administered, are managed by the Ministry of Justice that belongs to the executive. That could be normal when we used typing machines, but now that we use computers and we use the digital, that is no longer acceptable because of the separation of powers, especially the world that we are seeing that is coming. So interoperability, to finish, I would just say that it's not a legal issue, it is a political issue, it's a constitutional issue. And to use Langdon Winner's words, I would like to finish saying that what we do have is techne as politeia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I did it. Perfectly on time. Thank you. The next presentation is done by Esteban and also Tommy, and this is about how the FAIRcore for EOS components are supporting FAIR and interoperability within FAIR.
Thank you. Hi everyone. Let's see if we can find, yeah, perfect. So hi, my name is Esteban Gonzalez. I'm working in FAIRcore for EOS, and I'm going to explain a little bit the work that we are doing together with FAIRcore for EOS, and how the cross-domain interoperability is an important thing. Okay. So I start with the SRIA document. In the SRIA document, you can find how they achieve a good level of technical, semantic, and organizational and legal interoperability within EOS is essential. Okay, and look at the following word: is to federate services. Remember that the new EOS architecture is about a federation. It's an EOS federation, okay? So that is important to deal with this federation of services. And when we look, we are thinking about federation services, it is not just only about the federation of services between nodes, it's also about the federation of services inside of the node. So what is exactly the EOS interoperability framework? Okay, as you can find here in the slide, is basically a set of guidelines and policies to enable interoperability of, and look at this, resources and services, okay? So you have seen this morning and during this afternoon a lot of things about data interoperability, But what happened with another digital object we can say about, for example, software or services? How it works is interoperability between services. So this is important because remember the other term is composability. Okay, so we need to try when we want to communicate different systems. Okay, we need to do it not by using just only one service. In the most modern design of software engineers, we use the term of microservices. That is a very tiny services that we use together to solve a problem. Okay, and this is an approach that we have to follow for sure. The EOS interpretive framework is divided in different layers. Okay, Javier explained a little bit the legal interoperability. So we are going to focus in this talk about the semantic interoperability and legal interoperability. Basically, the idea is that technical interoperability is the ability to communicate systems, okay? And the semantic interoperability is this ability to interchange information by using, in this case, like semantic artifacts, okay? It's in unambiguous data, okay? With an ambiguous meaning. As you can see, the EOS interpretive framework, one of the problems I think they have is a lot of building blocks, no? A lot of information about the EOS interpretive framework, as you can find here in the slides. Okay, this is an architecture from the technical point of view. Okay, so I'm going to focus in the semantic view. So you probably in the session about the accessibility, you see familiar with some of these concepts. Okay, so we can say that the idea is to use fair digital objects. Okay, and there is some, we saw this morning some implementation about these fair digital objects. Even there is new EOS projects that they are working in new implementations of fair digital objects. So remember, the idea is to not to exchange data, is to exchange digital objects. This is the thing that we have to achieve. And also, as you can find here, you can see different components. Okay, metadata catalog. So probably is familiar to TTR. Semantic artifact catalog, that this is one of the works of Clement inside of Fair Impact that we are doing, and the Mapen repository, okay? Don't worry, because Tommy later is going to explain you about how these components work and how can these components can help you to solve some of the interoperability problems. So this is the interoperability problems identified by the EOS interoperability framework. Okay, you can find here the famous crosswords across communities, and look at this, the semantic interoperability problems. Okay, they are mainly focused on documentation for semantic artifacts, repositories for semantic artifacts, but also the lack of expertise of the people who manage these semantic artifacts. And this is something that we have to push for, and this is one of the things that we are doing inside of Fair Impact with the support actions and the training courses. So this is some of the recommendations, okay? There's a lot of them, but check the recommendations 5, minimum metadata model. So we have been talking about crossworks, okay? Crosswork between different semantic artifacts, okay? Metadata schemas or even in ontologies, okay? But what happened with this minimum metadata model? It is possible? It's a holy grail? Well, I can tell you that, for example, there is a project like Warfare that they are working in the CDIF, okay? It's the cross-domain interoperability framework, okay? So the idea of CDIF is to create this like minimum metadata model, okay, that allow you to create this crossword, okay? But in this case, the crosswords are different. So if you're thinking in the crossword that you learned this morning, imagine, and I'm going to put an analogy about the language, okay? I'm a Spanish speaker, okay? Some of you are English speaker, German speakers, Dutch speaker, okay? So with the approach that you all see this morning, well, basically you will need like a dictionary to translate between Spanish and Dutch, Spanish and German, etc. So the idea behind CDIF is, well, we can use maybe a lingua franca. That is basically the English that we are doing, okay? There is a strength and weakness, but there is another possibility to create the crossword, okay? And this is also complementary to, for example, the component of MSCR, because if you have a data schema in some specific, using some metadata schema, you can use this component to create the mappings between your specific metadata schema in your community with CDIF, okay? So this is some components that you can use together. Okay? This is some of the recommendations that I take from the EOS task forces, but also some of the recommendations that we collect during the FAIR impact with the organization of the different workshops and the synchronization workshops. Okay? One of the aspects that I think is quite interesting is the interoperability guidelines. Okay? We need a repository, okay, where we can find these guidelines. Okay? But the thing is, we don't need, I think in my opinion, we don't need a catalog, a simple catalog that I'm going to put the guidelines right there. I don't know how to use it. The idea is to catalog properly these guidelines, but also to make it machine actionable. Okay? We need to try to, in this case, I'm going to use the term artificial intelligence, can interpret the guidelines that they are inside of this catalog. Okay? And it is very important if we want to take advantage of the AI, okay, that I think there's a huge potential on this. We need that these models can harvest correctly the information that they are inside of the guidelines. So this is some example of the components. For example, the semantic artifact catalog. This morning, Clement explained that. Also, I'm going to tell you that you've seen this morning CAT, okay, the compliance assessment tool, and you see an example where they apply this tool to create a PID policy, no? to check the compliance of the PID policy. So in the case of FAIR Impact, we are working in another use case. In this case, we are trying to make a compliance of an interoperability policy. So in case you have an interoperability policy in your institution, you can use these tools potentially, okay, to check the compliance, okay? Because one of the things that I discovered in the recommendations is they use very broad terms. They use a very broad terms and a little bit ambiguous, etc. So what we are trying to do is to convert this recommendation to specific metrics, something specific actions that we can measure and check the compliance. And finally, you can we have the MSCR. So I'm going to give the floor to Tommy, who is going to explain you the different components.
Thanks. Mission Impossible, I think I have 6 minutes. Those are not my slides. We continue with the same slide set that was just on the screen. So if I can... okay, but this is where other slides should come, not... Yeah. So... yeah, well, a large part of the slides are missing, so where is the presentation? Okay, well, it seems the presentation is missing. So I'll just wing it then. I thought anyway 6 minutes was not a lot, and we have a saying in Finnish that repetition is the mother of all learning. So my plan was to talk about MSCR, the data type registry, and also the vocabulary service we have developed. So the CAT actually required, when it is analyzing the compliance to specific criteria, where are those criteria defined? It needed to place a place where those criteria are hosted. So we actually brought in this vocabulary service, which defines each of those criterias with a PID pointing to the criteria, provenance management, correlations between other concepts. So we brought this in. And actually the vocabulary service is paired with the MSCR because you can export the vocabularies as SCOS and you can create crosswalks between the vocabularies using the MSCR, which you can then again export for registering them where you need them. The DTR, in fact, creates interoperability in many ways, whether it be typing in a PID kernel information profile, the data types that are in that metadata envelope, or if you have schemas that you are about to crosswalk, you can actually describe each of the attributes of the schemas with the data types provided by DTR. And then in this little screen, it's an example of crosswalking in action from MSCR. So what you can do there is you have to register your schemas that you want to crosswalk, so that you can actually have the PIDs in hand that you're saying that this is a connection from this to this. So then the crosswalks themselves, you create those, you have the PIDs for the crosswalks, and you can in fact export those crosswalks from MSCR. Now we have implemented demonstration operationalization that is then able to take the XSLT or the RML, so the file that concretely can be run to do the conversion, and we have a demo of this that takes from MSCR API this conversion, operationalization capacity of the conversion, and you can run then the conversions from a file A to a file B using this demo instance. But this transformation happens outside of the MSCR. MSCR is for managing the registry, as Jonas said earlier today, where we host the schemas and the crosswalks, and communities can come and curate those crosswalks there, version them, do the provenance management. And then the other part is that they're functional entities, the crosswalks, that you can actually run them and create the conversions from them. What else do I remember about my slides? So these are 3 services that concretely solve interoperability problems that were described in the SRIA. So we have taken those problems or those shortcomings that were highlighted in that document, and we have been concretely working on solving them. And these services, we feel, are concrete solutions to actual problems. And of course, they won't be perfect now in the end of one project, and we hope to continue working on them, continue increasing the impact of those services by getting them out to the communities as widely as possible. So I'm going to save time now, and I can actually finish. You didn't have to watch my 30 slides in 5 minutes, so you can consider yourself spared of the pain. So thank you.
And the next one is Olivier Ruchon, and he's going to present about the legal and organizational interoperability.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So I'll try to follow up after Javier's presentation. I'm not as skilled as he is, but I'll do my best. So we're going to talk about legal and organizational interoperability. The funny thing is that Carol earlier said that accessibility was the most boring thing of FAIR principles. Well, I have something for you there. No, I'm not saying that it's boring. I'm saying that it's very complex. The reason why it's complex, it's because the interpretation that one can make of written legal frameworks and translate that into something that's machine readable, right? That's where the issue is. So you've got some definitions from the Commission about what organizational interoperability is or legal interoperability is. I'm not going to go into details there. Legal interoperability is not just solving an issue with licenses or things like that. It's much more complex than that. So licenses and permissions are one thing, but you also have to deal with data protection, personal or sensitive data, data sharing agreements, and of course, intellectual property rights. So again, very complex. So what we have tried to do as part of the Fair Impact project is to check which metadata standards or control vocabulary would be relevant to convey some legal constraints, okay? So what we did is first deliverable called Core Metadata Schema for Legal Interoperability, in which we did some, of course, desk research. We tried to evaluate different metadata
standards, such as, for example, Dublin Core. Of course, that's the most obvious data site, but more complex ones like DCAT or even rogue rate, amongst other. So we started from the list of metadata schemas that were on the EOSC interoperability framework, of course, but added some more. We also add 4 use cases, not 3, like written on the slide, to have a better view on the challenges that had been faced by concrete implementers of those schemas and legal or organizational constraints. The good thing is that our recommendations are pretty much in sync with what's been said earlier during the previous sessions. So we would recommend DCAT as an overall schema for dataset description, as well as ODRL as a way to describe permissions, as well as access policies. The main thing is that if DCAT is a bit more complex than Dublin Core, for example, it's still achievable for researchers or data stewards. ODRL is a little bit more complex and would probably require more support or more trainings material available, and that's probably where there's a lack at the moment that we need to address, I would say. So after this deliverable, we have tried to do more on legal interoperability and the different documents in which this interoperability can be stated. And for example, when we talk about MOUs and SLAs, we have tried to do some suggestions on the different commitments from service providers regarding interoperability. So this side of the activity was led by one of my colleagues, Salome Landel. She couldn't be here today, so I'm talking on her behalf. So bear with me, because I'm not as familiar about that as she is. But yeah, again, SLAs, MOU, how do you translate some interoperability requirements in those documents? You know what the difference between an MOU and an SLA is. A MOU is used to describe a collaboration between parties, and an SLA is really a contractual document between parties, generally a service provider and a user. It can be, SLA can be signed, or it can not be signed, in which case it's probably more service level specification to which the service provider will commit. Yeah, I'm not going to go too much into detail. Just to finish on that one, in the deliverable, we have suggested a template for SLA documents, including some specific questions regarding interoperability. So it may be worth having a look at it and try to reuse it. Okay, now I'll go into a wider perspective regarding interoperability. We'll get back to not only to legal, organizational, but the whole set of interoperability. That is to say, legal, organizational, semantic, and technical, okay? Ingrid said this morning that there were that Turning FAIR into Reality report that translated into the EOSC interoperability framework. That's not the only interoperability framework which exists within the EOSC ecosystem. There are many other interoperability frameworks, right? So the biggest problem is that each of those interoperability frameworks provide recommendations. So basically, in the EOSC interoperability framework, you will have 25, 30 recommendations. In the, let's say, the Fair Digital Object Framework or any other, you will have more recommendations. In the end, you will end up with hundreds of recommendations. So how, as a researcher, as a data steward, as a data producer, which recommendation is relevant for my own case? It's difficult to say. And then we are back to the legal, organizational, semantic, technical, the lovely acronym of LOST, lost. Yes, it's very much relevant. So in order not to be lost, how do I do, right? Which are the concrete and successful implementation of those recommendations? That's a big question. And we have tried to address that in another deliverable. So, and we have tried to provide some recommendations regarding that EOSC interoperability framework and others. And as you may have heard earlier today, I'm not going to spoil this deliverable because it's not been published yet. It will be published by the end of March. But what we are saying is that having a repository of not only guidelines, but profiles by communities of successful implementation of interoperability mechanisms would help. Because if I am a researcher, I will have concrete examples that I can reuse if they fit for my purpose. And also crosswalks or mappings between those profiles would also help. It was nice to see that the MSCR was discussed during the previous session, but in my opinion, crosswalks mapping really relate to interoperability and interoperability first, because it's with mappings that I will be able to compare things that are comparable, integrate them when I am allowed to, and things like that. So that's me done. Thank you very much.
Even saving more time. Oh, was I quick? Yeah, you still have time. Okay. Cool. So, these were the presentations, and now I will hand over to the real Anne-Sophie, and she will do the chair of the panel session.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Mark. Yeah. Good to be here. I'd like our panelists to step onto the scene, and let's have a discussion about some called it the elephant in the room, and compared to the lost interoperability. So and we have our presenters here, and we have added for a little more perspective two more panelists. So we have Roxana and we have Maxence. It's good to have you here, both working in the field of interoperability to create interoperability within the FAIR ecosystem and within open science. So I hope you can leave your bios there. Maybe I suggest we have the first question, and that's maybe on me. Yes. First question is, in your opinion, which layer of interoperability, the interoperability stack, and again, getting back to the lost, now you can really see it, legal, organizational, semantic, and technical, are the biggest challenge to solve. And maybe I suggest maybe that also you in the audience, and unfortunately maybe a bit more difficult for the people online, to have a little say on, so let's go together, the panel and the audience. So is it the biggest challenge is on the legal side? What do you think?
Who goes with legal?
Who goes with legal? Yeah. Not too many. Yes. Organizational. Actually, a little more interesting. Yes. And semantic. There you go. Yeah, sure. Yeah, and technical for the last. Only a few. Yes, we are done there. No elephant there. We're good, ready to go. Except one. I think the finding is that it seems to my learners that the people who think it's the biggest challenge is also the people working in this in field exactly, which is. yeah, something to think about. I could suggest to start with maybe, Roxanne, you said organizational. We haven't used too much time on that bit, so maybe if you would elaborate a bit on your point. It works.
So I'm not working originally either with legal or organizational. I would go with legal first, but for me, because legal is the hardest to overcome. It's slow to make legal changes anywhere. But we can make progress. So for me, the base ground is what is the most challenging with regards to making any progress moving forward. And I'm coming from the technical branch many years ago. And after a while, we quickly realized that the organizational and legal problems were the ones keeping us with the development, because we didn't know what to develop. As long and as quick as you have the models, the standards, the development is going fairly quickly. Of course, there are some technical challenges, but I'm sorry, but this is not that much of a rocket science. Like one-time semantic one, it is a little bit. But I believe that if we have one path to follow or one plan to reach semantic interoperability, the development for that would be much easier. But the organizational one, because it combines people don't like to change their ways. So I would go with legal is obviously even more challenging because it's even less changeable. And I'm not, please do not quote me, but sometimes we can make progress without considering legal aspects. We can showcase some things, assuming that the legal part will come after, but it's very hard without the organizational change, to be honest.
Okay. Then, yeah, Tommy, you go. Yeah,
I'm going to throw something a bit different that is not so related to what I do into the game. My wife has written papers on analyzing law compliance behavior of people. And one of the key things, findings is that people won't follow laws if they don't match their values. So people's values really affect how well they will comply to legislation. And if we look at an individual researcher, they might not care so much about IPR, and they're willing to pirate software, or at least 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, it was completely normal that you just get your hands on the software, and who's going to know what you use for your analysis. And in that sense, for individual researchers, maybe sometimes the legal hurdles aren't as big as they might be, but as institutions, we can't do that. We'll be caught immediately, and, well, institutions can be thrown in jail, but nevertheless, it is a real issue. And of course we have, I think all recognize we have a bit of blindness, because we see the problems in what we work with, and then it's much more difficult to see the problems in the other spheres. But just that was a kind of a leap from your comment that maybe sometimes we bypass some problems.
Yeah.
So it's possible on some levels, but on other levels it's not at all.
No, just to make it perfectly clear from the technical implementation perspective, we were stuck without legal or organizational changes. We couldn't make progress. So, yeah, and it was very frustrating. Still is.
Yeah, thank you. And we are all thinking about this, the joke about, the elephant and the blind man. So sometimes we're a bit of the blind man, right? Yeah. Shall we have a say from the legal perspective? Come on.
Well, if what we're doing is doing machine actionable, then what we have to translate is concepts that we do have in a world that is not technical, technically defined by tags, and we have to change it, or we have to implement it into some kind of formal language. Therefore, then I think that the four are exactly the same as difficult, because just a matter of philosophy of language. How do we implement a new different language where what we have to do is we have to write things that don't come from that realm? And that is the problem that the Circle of Vienna had already. And it is the problem of Frege in the 19th century. So it's something that has been done already and thought a lot about philosophy of science. So then the four are going to have the same problem. If what we are speaking is about organizational aspects, there is a very, very huge amount of problem, and that comes from the anthropology, because how do we organize is the question that even though we've got a group, which is a family, which is the minor group that we have in our society, every family has a different way to function. Therefore, it's very, very difficult then to identify what are the values or what are the systems that we could tag and we put inside there. How was the resistance, the French resistance, the Dutch resistance, or the Danish resistance organized in the Second World War against the Nazis? And perhaps that's the system that we have to go now deep inside, especially the scientists, with the world that's coming from that part of the world, okay? Because we are now just in a moment where we have to rethink what we are doing, and perhaps we will have to hide certain things. And we have been exposed by social media, which have focused on, well, even our privacy, our intimacy. So the organizational part and would be also very, very difficult. The legal, I spoke about the two main difficulties that we do have, which is the dynamic of the law. We won't have a response until 15 years, and well, also the different interpretation of the law in the different countries. And furthermore, I think that there's another thing that we have to see. In what part of the four there are more interdisciplinarity, so people through conversations would be able to agree and to have a consensus on how should we understand something, therefore to formalize it in that sort of language. So I wouldn't say one of the four. I don't know.
All right, but interesting point. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I would just add that in my opinion, since the EOSC has been put together, we have addressed essentially the technical and semantic challenges. Just because we had researchers and engineers which had the expertise on these levels. Now, on legal and organizational, obviously, there's less expertise in the community, and that's why these two aspects have been left over. It's probably time now to try to focus on these two ones as well.
Yes, thank you. I don't know, Esteban, will leave the semantic?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Yeah, okay. Well, as Tommy said, I have a bias, okay, because I'm working in the semantic domain. So for me, the big challenges are in this specific domain, okay.
Yeah, sure.
And also, I see this morning, okay, with Clement on all the discussions about the semantic artifact, the concept about the semantic artifact, what is exactly a semantic artifacts, are the same concepts because we have to deal with across communities, okay? So sometimes it's very difficult to discuss some specific context with people who are from humanities, for example, okay? So in my case, I ran for semantic.
Yeah, I think makes sense. You had a comment, and then you, Tommy, and then we can move and also.
Yeah, my concern would be pretty much on the legal aspect. It's funny because since 2 years now, with my team, we are working we're purely working on the technical aspect of interoperability. We're working with DataScipe, with OpenAir. We are an aggregator for mathematical entities. We collect millions of articles in the domain of math and software metadata as well. And it's so the technical aspect is tricky, but it's not undoable. What is, I mean, on my view, especially the aspect we don't see so much, is the metadata of the entities. Typically, the ownership of the metadata is really an issue for us. If I can take as an example, typically you have articles format. On our service, you can find them. They look great on the user-friendly website, but also we expose them in an API that is dedicated to the other infrastructure. And guess what? We cannot expose the same content for legal aspect regarding the metadata licenses, because big players in the academic publishing world, Dutch companies, I would not say the name.
Elsevier.
Spring.
Taylor and Francis.
Thank you so much for taking so much risk. So, and yes, they are imposing strict rules on the metadata, how they can be exposed, and so yes, that's the problem we have. I mean, yes, the user can have it, but when infrastructure want to work together to expose the metadata to finally enhance this digital world for the mathematicians, it's impossible. I mean, we cannot expose everything. No. So that's. That
Yeah.
was you.
Not for technical, but for legal. Yeah. Tommy, for last word.
If we hypothesize that indeed FAIRcore for EOSC and Fair Impact have now solved all technical and semantic interoperability problems,
almost,
then it is interesting to actually go at the legal interoperability and actually then, I think you said something in the ballpark of legal becomes a political question. And that, I think that is where EOSC is now headed, because once we start having federatable services, federatable data resources, and we start having national nodes and all kinds of things, then it becomes a political question. How much are you willing to share within Europe? Do we actually manage to create a European, what was it, intellectual research commons or something in that ballpark? So are the Finns willing to put all of their computing resources on the table for anyone in Europe to use, when their mandate is to provide services nationally? Sweden has the same issue. I'm sure most of the countries have the same issue. This becomes then a political legal problem. Sometimes it may be legally constrained that you're allowed to provide your services only to national customers. But if we want to kind of generate, like we have with the free movement of labor, a genuine European research area where we can share resources freely across countries, and somehow this all works out, then I think this becomes, in the end, a political problem. Political interoperability.
Probably right, and indeed, in the new world we are facing for at least 30 days, things are really changing. Let me please, if you have in the room or in the Zoom chat any comments, please speak up. Otherwise, I'll move to. What's up? I'll move to. Oh, there's a question there in the Minty. No point to invest in technical. We don't invest on semantic. Kind of chicken egg discussion. Yeah, I guess, and there was some chicken and egg indeed here also. So thank you for that. Oh,
yeah, but
yeah?
I think it's the same question, because technical and semantic, you cannot separate them. They're exactly the same. When what you're doing is you're formalizing the framework, then what you're doing is the semantic of the framework. Therefore, making technical aspects are making semantic aspects. When you build a house, you're building what's inside. You decided if the kitchen is little or is big, or if the place where you're going to eat is going to be inside the kitchen, is going to be to receive people. So it's exactly the same. Technical and semantic are exactly the same. You're doing semantics through techniques.
Right, yeah. Let's move to the questions. And that's for me. Sorry, I'm forgetting. Thanks. I think we'll, just for a minute, stay in the panel, and then we'll open up the floor more sort of openly. Then, again, trying to get into the action mode. What might be the approach to achieve a working interoperability framework in a vast and heterogeneous environment, which is EOSC? And indeed, I can say from working in this in the work package in Fair Impact, like it has really been a moving target. Our project and the things we had to do was written in another context that it ended up in. So it's we are in a challenging environment for our EOSC. So and the suggestion was to mention 2 top priorities in your opinion for getting this working interoperability framework. And first, I'll post the questions to the panel. So. Anyone would like to go? Olivier?
Yeah, I think that I've tried to answer that question during my presentation and explaining what we are delivering as part of our work. Obviously, having some concrete example of successful implementations of the recommendation in the interoperability framework is crucial if we want to have a great uptake on this of this document.
Yes. So concrete examples, I think that's really one of our takeaways. Yes?
Yeah, I think I can follow up on that because we've been trying, or even in my brain, I like to have the big picture and understand the whole model, the whole system, but it's almost impossible in EOSC because there is constantly moving target due to the new use cases coming along with the communities joining, etc. So it's very hard to plan, to model the system from the very beginning. So one of the approaches that I believe right now might be working is the use case by use case approach. With working, yes, exactly, with working interoperability evidence. And then when we get it's like you can imagine having a million dots, and you start with, it's a little bit like in the crosswalks as well. When you start connecting the dots, in the end you will get the working model with the help of the AI, maybe ML, and other technologies out there that can support that. But so this is the first, so working with the users and understanding what we are enabling with our interoperability framework, not speaking only technical jargon because people will not get it, and understanding the goals behind the solutions that we are, or in front of the solutions that we are delivering. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, and I want to put it in the right way, we need to let go some things as a community because it's heterogeneous. It's, you know, it's never one way to achieve some goal, never. But there will be always upsides and downsides of certain solutions. But if we, you know, we have so many smart people in the room, and I believe that all of us have a certain vision to achieve certain things. But not all of us can be right. We can be in a way, but to achieve the heterogeneous environment, we need to let go. We need to follow others at some point, right? Or agree that, okay, I don't love everything about the idea you are presenting, but there is a lot of strength in you know, unified approach, in going together as a community. This is everything. This leads to standards. This leads to interoperability on the organizational level. So yeah, I would say those two things, like use case by use case approach and letting go, no need to be the smartest one in the room, just having one approach towards what we want to achieve here.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
In my opinion, I think we need to put the things easy to the users, okay? Because interoperability is about the users of the system. So I remember one of the comments in the past EOSC Winter School about, well, I want to interoperate my system with this another service, but I have to read a 30 pages guideline to do it. And this is very complicated, I think. So the other day I make an easy exercises. So I try to say, okay, I'm going to use the API of OpenAir. Okay. So instead of README, we can say the Swagger interface. Okay, all the methods of the OpenAir, or just to read the document that OpenAir team has. I say, okay, I'm going to ask to ChatGPT, and it was perfect. I say, I need 1,000 records of software from OpenAir. And they give me the software. ChatGPT give me the exactly command that I have to put for getting these results. Even you can ask, okay, I need a Python script to do it. No way, no problem. With pagination, no problem. Okay? So I think this is one of the ways that we have to follow, for sure.
Yes, so there's some help actually.
Yeah, we need to try to put the things easy to the
easy to use, and using AI. Now we use the word. Yeah. Yes, Maxence.
Yeah. I would spoiler alert. I consider this interoperability framework already exists. Honestly, I do believe that. I really like it.
It says to achieve.
Yeah, to achieve a working interoperability framework. Please name 2 top priorities. I would say that I think we should really ensure that the PDMR and the MSCR, these 2 components developed in the FAIRcor for Years project, are maintained. Because I agree with you, Olivier, this is a kind of interoperability framework. And in 20 years, in 15 years, whatever the institution it can be, whatever the kind of information she can provide, data set, software, articles, I don't know. I mean, at the point they always want to have identifiers, and they want to have metadata to describe them. So, and other ones, they also want to cooperate with other communities. It's often like that. So I believe that to have this kind of two services maintained and sustained over time, I believe it can be a good investment. That's my opinion.
Yes, thank you. Shall we go first and then Xavier?
Yeah, I have just one. Adoption. So we have frameworks, we have services, we have recommendations. We have spent now quite a few millions in developing this. Now let's put the next millions in adopting these things and get them out there and get them used, because then they will have impact, and that will be the thing that furthers when we have much more resources out there that are compliant. And I think that's where I would put the basket in which I would put my eggs.
Yes, very good. Yeah, that was the X.
I remember 25 years ago, excuse me, I'm going to be very short, okay? I'm not going to speak about the 25 years. But when I began with Linux, my first surprise was that you did not install an operating system in your computer, because for Windows, you just had Windows and that was it. But then you install a Linux and, well, the loudspeakers did not function, and then you could not interoperate with something. So, but in the end, after 25 years, you have to be practicing interoperability. So I've been practicing interoperability with Windows, with Zoom, with whatever during 25 years, and sometimes it has been a pain. Okay, it has been really, really a pain. Well, I'll use LibreOffice. Oh, you don't use Word, etc., etc. I will never use something from Microsoft. I'm sorry. I had it in the year 2000, and that was enough. So for me, the two top priorities are, first of all, a culture that adopts a certain way of working. Mm-hmm. Okay, and this is inside always a community. Therefore, the community is the most important thing. That's one. And second, money. Why money? Because between project and project, interoperability cannot be between project and project. And between project and project have those digital dark ages where there's no money, there's no funding, and what we're not going to do then is we're not going to work on interoperability. That needs to be continuous. And this continuity must be a policy from the European Union. It doesn't have to be, it's very weird, this system of the tripartite system, the EOS, the Commission. This is like a Frankenstein. Okay, and this Frankenstein should be changed. And what we should need is a political implementation of a new way of making science in Europe, and especially nowadays. What is happening nowadays, we all know what is happening. And if tomorrow Microsoft or Google cuts the fiber, all European research projects are going to have a problem. Therefore, we do not have the feet on solid land. So the first thing that we need is investment and a precise plan from the European Union in this European research area, saying that we have to have the sovereignty of all our scientific infrastructure. This means that we need communication channels that are not under a Nazi regime. Okay, first of all, no more Zoom, please. It's just an ethical question. And science must be always related to ethics. Second, what we do need is not only that, so our documentation should not be in GitHub, in Google, or in Teams. Our communication system should not be Google, should not be Zoom, and should not be Teams. And there's a lot of more examples that what we do need is a European system. So the first thing that we should build is a strong community over building a free software open source European system, and over that infrastructure, that building community, what would need is continuous money and a huge investment. And, well, Draghi also spoke about this already, and nobody, after 8 months, is paying attention to what he said. So this is a political problem, and this is not something that should be, under the minds of the scientists. This should be elevated from the scientists and begin to ask solutions to the problems that we can face, because we have some carrot over there that someday can change idea, and then we will have a problem with what happened with my hard drive, what happened with my cloud. Do you know, they spoke about the database, but about Google Docs. We put Google Docs of this event. Tomorrow, perhaps we don't have them.
Yeah.
And that is a real problem.
Yes, thank you. I was, while you're talking, trying to sort of grasp this in sort of 3 good points, but I think we got a bit all over the place, but I liked actually that we started a bit like go small, go specifically on the matter, and then there was something about going united, which we really like in this time, and then there was something about maybe detracting ourselves from different kind of...
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Sorry.
So I think we have some, we won't call them recommendations, but at least some lines where we can do something. And I think for sort of getting into the hard facts, I think we have this about adoption, going small is sort of the workable things in this setting. I'd like now to open also the floor more at least, and hopefully, although it's late, I mean, please, questions for the panel. It's raining. You don't want to get out.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, Katrina Exter from the Flanders Marine Institute. The 2 things I would mention are the stick and the carrot, or rather the carrot and the stick. You can have a really good interoperability framework, but if it's not adopted, as was said, it's not worth anything. And it has to be adopted from the ground level, because it's shit in, it's shit out. So you need gold shiny diamonds coming in so you can get them going out. There has to be the stick to force that to happen. But there have to be the carrots to reward that, and those rewards have to be tangible within the environment in which most science is done, most research is done within universities and organizations like that. And so the rewards have to be tangible for those communities. They have to be real, genuine rewards that those communities can feel. And if they get rewarded, they will do the adoption.
I would add one thing there, because I also believe that carrots and sticks are working well depending on the people who are on the other side, because some people are working better with sticks, unfortunately. They will not do something unless it's necessary, and some people work better with carrots, and the carrots might be the rewards. But in our experience, I also truly believe from the techie side that if you make someone's lives easier, they will start doing it. And that's the whole magic. Like, we just need to, that's why I was advocating for the user perspective. If we understand what is the gain from the researcher perspective, and sometimes our tools are already doing that, we just sometimes don't know how to talk about that. And this is all about the dissemination, it's about upskilling. People, like, we are here one of, 5%, not us, but us and other people who know about the necessity of data management, about the necessity of the interoperability. Scientists in I'm from Poland. I think we are not even 1% in Poland among the scientists who are aware of the things we are doing here. We really need to go, because first when we were praising EOS because it's so cool and we, use this propaganda slides that we all know, people don't get it. Like, they don't. They understand benefits, and we are doing beneficial things here, so we need to also disseminate in a way that's about benefits. And of course, for some type of, for organizations especially, so the user type's not the single normal people, but organizations, the stick is definitely something that needs to be there, right? So we need to just truly well understand our user typology, who needs what to participate in that, because with the content, we have nothing. We can have the perfect technology or model for the interoperability framework. Without the diamonds, do people come for and dig? They will not come, because they will not either be there or won't be, if there will not be accessible for them. So we need to build something that makes sense for those who are bringing the content, and also for those who are supposed to use that. So yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's, yeah. That when we all can use all the data we want, we got the carrots, but still some, the software, still some time to go. We're getting towards the end, so a last question. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Hilde Orten from SICT in Norway. And in our institution, it is becoming more and more common in the project we are involved to combine and integrate data, especially from the environmental domain, together with social science data, which is important also in light of the Sustainable Development Goals and all of that. And several here were talking about goals. And I wonder if like kind of goals for EOSC also could be something related to what is happening in the world. Like what would be important, for example, in this context and in other contexts? Would that be an idea? For us, typically, the cross-domain interoperability framework that Esteban was talking about seems very appropriate, and from many of also the institutions we collaborate with. And for other areas, there can be other things. So I don't know if that could be a way of framing the different things, to have these kind of high-level goals related to things that are going on in the world, to kind of create some kind of diamond stuff, make it easier, rather than having a big abstract load of interoperability. What do you think?
Yeah, so maybe, if I understand you correctly, a bit like having the big global goals in hand, for instance, understanding why people vote the way they do, could be, and combine them with other data that maybe help to understand things. So having the broad perspectives to support our interoperability alignment or getting data?
The pandemic can give us a very, very good example. But the problem that was faced by the pandemic is that, and this is something that is also under the legal perspective, the unintended consequences of the law. The GDPR protects us all. What happened with the pandemic is that who has the data from the movements of population? Google and Apple, but not the European Union. So the one who has to do policies, health policies to avoid pandemic does not have the data. And who has the data? North American corporations. I'm not against North American corporations, but I am against that. The one who has to do public policies related to the pandemic doesn't have the data. But there's another one who has the data. Why? Because everybody consented giving the data, the location in their mobile phone, but to a corporation, not to who makes public policies. Therefore, there's a problem there that we also have to face. So the unintended consequences of the legal framework are also very important under that perspective.
But don't you think it's a little bit about the inertia of legal system? Because I can imagine that in this situation, like GDPR, let's assume we believe it's good, right? It comes from the right place. But of course, as you just showcased, it can create problems. So there should be like a very lightweight mechanism that says, okay, we are having these issues right now. We are waiving the GDPR for this circumstance, and it should be like, actionable in the shortest time possible.
Yep. I think that the problem is that the transformation from the analogic area to a digital area hasn't yet begun. We're just in the beginning of a huge revolution. It's just like if the printing press was invented 50 years ago. Okay, it was 1440. What about the reform, the Protestant reform, and what about the rights of the citoyen, etc., etc.? So we are just in the beginning. So how to make this separation of powers? How to redefine the dogmatic part of the human rights related to the data, digital data, and how should we make new organizations where the data, where the digital is the one that is going to define what kind of standards, how could we do new public administrations, etc., and how could we make compulsory what kind of data, anonymized of course, should be shared and not maintained by private companies. All those sorts of things, all that thinking, how does the new civilization has to begin to exist, that is not yet under the radar. And I think that that's a problem that is going to be faced in 100 years, 200 years. But we have to begin to think about it, to think that what we are missing is the characteristics of the change from the analog to the digital, and that has a huge amount of consequences in human rights. That's the dogmatic part of the Constitution, and the organic part, the organizational part that you are saying. So I totally agree with you, of course.
Yes. I think we can end our session here on this part. We are really gone high level, but let's maybe remind ourselves that this morning we saw the disease ontology dating 200 years back. So still, even in the digital age, we are really benefiting from things we did a long time ago. So maybe still we can do things that we can benefit from. So I hope you have enjoyed the session, and thank you very much to our panelists. I think we came a long way around on interoperability. So thank you to you, and thank you to you for staying in, and now you can get out. Yeah, thank you.
We want you to take a picture.
Oh, yeah.
If you can just stay. We have lost the video maker, but if you can stay.
Yeah.
So you cannot get out. So just a few additional pieces of information. So now the park is still open. There are a couple of attractions open till 7. The park is open until 9, okay? But those who are joining for dinner, come back here to the foyer at 7. Then the dinner is in the Taste of Holland and will be opened by a nice speech again. So be back at 7 here, or enjoy the park. Thanks.
Wherever you go, you know I'd follow you, 'cause I'd go anywhere, anywhere, anywhere with you. Just say let's go, I'd run away with you. Yeah, I'd go anywhere, 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 anywhere with you. Anywhere with you. Anywhere with you. Anywhere with you. Just say let's go, I'd run away with you. Yeah, I'd go anywhere, 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 anywhere with you. Just so you know, I got your back, that's true. And I'd do anything, anything, anything for you. Just say let's go, I'd run away with you. Yeah, I'd go anywhere, 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 anywhere with you. Anywhere with you. Wherever you go, you know I'd follow you, 'cause I'd go anywhere, anywhere, anywhere with you. Just say let's go, I'd run away with you. Yeah, I'd go anywhere, 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 anywhere with you. Just say let's go.